going to tell you that this is the in-lap for that BMW of TC Esports, just behind the Sim RC Mustang. It is the 26th lap of the stint for Vicente Aparicio. So as they exit the thoroughly gravelled Stavelot towards Blanchimont and then the bus stop chicane, expecting this trailing car to need to pull to the side. If they don't, that'll be a talking point. So to the right-hand side of the track they go, and to the pit lane they go. Yep.
More tyres from the tyre god, for the tyre god, for the tyre and fuel god. There comes TC Sports in, and for some reason, from that close up, that car did not look like it was moving like the way it was supposed to. I don't know whether like that little shot we had, whether it was the angle, or whether the car should be doing that.
SDR Sim Racing lost a lot of time. They're no longer with Grid and Go, and they have dropped behind WSR, and they have dropped quite a chunk of time. We'll take a look at why. Lafania, are they the reason for more gravel at Stavelot? Into Campus, they bounce the curb on the entry. It's just turning into... Or is that a live shot? I thought we were going to get a replay of some action.
It's always on this portion of this track whenever anything happens. That's the rule. And I thought a car was going to... Because it was that close up, it sort of looked like the car was crab walking. But if it wasn't, that's just an angle that's sort of telling you a lie. But to me, it almost looked like it was gliding.
Last lap for SDR was 2 minutes 22 when they should have been doing a 2:16. So they did lose a good chunk of time.
Oh... Locked it up. I think that takes, and this is something that you can do in these cars, but a lot of people don't. That takes turning off the ABS, literally while you know you're sliding. You're actually able to lock up the brakes and then get yourself back going. You need a turn off your ABS button in GT3s, people, because you get to do stuff like that and get to save your race when you go out sliding. Lock them up, turn the ABS back on, and that's that. Oh, that corner is such the edge of grip, and you just don't know if your tyres are too hot until suddenly you're sideways. It's brutal. It's honestly the one part of this track that I really don't enjoy in GT3s. It's just like the gamble on, oh, I have to run this flat out now. What could possibly go wrong?
That's pit stop for TC Esports. They're back on track now. Next stop that we're expecting from in the top 10 will be at the top of the hour with our race leaders. So it's nearly time again. That's the magic of this race, and that'll be the halfway point of this 24 hours of Spa iRacing special event. With basically a decade of history behind it now. Three-way fight, 07 Racing, Sheza Esports and Maniti Racing Red. Or is it some slightly different cars in here? We've got a blue Mercure as well. We're on board with Sheza, Daniel Civi Sabo. Definitely a Maniti Lamborghini in front of us. With Tim Kern.
Look at the sun rising up in the distance. By the time I'm gone, it's going to start getting plenty brighter, plenty more pleasant, plenty hotter. I mean, not immediately, but we've been, at the lowest, it's been a 20 degrees Celsius track temperature. It's not going to be quite that pleasant forever going down the line, because when the sun starts to come back out in the middle of June, that's going to start heating everybody up again at the very end of the race. Interesting that it did get so cold in the middle of the night now, and I do always end up on the night shifts one way or another. At least I like the atmosphere. It's nice and moody.
Easier to see the marbles and the gravel on the racetrack. They're still aplenty and being dragged back on in new ways and places. The sunrise kind of happens from down at the La Source end of the track. As we look backwards, you can see more of that sun rising. As Esports not quite being able to keep up with the Maniti Lamborghini, who seem a little bit quicker in a couple of places. When we were on board with the Ferrari heading up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon, it seemed to be understeering there, and maybe it's a little oversteery in some other places. Again, this has become a game of tyre management with double stinting tyres becoming incredibly prevalent.
Obviously, with the rules that I didn't initially know when I first came in, I got to learn pretty quickly. The rules set out that now for this event, unlike many of the IMSA events of the year, that your tyres get changed after your fuel in these GT3 races now. It does mean there's a strategy element where double stinting will save you 20 seconds in the pit lane, and that's quite a lot of time if you multiply it by this many stints over the course of 24 hours, and that's adding to a lot of strategy variation among these cars. 4 in a row here for 27th. Don't know if any of them are going to jump into the pits and disrupt this, but for now, this is quite the choo-choo train.
Action to be found everywhere that you want to look for it, including a 4-way battle for 27th position. Scuderia Volpe P1 Sim, SDR Sim Racing. Looks like Mono Competition have just gone ahead of BMW M Team BS Competition. 29th and 30th, just at the tail of this group as they slipstreamed down the Kemmel Straight.
Here's the back of this battle. Although it's mostly 4 running in a row. How much do you want to desperately force the pass? Well, if you can get one, I think it will be a lot of fun, but it's going to be hard to get it done safely and then clear yourself on top of the other car as well ahead. And also Bradley Leonards has to look well not to lose the pack as well, because see that top 2 are a lot closer. He is to that next Audi in line. But as long as you stay around, you're getting some benefits just from being behind them throughout this race. See if any, I'm always interested to see if any make the move down the Cowell as ever, but a lot are just opting out of it, getting their fuel save done instead as well. A couple corner exits like that low, and you might end up losing touch, and that's the one thing you don't want to do around here as the sun definitely starts to rise. Every minute we look back at that sun, it's rising more and more. Soon we'll lose the headlights entirely from these cars. Here's the SDR Sim Racing Lucas Gerosa. I'm getting most of these on the second shot at the very least. Yeah, so these mid-engine cars, they get loose on that exit.
All of our friends from Argentina are busy right now, so they can't critique our pronunciation of their names.
I mean, you'd be surprised at how many get back to me after a broadcast and told me you did that wrong. And do I learn? Not always.
Is that a character for Argentinian fans to send you messages?
I only get respectful ones, but I do still feel ashamed when they're like, oh, hi, I love the show, but you butchered my name for 2 hours. And I'm like, oh, no.
Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim, still holding their 27th position at the moment. Chris Capello, the Lamborghini. Seems quick, but again, it seems to be the car out there handling curbs the least predictably.
Mid-engine cars generally don't perform very well on the curbs. The front engines take it a whole lot better. Get more rotation out of these things. Some of those curbs on Spa are brutal. Some of the ones at the end of the chem will have my absolute detested. They have sort of a cut-off edge where it's almost like a sawtooth. You get a wheel over the edge and then you basically go on a ride entirely because they don't flatten out the top. As you remember the old Spa Scan, you could be way more aggressive on the curbs on the old Spa Scan because they were less detailed. A lot of them were a lot bigger and a lot more gentle to you. Of course, the Lambo is the car that we've seen spin off the most when it does something tricky under high load into the turns. I don't know if we're going to get one more chance for me to get that off my chest before the end of the day, but because I am going to be out in just a couple minutes' time. Jonathan Burke's going to be stepping in my place. David Haynes is here for the long haul, and we respect you for that. That's what troopers do here.
They're calling me the Johan Harth of the commentary box.
I wish I knew what that was referencing, but unfortunately you have an idiot with you, so it doesn't work.
Great viewers. No. That Erosion Radio on, everyone's still got their endurance lights on. It's not sunrise just yet. I'll tell that to the fans. They're still lining the hill on the Kemmel Straight looking for some action. Mono competition closing as well in this group behind Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim.
Have the feeling none of them are going to settle this out until the next pit stops whatsoever. So the hour's now gone on the clock, so it's about time for me to hand over my duties. David's going to be in here for the long haul, but Jonathan Burke's now going to be joining him as I get out of my Lambo purgatory, and the sunrise starts to hit as we hit the 12-hour mark here of the Spa 24.
Pleasure to be back. You guys have held down the fort so far. What have I missed over the past couple of hours here?
Well, the sun, the darkness, the double stinting of the tyres, the Iron Man from Johan Harth, just two drivers in that car, and a firm grasp on the race lead from the number 3 from BMW M Team Verstappen, and they've got second place as well. We are ready to celebrate the sunrise, Jonathan Burke. What's your favourite? Middle of winter, middle of summer, tequila?
Definitely like the sunrise as opposed to the sunset. Although I'm not much of a drinker myself. But right now, BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing leading at our halfway mark by a hefty margin. That's 41 seconds out in front of their teammates. The Verstappen Sim Racing Ferrari just over Ariel. And it's been it was an interesting stint. When I was here, there was a couple different strategies going on. Grid and Go Esports were the ones really throwing all of us for a loop, and we're going to start another pit cycle here in just a few laps time.
Moves being made, including some pit stops just beginning to separate what was our epic battle for 27th place and some lap depths down. It's Mono Competition picking up a spot off a lapped car just there as they sit behind the Ferrari of SDR.
And now that we're more than halfway, the interesting thing for us is going to be there's a lot more, lap traffic and just people in different fights, because when I left, there were 33 cars on the lead lap. We currently only have 9. The STR Sim Racing 577, we should shout out, is up 29 spots from the start of the race. It's the last car on the lead lap. Falken Sim Racing Team Blue and Blue Mercure Esport now in for their service. Both of them 25 laps on their stint. We should expect the leaders in any moment. Blue Mercure just kind of hanging around so far in this race. They broke into the top 5 as the sun was going down. But again, that gap to the BMW out front is monstrous. But you could still get the 4 Ferrari. 4 Ferrari is only 10 seconds ahead of them. See if this will also be a full service on either of these 2 cars. I'd imagine it would be. I know the double stinting of tires, it saves you 20 seconds. But a little bit of tire wear could lose you that time. Over the Ego Racing, I think you mentioned Johan Harth doing the marathon. I think he learned the hard way that triple stinting was not ideal. He ended up 20 seconds in front of Damon Woods, who he was fighting, and then Woods got past him on the same stint.
Yeah, so with the double stinting of the tyres, there's some teams that are sort of offset from each other, and one gains one stint, other gains the other stint. But for Damon Woods, he did have a really strong stint just there, making some passes and gaining a lot of time, putting themselves in contention for a top 5 potentially. They've gone fuel only just now, having taken tyres when Damon Woods got in last stint. So now it's about conserving and managing those tyres this second time around.
44 rejoins the track, 33 not too far behind. It's the Blue Mercure Esport machine. The 9 machine, the fiercely forward pink one, is the one coming up on a little bit fresher tires, a little off sequence, 10 laps earlier. They were the ones kind of hunting down the Verstappen Sim Racing Ferrari earlier on when the sun was going down, if you were watching us then. As they go into the corner preparing for another run down to the double gauche. Time machine looking for a way around the 44, but doesn't quite see it at the moment. Just lap car, in between them, actually holding them up. So there's the 44. Get inside the lap traffic. So 33, the Blue Mercure Esport machine. These guys were separated by about 10 seconds earlier on. Now lap traffic playing a role. That is our leader in the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing machine. See if his teammate carries on and will assume the lead, or will hit. They've been hitting very similarly together around the 25-26 mark. Diego Pinto currently behind the wheel now. The one to watch out for will be the 002 Gridingo Esports machine. David, we talked about this earlier. Like, they were on a completely separate strategy from everyone else. They're like halfway through their fuel stint already compared to the leaders.
Yeah, and we haven't been seeing any savings from them, whereas the 2 Verstappen cars have been doing 26 lap stints, which I believe they've just done again. They're on schedule for a driver change, and Ariel have done double stints at this point. And so, yeah, every 2 hours, new driver, new tyres, Sebastian Job will get in the race leading car.
And he was putting in solid lap times earlier on in the stint, and he was in that transition period as well from day to night. So this is a perfect time, I think, for the Brit to get back in the car. You can see still in first. That's how big the gap was. It was 40 seconds back to their teammate in the 4 Ferrari. I don't think Nicholas Lux is going to overtake the 4 Ferrari, but we're going to have to see in just a moment. And this is, again, full service on the BMW, fresh set of boots, full fuel, and they'll be off on their way. You lose a lot of time here as well, David, in the pit lane. Nearly 2 minutes.
Yes, pit in to pit exit cone is basically a whole kilometre for this combined pit lane. So, yeah, it used to take 60 seconds.
Diab got loose into the outside wall. Goes our leading BMW. He's stopped, reversed it. And that was a dramatic moment. Cold tires on a cold track. He's going to rejoin, still in the lead for the time being, but how much damage is going to be on that BMW?
The time lost isn't the problem. The problem is if there's any damage on the car from that, the rear wing is not right. The rear wing is not right. So cold tires, cold track, too ambitious with that pit exit. And Sebastian Job, his first act as new Prime Minister. No. Oh, he won't be happy with that at all. And there's clear damage to the rear of the car.
Yeah, damage to the rear. We're going to have to see once the lap times start getting in, once he gets the tires warmed up, if he stays out here or if they try and come in and get repairs. That is your leading BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing machine that was a full 40 seconds out in front. Just gets onto the painted area a little bit there. Just that right rear into the wall. It's going to be hard to tell until, again, he gets up to speed how much damage is really on that car, if there's going to be suspension damage or anything like that. Right now, trying to take it easy. He's got cold tires, that 002 machine. You're going to see him come around in the background in just a moment. 3 seconds behind your leader.
Yeah, so on the timing, you can see the 002 closing, but that's more attributable at the moment to cold tires versus warm tires. Takes a lap and a half, 2 or 3 to really get the temperature into these tires, and it's after that we'll know. But you can see, even though it's still quite dark out there, the rear wing plane is bent, and part of the rear bumper is also bent. And if that shape of rear wing was more aerodynamically efficient, that's probably what BMW will have homologated in the first place.
I think my concern is going to be any rear suspension damage and how much of the ride is going to be affected. I think that's what Sebastian Job is now going to have to, go through here. And this is just going to be a kind of managing stint. I think if Nicholas Lux does catch him, again, Lux a little off sequence here. He might just let him go and not put up much of a fight with it. Third place, you also see the 99 Johan Harth off sequence, but on the same strategy as Lux, 30 seconds behind. And there's going to be a lot of talking back and forth with Job and the other drivers that are still in the team, and the strategists talking about how much damage is on that car, what adjustments can you make to try and mitigate any sort of damage. I mean, this is going to be, I think next lap is going to be the first lap where we can fully tell how badly mangled that rear is.
Well, if only we had a fair point of comparison, say someone from the same team who pitted on the same lap and also took new tyres. Look at the margin between Job and Cooper Webster. So before the pits, it was 40 seconds. Obviously, they've lost about 10 seconds to needing to reverse on the exit, but the margin between Job and Webster is coming down. Part of that might be Webster getting a slipstream off Johan Harth.
That's going to be a close fight right now for third position. Again, both those two drivers on different strategies. Harth on the same strategy as the 002, but where this 3 car is really hurting right now is this middle sector, almost a full second slower. And again, hard to tell right now if we can attribute that to the damage Sebastian has gotten or if it's just that tire warm-up, but he can see that Mustang getting bigger and bigger in the rear view mirror.
So this will be our first flying lap, remembering that, a 2:16 or 2:17 is probably fair, and Job crosses the line for a 2:17.4. Okay, I still feel like something's not right, and they are losing time compared to their teammates. They were never in this kind of a vulnerable position of losing the track position to grid and go for the whole last 4 hours. So it's certainly that, even just that 10 seconds time loss is putting them in places where they have to defend, where they have to be more in a situation with more jeopardy than they would have needed before.
Job's still going to try and defend the position down the Kemmel Straight, but again, he's a little bit wounded. Nicholas Lux, this is the closest Grid and Go have been to the number 3 in several hours. The closest anyone else has been to the lead of the race in several hours. This is where I think the 3 car is really hurting most. These wider right-hand corners with that right rear damage. Sebastian Job trying to just get it through this stint and get some repairs. See how hard he tries to fight Lux, or if Lux might be content to hang around for a little bit, but I think he has to know that there's going to be damage on that 3 car. Sizing up a move, a little bit of contact. Lux looking to the inside. And this is going to be Job done and dusted. A little bit of room given to the Mustang by Sebastian Job, and we have a new leader for the first time in several hours. The Grid and Go Esports machine of Nicholas Lux now in the lead. And I think for Sebastian Job, like, this is a okay position to be in. You have 28 seconds back to Johan Harth, who again is on a different strategy. You might just need to milk it to the end of this stint and then see what repairs you can do. They have had the pace that any repairs they need to do, they can overcome. It's just a matter of how damaged do they think that car is.
Yeah, so then the comparison at the last lap, 17.4 for Job, 16.2 for Cooper Webster, who also had new Coles tyres. Sebastian Job crosses the line this time with a 17.6. No, yes, 17.6, so there's definitely damage there for Job, and then we're about to find out how Cooper Webster's tyres are warming up. If the answer is that that damage is costing Job a second a lap, that's actually big.
And it's going to be hard to kind of decide when you pull them in, because right, they have a big gap to those that are on their strategy. Again, Nicholas Lux, they were fighting early on, the Grid and Go and BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing machine. They started at the front of this grid, but they are on different strategies. Grid and Go Esports has been out there for 17 laps. BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, Sebastian Job, an uncharacteristic mistake on the pit exit, losing about a second a lap. The wheel looks straight, so that's good news. Obviously didn't hit the front end of that car.
Lux just cut the comb. He's got to slow down.
Yeah, it's how much he's going to be fighting it too, out of the getting on the power as well.
So Nicholas Lux was about 2 seconds ahead. Now he's only 6/10 because he had to slow down between Malmedy and Rivage because he cut the course at Lacombe at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Went on too hot, cut the course. Then immediately pulls almost all the same margin out. Again, that's the advantage he's got.
Yeah, I think it's definitely this middle sector where this BMW is now going to be hurting with this damage. Like he was losing a full second before the pass was made, and he put up a little bit of a fight trying and slowing down his nearest rival in the Grid and Go Esports machine. But again, this might just be a case of get it to the end of this stint, see what repairs we can do, and then go chasing back after it. They have the pace in a repaired car, I think, to chase down the others, depending on how long these repairs take. I mean, if you're losing a second a lap, like how much... Like, he clobbered the wall pretty good. Like, how much repairs do you think they're going to have to make? 3-4 minutes?
Yeah, not 30 seconds, maybe more. So I think that is very tough. Another point of reference at Sebastian Job in the 217s. Cooper Webster's already down into the 215s. So by the end of this stint, you've not only got to worry about what's going on with Grid and Go and Novoleggio, but that their own teammates in the number 4 car will probably catch them by the end of this stint.
Speaking of their teammates, Novoleggio getting the pass done, or getting passed, I should say, by the Verstappen Sim Racing Ferrari of Cooper Webster. Johan Harth might try fighting this one back. It's a little bit off sequence as well as the Grid and Go machine. He only took fuel only, so this may be a double stint or a triple stint on the tires. And fresh set of boots on the Ferrari. The Audi a little bit better in the slipstream. We'll see if he fights this one back or just decides Do it old school, early 2010s NASCAR style down the Camel Straight. Just some bump drafting to save some fuel, and I think that's what the 99 is going to do. Johan Harth about 6 seconds ahead of the Blue Mercure Esports machine of Alexander Spates. So right now, still making good time, though I'm expecting they're going to get full service on the next stop, and those around them won't. So they will lose some time here and there. And Sebastian Job now 2 seconds off of Nicholas Lux, who will be coming in at about 6-7 laps time. If you are just joining us, the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing Machine, Sebastian Job, an uncharacteristic mistake out of pit exit. Just lost it, hit his rear right, and is carrying a decent amount of damage, losing about a second a lap. They were lapping in the low 216s. There you can see the damage to the rear wing. Ferrari you see behind, not for position. That's definitely, it's got to be hurting them down the straights and in some of these higher speed corners, David.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on the speed, particularly at the end of the Kemmel Straight, to see if that's where they're losing this time, is in fast bits like after Blanchimont and up the Kemmel Straight here. So for the race leader, I believe they were doing a peak of 265, and I don't think Sebastian Job gets close to that, and in fact he quite easily gets passed in the straight line by the car unlapping itself.
So he's going to be down a little bit on straight line speed and probably down in this middle sector, although kind of fighting a little bit back with the lapped car ahead of the number 2 machine. A bit further down in the order, but now he's 3 seconds off. So yeah, that damage pretty significant. But again, the nice thing is right now, David, have that big margin back to your teammate. There is no immediate threat behind. Verstappen Sim Racing number 4, and Novalegio still fighting for that third position. I think Johan Harth is just going to be happy to ride behind the number 4 to the end of his stint, just save a little bit more fuel, make that stop a little bit shorter. Highest placed Audi in the field. Good to see, again, a mix of manufacturers being represented. Ford leads the race, BMW in second, Ferrari in third, an Audi in fourth, and an Aston in 5th. Although I know, David, you said right as I got on that there's some manufacturers not represented, and that's just with the balance of power. We believe lost our one lone Porsche. No Corvette, no McLaren, no Acura in this field.
I want to draw attention to this pass that happened earlier between these two, so Cooper Webster and Johan Harth. This is Cooper Webster's first laps in the race, so on the sideline the whole first 12 hours. Now he gets in. He's completed 5 laps in this race. Johan Harth has completed more laps than anyone else. He's just completed his 219th lap of the race, so it's basically the most experienced and the least experienced battling for the podium position.
Yeah, you gotta feel a little bit for Johan Harth. Again, this is just a 2-man team, Novalegio, and you can see some of the entries scrolling at the bottom of your screen there. You have as many as 6 drivers registered for teams in this event. Some are doing those 3 to 4 man rotations, and Johan Harth is gonna marathon it all the way. Again, I think this pass was also, good news for the 99. You can just draft down the Kemmel Straight. There's a little bit of lift and coast there. No threat from behind. And just save a little bit of fuel, save a little bit of tires. I'm expecting they're going to do a switch here soon, because you mentioned, how many laps, you said 217?
It's up to 219 now, Johan Hart, which is 1 lap more than Sven Haase, who's done 218 in the Grid and Go Esports 001.
So, doing some math, if we're on lap 319 and he's done 219, he's been in this car about a full day's worth of time, about 8 hours. So
yes,
he's at the checks worth of time.
Seems Johan Hart did the first 5 stints of the race, and then his teammate did, I think, the next 4 or 5, Benedict Vida, and then Johan Hart has been back in.
Yes, I'm going to expect the driver change here. I know before their drivers change earlier, Hearth did a triple stint as the sun was going down, and I think they learned the hard way that was not working out because they were lapping in the 217s on a triple stint set of tires and lost all the time they gained. Right now this Audi doing a pretty good job on pace. Again, just kind of hanging around. If something disastrous happens to the lead group, the lead duo right now, then they are in good shape for a podium in 11 hours time, although they're going to be expected to pit next 3 or 4 laps. Some drivers have started to pit. The Grid and Go Esports 003 of Noah Eder has pitted for his next stop. Again, the Grid and Go Esports machines all kind of off sequence from the main group and from each other. At one point, I remember I logged on and they were 2, 3, and 4. And they all kind of went their separate ways on strategies and have really not all seen each other since that moment.
Cooper Webster, and in fact everyone, about a second a lap quicker than Sebastian Job, means that Nicholas Lux pulls out that about 7-second margin now, and I'd expect Cooper Webster to catch in about 22 laps. Well, the end of this stint will arrive before then, so Job will just be able to hold on to second place at the pace that he's going. Your remaining concerns then are, how long will it take to repair that? Because I don't think they can just leave it damaged to the end of this race. And also, will it have done damage to them strategically? Like, will the tyres be extra damaged by doing this stint with the damaged car? Will the tyres have worn more if the aero wasn't right? And if they're losing their time predominantly in straight line, it means that they're also less fuel efficient. It becomes far more difficult to save fuel carrying that damage as well. So I think the biggest problems with that damage come home to roost at the next pit stop rather than during this stint where they've got enough of an advantage to manage it.
I think that's at least a luxury they can afford right now with the gap they have to their teammate, is they can kind of plan out like how to go about things. They just don't know how long that damage is going to be repaired. You know, in the sim world, you really don't know until you get in the pit box and it tells you the time. We can't really see it ahead of time. It's on your screen now, the Fiercely Forward pink machine trying to fend off the Falken Sim Racing blue. And these two also kind of off sequence, Fiercely Forward pink in the same sequence with the 002 and the 99. 44 Falken Sim Racing blue of Damon Woods in the same sequence as the Verstappen Sim Racing duo ahead. These two were actually racing that 4 Ferrari as the sun was going down. So interesting to see how these two get along. A nice 15-7 that time by for the Fiercely Forward pink machine. And he'll go down trying to hunt down the Blue Recure Esports Aston Martin, but that's about 30 seconds down the road. So we're going to expect to see the Grid and Go Esports machine, our leader Nicholas Lux, Nova Leggio Racing in the 99 in shortly. They're going to be coming up towards the end of their stints. Fiercely Forward pink machine. Again, a lot of teams fielding multiple cars. This is the best one for Fiercely Forward right now. on board with Damon Woods and the Falken Sim Racing Team Blue Ferrari. As you can see, more daylight coming up on the track. A lot of lift and coast there, trying to save a little bit of extra fuel, a little bit of tire.
High humidity in the air also means that as that sunrise is coming up, there's this sort of misty look to it all, sort of like the dew rising out of the forest and such. So while it is clear skies above, what you're seeing as the sun is about to rise is just all of this sitting layer of like humidity and morning fog.
Gives me flashbacks. I was living in Virginia, where it is coastal Virginia, where it is constantly humid like this. And yeah, that sounds about right. It's going to be a little bit. I don't think we're going to get a big visibility issue. It's not cloud cover. The daylight will kind of burn it all off. But that humidity also was a problem early on when we started with a slightly damp track, and that water just refused to go away in some parts of the circuit.
0% chance of rain going forward in the next 2 or 3 hours, and it has gone from clear skies to partly cloudy though. Note, not expecting too much to change with that. Every time they cross the start-finish line, I just check what were the last laps. 15.4 for the leader, a 16.7 for Sebastian Job, and a 15.7 for Cooper Webster. So the difference between the number 3 and the number 4 car consistently is about a second a lap, and we'd take that to be approximately how much damage the previous race leader is carrying.
Well, I think if you're the Grid and Go esports machine of Nicholas Lux, you're coming to the end of the stint, you know your closest competitor has damage. You need to bang in the really quick laps now. Try and eke out your advantage as much as you can, because if it somehow is a quick repair on that BMW, you know they're going to be coming back through the field. But if it's a long 2, 3, even 4-minute repair, they're going to be down a ways, 1 to 2 laps, thinking all the way down in like the hornet's nest that's fighting now in the upper 30s.
Here's another problem that they're going to have is they would have planned for their next pit stop to be fuel only because they just put on a set of tyres. So that doesn't actually give them any leeway to get any free damage repairs, because at a full pit stop where you go fuel and tyres, once the fuel is done and the tyre changing begins, there's actually a spare mechanic who can do a tiny bit of repair for free, but you won't get that at a fuel-only stop, which is what they were planning for their next stop to be. So they've got to make a decision. Do they spend more time in the lane getting that damage repair, or do they just carry that damage through to the next stop?
Well, I think that'd be a bigger risk, because if you're talking about a second a lap on pace, you're going to get caught by your teammate here by the end of the stint. But after that, there's cars quickly 1 and 2 by each other, like a couple seconds apart. So you're going to start losing more and more positions. It might just be best to repair it and get it out of the way as soon as possible, as you are watching our leader, Nicholas Lux. 24 laps on the stint, trying to deal with lap traffic. You get a blue flag. You're not obligated to move out of the way. You can fight for your position. That's the 69 Mono Competition TS Sim Shop DE car of Jack James. Currently ahead, trying to stay just 1 lap down. I think he's about to go 2. Right now we have 14 runners on the lead lap. Oddly enough, after this 002 machine, the first cars 1 lap down are his teammates, the 003 and the 001. Running through Blanchimont now to the bus stop chicane. This should be an easy pass, but it looks like Nicholas Lux trying to save as much fuel as possible before he calls it quits and heads into the pit lane. Expect this to be a fuel-only stop now for our leader that will hand the lead for the time being back to Sebastian Job and BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing.
Well, what an interesting half an hour this has been, because suddenly Grid and Go have a massive opportunity. Their strategy didn't look like it was quite working out to challenge for the win. It was like they were pretty well covered off on it. But then that mistake on the cold tyres from Sebastian Job, suddenly losing some time. We don't know how much it's going to take to repair that car back to competitive form. So if they can just carry their strategy forward here, 002 is still in a position now to be able to win this race.
In a good position now, and you have to think about some of the others that are in a solid position too, because with kind of these two separate lead groups that are off sequence of each other, you know, I think Nova Leggio may be thinking, okay, we're on the same strategy of the 002. We can put in some fast laps. Fiercely Forward Pink is going to be coming in shortly, so those three are on a very similar strategy. Right now you're looking at the 2, 3, 4. Automotive's racing team. Mirosol Kilo Kinko in the right now on the top 10. This machine, early on when I started, was kind of the best to watch in the field. They were the ones that said, right, I'm not going to fuel save. I will pass you down the Kemmel Straight and carry on with my day. It's Benedict Vita now in the car for the 99. Looks like the 002 coming out of the pits. Again, fuel only, falls back to 6th, ahead of the 234 that we are watching right now, the blue Mercure Esports machine in between those two. The 99, full service, as I said earlier, on the Nova Leggio machine, should come out as probably the last car on the lead lap ahead of Sebastian Job. There's the 99 on a pit exit. Again, tricky cold tires. Don't want to overcook it, even though it's a little bit dicey there for a hot second.
We've seen plenty of teams that weave to build that temperature in, as we're going to see here. If there's no one else on the Kemmel Straight with you, great opportunity to quickly build that tyre temperature so you don't lose as much getting them up to speed.
And another thing that I noted with some of these off-sequence strategies is, you know, where you're coming out on the track. Because right now, like Benedict Vita, this is a perfect case scenario for him. You know, coming out, there's only 2 cars in front of him. He's not fighting for position right now. He's not in any traffic. Because something that really hurt the Grid and Go Esports 003 and 001 when they were doing this off-sequence strategy earlier, they came out in the middle of just a hornet's nest fighting for the low teens, upper 20s. And they're spending most of their time trying to fight off and defend their position, as opposed to warming up their tires, getting into rhythm. You see, this is not a pass 4 position. 99 letting go at 13 Aston Martin of Impulse Racing, who is a lap down. But this is this is the dream scenario of what you want your pit stop to be. You come out in your own space, you get plenty of time to settle down, warm up the tires, and really feel how the track and car feel at this moment in time. The 99 could pick up a few places here.
Auto moves under pressure from Team PGZ. Last lap, that Mustang was the fastest car on track. Now we know a lot of our competitive teams are either just warming up a new set of tyres, or they've got damage, or they're saving fuel, or whatever the case may be. But that's still positive for Samuel Ward with a 2:15.4. I think as the sun begins to rise, we're beginning to go past the opportunity to break the fastest lap of the race that currently belongs to Grid and Go 002 with a 2-minute 15.215. That stood for a little while, although Ward here has just gotten within 0.2 of it.
Notice these the Mustangs and the Astons really come on quite well on lower fuel. Like, they seem to be getting a bit more lap time out of it, being a bit more aggressive. I don't know if that's just their setup or driving style. But these two on a similar strategy. Kind of been near each other most of the day. We're going to see who blinks first in this fight. They're about 1 minute and 20 seconds off of our leader right now. They can't really afford to slip up too much. The other Nova Leggio racing machine of Nicholas Rubelar not too far behind, about 10 seconds or so. You can hear that Mustang screaming as it comes out of the corners compared to some of the other machines in the field, like your Ferraris and Lamborghinis. As we head now down to the bus stop chicane, it would be in a very aggressive move by Samuel Ward if he thinks about it. No, just content to ride out behind the Ferrari, who decides to dip into the pits. Firstly forward pink also in the pits in the number 9.
It's pole time, I think. Kravchenko for auto moves coming in, and I think taking over fiercely forward pink, Adam Michalchenko.
So they will get their full service. Again, a little off sequence compared to some of the cars around them. PGZ going to be in as well shortly. Again, right now the 002 Nicholas Lux, who was our leader. Right behind them is the Blue Mercure Esport machine, who's also clocked in a decent lap. Actually, 2/10 faster than Lux. And they're again on different strategies, different points of the pit cycle. And that Mustang still warming its tires up, still trying to get into rhythm. And that 33 kind of already mid-stint. And we have, the double 004 Grid and Go Esports machine. I said this earlier, the other three were having a great day, and it seemed like nothing was going right for the 004. Got caught out in the wet spot in Malmedy several times. Who, according to our director, is still there. That puddle has still not left the track. But, you know, when it goes well for other parts of the team, it does not go well for another part of the team. It just loses it all by himself.
That was big damage too, yeah. So a little wide into on the curb, and then a big lose. They were already about 3 laps down, I think, and we keep just slowly losing a couple of cars. We were at 49 running. It seems like we've got 48 at the moment, and it's a question of will we see that 004 again.
Their teammates fighting for a position, Sven Haas and Noah Eder. Haas, I believe, has just gotten around his teammate. Again, on separate strategies. So really no reason to be tripping over and fighting each other. And that car behind, I believe, is a lap behind them. And then there's another car behind, the Falken Sim Racing Teal, number 6, is on the same lap as them. You can see them when it comes into frame momentarily. But the separate strategy thing is not really, I don't know, it's not really paying the dividends I think they wanted for the 2 Lamborghinis here. It's really worked out well for the 002. And I think maybe that's the card the team wanted to play of, right, we're going to split everyone's strategy up, and one of you may come out a hero, the other 2 may come out worse off.
And with Johan Harth out of the car and Sven Haase continuing, it's now Sven Haase with the most laps completed so far in this race, 227 for him, but he's part of a 3-driver lineup. His other 2 drivers have done nothing for him. You've got Sean Campbell, who's driven 52 laps, David Borowska, who's driven 50, and then left Sven Haase to drive 227 and climbing. At the moment, Nicholas Lux not doing quite as much Ironman for Grid and Go as Sven Haase is. He's just ahead of Corentin Lassanet at the moment. And those Blue Mercure Astons, they seem so quick in the first stint on tyres, and then just don't quite have it in the second stint. they look quick right now, and they've still got sort of 2 cars challenging the top 10.
And it looks like it's going to be a dive down into the bus stop chicane. Bill McCrory Esports into the top 5, and that was a little bit of a bump. I believe that's the 234? No, that is not the 234.
It's an XPD, whatever it is.
Yes, it's the 230, who's 2 laps down of Nicholas Talese. Pardon my pronunciation. So the Aston showing it's got pace right now. They're towards the end of the fuel stint. I think it was the other weird thing about the Aston. Like you mentioned, like that first stint on tires, they're really good. The second stint, they're not. But then on low fuel, they also seem to be better. So this is the time when like the Aston really shines, when it's on that low fuel. But then they're going to come in, get on fuel, get back on the old tires, and then they're going to be a little bit off the pace again.
Yeah, sort of tide goes in, tide goes out. So what you need to do is when the tide's going out, resist it, and when the tide's coming in, make your gains, and then hope by the end of the race, you gained. It's like trying to get to the deep end of a wave pool. When the wave pushes you out, you got to try to stay put, and when the wave draws you in, you got to make hay. That's a weird analogy, but did it check out?
It does, and I just want to go in a wave pool now because it's been kind of warm where I'm situated in the States. But you're right. Like, so the 33 needs to make haste now, needs to take advantage of this is where we have the pace. Needed to get around the Grid and Go Esports machine, whereas Nicholas Lux may be like, I'm just happy to ride around for a few more laps. I'm only 4 laps into the stint. You guys will be pitting soon. And we mentioned Nicholas Job having that, currently the leader, still has damage from that pit exit. I feel like his times have kind of stabilized at like 16.5, so he's still losing around a second to some cars, but only half a second to others. So like to the pit that we're seeing on screen, he's actually not losing that much time. He's only losing half a second, especially since they are fighting. And here we maybe go again. Nicholas Lux, I think, thought about it for a moment, but then I think realized again the Aston will get out of the way in just a handful of laps' time.
Corentin Lassanet is the only Belgian driver on track at the moment, so I'm sure all of the tired fans all around the racetrack, stumbling out of their camping or being up all night, will be cheering for him, hometown hero. It's Belgium. How far away could he possibly live from here?
I mean, he's probably been in real life Spa like a dozen or so times, as a fan. So probably knows his way around not only the track but just the outskirts of Spa-Francorchamps. I was just going to see, is the 002 thinking about it? He's thinking about a look to the inside. Is Nicholas Lux, or maybe that's just to cover off that lapped car behind. It's a weird position you're in now because you're racing for position and then also racing to not be behind someone who's already a lap down. They're going into Speaker's corner right behind the Aston Martin, the Ford Mustang getting on the power. This is going to be an interesting kind of ride here. I always feel like riding up behind someone going through the double gauge is one of the scarier things you can do, especially if you lose a little bit of that front downforce. You can get it so wrong so quickly.
Pop quiz. Name 2 tracks with a greater elevation change than Circuit Spa-Francorchamps.
Not good at pop quizzes. Circuit of the Americas?
No.
Well, I've already failed. That was my in the pocket guess.
Jeez, no. It's the Nürburgring Nordschleife and Mount Panorama Bathurst.
Oh, I should have, I was thinking like, regular GP tracks. I should have just the ones that, the big long endurance ones that we all run. I should have just went straight to those. A little bit deep goes the Aston Martin into the bus stop chicane. That's going to give an opportunity, I think, for Lux going into La Source here, if he chooses to take it. Nope, chooses to lift and coast and just let Lassenet get away with that little bit of a mistake there. If the elevation change, I feel like is always, especially here around here, very tricky because you have a lot of downhill and uphill braking zones and acceleration zones that are so fun to drive, but it's also so easy to get the throttle wrong and get the brake wrong, and one moment you're a hero, the next moment you're in the wall. As Will Lux have a go this time. Oh, he's just going to sit in 6th gear, give the Aston a little shove.
End of straight speed around 260 kilometers an hour for Lux just there as he was in the slipstream in the hole being punched by the Aston Martin. Punch is the word, perhaps.
Punches the Aston down into the corner. I'm wondering if I think the Mustang gets better power out of the corner, and the Aston is struggling a little bit under braking, is leaving Lassenet vulnerable, but I don't think Lux wants to overtake him. But I feel like someone needs to tell him, like, look, Sebastian Job, who you're racing, who has damage, is now clocking faster lap times than you. You might need to pass this 33 again.
And that's the position behind them. XBD have been caught by Altitude Freedom Esports. So 36th and 37th place they're now stuck behind Nicholas Lux. So that's a bit of a powder keg situation there, because XBD have tried to move ahead of these battling two in front of them, and they haven't. So now they're stuck between a rock and a hard place here for sure.
And the Altitude Esports machine was a full second faster than all three of these guys the last time around. So we'll have to see if everyone's going to be content to ride out as it is, or if we're going to get a late lunge. Here comes a late lunge. This is for 36th place. Khan trying to get the power down. Gets the move done. Nice little pass into the bus stop. But now he's going to realize why he was able to catch that position so easily is, oh, I have two guys on the lead lap that are not lapping much faster than I am.
Just reaching official sunrise now as well, and the track temperature has dropped 1 notch. So this is the golden hour right now. If you want to break the fastest lap of the race, it's right now in the very early morning. Headlights are going to come off some of the cars as well in a second.
I have to wonder if this Grenengo Esports machine is going to think about passing the Blue Mercury Esports machine, or no, just staying tucked up behind. Fuel saving, I guess, much more important than track position at this stage in the race. And now, yeah, it's also weird when you're trying to unlap yourself like this Ferrari is, because you're probably on a whole different cycle and a whole different set of strategy where you're just going to go out and do 25 qualifying laps every single time. And you're wondering, right, why are these two guys 2 laps ahead of me, and why are they going so slow?
I'm in at 2:17 from Lux's last lap as he just sat behind Lassenet, and this is what I'm talking about. The longer it goes on for those Aston Martins, I feel their pace begins to suffer. That compares to Cooper Webster, fastest car on track, 2:15.6, and now only 13 seconds and closing behind the race leader. So a couple of things happening as we then head towards the top of the hour and the next sweep of pit stops.
About 5 laps away from our top 5 essentially pitting. The car you see on your screen, the 002 Grenengo Esports machine, off sequence. Some of those he is racing, including the 33 right in front of him. And now this number 11 wants to get around the pair fighting for the top 5, but unable to do so. Looks like the 33, again, a little deep on the brakes, a little bit of a mistake there, and they're going to be side by side. Nope. Flashing the brights.
What does that mean, though? Because you've had opportunities to try to pass him, you've not taken.
Does he want Lassenet to get the hurry up? I don't know. I think, and here's the sign of, like, look, I need to go. As Lux looks to the inside of Lassenet, unable to do it through Eau Rouge and Radion, and you're going to think down the Kemmel Straight, this Mustang is going to finally power around the Aston Martin. I think they were trying to save fuel, and there's a bit of contact. Lassenet forces the Mustang off the track there. Going back and forth, another flashing of the brights. Can Lux be later on the brakes going into Lake Holmes? Yes, he can. And another bump from the 33 of Lassenet. Lux into 5th place. And that all started when, and this wasn't the first time this has happened in that 33. He went a little bit deep going into the bus stop chicane. Cost him the exit. And I don't know if Lux it caught him off guard, or if he just wasn't expecting the Aston to struggle like it is at the end of this stint.
Weird from Lassenet to, I don't know, try to shove them off there when they'd clearly made a couple of mistakes, clearly were suffering for pace, and they'd received so much patience and grace in the previous 5 laps or so, to then, behave like that wide through the gravel, massive slide.
I think Lassenet thought he was on pure pace, keeping that 002 behind him, knowing that he's off sequence and knowing that that's going to be a car he could be racing towards the end of the race. But I think has now kind of realized that he just might be hanging on for dear life. And I don't know if this this altitude-free esports machine has taken note of what has transpired in front of him. And Lassenet actually might give a dive down to the bus stop chicane. No, thinks better of it. A little bit of curb there. Might try and go back underneath Lux for position. And you'd have to hope that someone is getting in both of their ears and going, hey, this is hurting your guys' time. You have the lead car that you could be fighting with, is a damage-stricken, is currently faster than you because you two are fighting.
They're also losing a lot of time to the number 4 Verstappen sim racing car as this goes on, because Cooper Webster's still flying, Nicholas Lux has just been tangled up in all of that, and they were sort of split in between the 2 Verstappen cars previously. Then the lead one's been damaged, but they still need to worry about how much time they're gaining or losing versus the number 4 car, because that could be now, depending on how quickly you can fix a BMW, be the battle for the win.
Well, when you think about like a full pit stop, just fuel only getting through is a 153. So they're not going to come out near each other at the moment, the 002, and I think the 4, when the 4 comes to pit. But you're going to be losing time to that car as well, because now I think if you are the Grid and Go esports machine, right, you have to worry about Cooper Webster, because you're right, he is flying. Like, that's a 15.4 last time, 15.5. Just 0.2 or so off the best lap that he's run all day. So it could be a Ford versus Ferrari at the end at some point, the way it's shaping up right now, and this Aston not able to keep up with the 002, as I think finally Nicholas Lux can breathe a sigh of relief. But I believe we discussed earlier, David, race car drivers can be like elephants. I believe both of them will remember the last few laps that Trav transpired.
I'd say so.
Lassenet is also, he goes very deep on the brakes going into the chicane. I think still reminding Lux that he's there. A little bit of a wobble as he gets on the power as well. Again, they're going to be in a couple moments' time. The car ahead of him, about 7 seconds up the road, is Damon Woods in the Falken Sim Racing Blue Machine, the 44 Ferrari. About 20 seconds behind is the Nova Legio Audi. So they're kind of in no man's land right now.
New fastest lap of the race to Sven Haase. 2 minutes 15.121. The guy's 233rd lap of the race is the fastest anyone has done.
How many laps do you think he's already logged around here just in preparation? As you can see, the headlights go off, the sun rising. 2:15.1. Again, Sven Haas, a little off sequence. They're at a weird point in the stint where they're actually on the same stint length as our lead three, but have already done an extra pit stop. So they've put themselves a full pit stop behind at the moment. So actually, if you take away the full pit stop, they would be, Sven Haas would be about, what, 20 seconds off the lead. He would be P3.
Now it's time for his lazy teammates, Sean Campbell and David Bosca, to, you know, pick up the yoke and carry some weight. I think they're going to have to, because I think Bosca hasn't driven enough laps to meet fair share at this point.
I know there was a couple other events that happened tonight. I know there was a Porsche event that happened as well that a lot of teams were having to plan around with driver switches. I know our own commentary team had to plan around some of those switches, so I think that's got to factor into it as well. That's Sven Haas. He's also left his teammate behind. Remember, he passed Noah Eder about 10 or so laps ago, and Sven Haas is on the lead lap. I think that's Sebastian Job just a little ways behind him. His teammate remains a lap down. This fight remains ongoing. Now, surely Lassinen will be in either next time or the following time around. But the Altitude 3M and XBD machines, I'm sure, would love to see these two out of their way so they can continue squabbling.
Yeah, it sure seemed like the Altitude car had a lot of pace compared to these other ones. Closed up quickly past XBD with ease, and maybe they are just waiting their turn. The fastest point of the stint is when the fuel is low, but you're on the first stint of your tyres. So you take a full pit stop, and then the fastest the car's going to be is about 20 laps after that. So they might just be biding their time till they get kind of towards that phase.
Yeah, and I think like those two Ferraris are definitely faster than the two ahead. It's just a matter of, you know, how do you negotiate unlapping yourself? As we see some of the pit stops beginning, the 14 and the 20. Fiercely Ford Yellow and the WSR Esports machines both in, kind of kicking off the cycle. We expect much of our top 10 to be in shortly, including that Aston Martin that you see on screen. A little bit of dirt there, no harm, no foul, using all of the racetrack. But the 002 should cycle out to be the lead car as those around him make their stops.
I'm fascinated to know what they're going to do at this pit stop for Sebastian Job. Like, do you leave it? What amount of repairs do you take versus going, we're not losing that much time, and just keep going? Like, if it's a 40-second repair, do you take that? If it's a 2-minute repair, I think you wait to the next stop. If it's a 15 or 20-second repair, then you'd absolutely have to take it. So I'm wondering where exactly the repair would have to be for them to attempt it rather than defer it.
Do you think it's gonna? I don't think it's gonna flash that they have a required versus optional time.
No, it's going to be all optional repairs. Unlike Automove's racing team, who are going to have required repairs. There's a meatball for them. But so the question is, like, how much optional repairs would you take versus leaving?
It depends on the full pace, because right now, I think that's why there's a meatball flag. The 234 in a precarious spot, trying to get out of the way. Kevin Echo, they were running in the top 15. On the exit of Malmedy, has the Malmedy puddle struck again and caught out one of our top few teams, as they have now gotten a tow back to pit lane. It was side by side with the Ferrari, the 211. Ooh,
I mean, you spoke about, trying to stay on the lead lap, etc. That Vesta Sport car is that the Vesta? No, that's a Vesta Sport car that's 5 laps down. There's another one that was like 100 laps down.
Say that I know the Vesta Sport cars have had their fair share of adventures so far this race, but that's a I'm gonna have to see if that was unlapping himself or if that was him trying to get around the 211. As now we see some of the leaders in. Falken Sim Racing Team Blue in of Damon Woods. You just saw the Blue Mercury Esport machine of Lassenet pull off, so the 002 should cycle out to the front. We're going to expect our top 3 in. And again, as you mentioned, that pit stop for Sebastian Job going to be key. It's interesting also to watch the lap times and watch how it's kind of weirdly stabilized. Like, you would think with that damage he would be losing hand over fist, but like, Webster has just been slowly just chipping away at his teammate, and he's still got an 8-second gap. It's just a matter now of the repairs.
The gap between teammates gone from 41 seconds to 8 in this stint. So the cumulative loss of the spin and the damage has exceeded 30 seconds at this point, and could be more depending on how easy it is to fix that car or not.
And we're going to get our answer quite soon as to how much damage there is. I think that 3 cars gone around for another lap. 16.2 was the last time around. Lap time of 15.5 for their teammate. So a couple tenths here and there. Alexander Spates now in the 1 machine. The Blue Mercury Esports machines that have just been hanging around the 2 Astons, and now this is our lead car. If you weren't with us about 45 minutes ago at the last pit cycle, Sebastian Job, an uncharacteristic mistake on cold tires. Spun, hit the barrier, has rear right damage. You can see that wing is not perfectly straight. He's lost about 30 seconds of race time to those around him.
Just got to 256 k's an hour, and their teammates got to 259 at the end of the Kemmel Straight. That I can see that Cooper Webster is in position to get a little bit of a slipstream potentially, but we think that most of the time loss is going to be in a straight line more so than the corners.
So now they're going to strategize this upcoming pit stop. They're going to have to be coming in either this lap or the next for Verstappen Sim Racing. Nicholas Lux is right now a minute and change behind, will assume the lead, but again, a little off strategy. Yeah, it's a different Grid and Go Esports machine currently behind Sebastian Job.
Yeah, I think they've got 1 Mustang, 2 Lamborghinis, and then what was the other one that was in trouble?
See that little slide there as well from the BMW. I think its handling out of these corners as well is not great with the damage. And there's a Lamborghini, a Ferrari, 2 Mustangs fighting in the background, and we're thinking the BMW is in this time. So this is huge. The gap was now down to 5 seconds compared to their teammate. There is Cooper Webster into the pit lane. So the difference between them in pit entrance was about 5 seconds. So we'll have to subtract that to the difference when they both get out of the pits.
The delta in the lane is actually accurate at 6.9 seconds between them. So,
right,
yeah,
so 5 to 7 seconds. I think we're going to have to take away. Assuming how long these repairs take down this long pit road. This must feel like an eternity, especially since they qualified at the front You have to go all the way down to the first stall to really know how much could this cost us. This job hits his marks.
I'm eagle eyes. I'm eagle eyes on that rear wing to see if it changes. My understanding is that they can't fix it while the fuel is going on. It would have to be after the fuel that damage repair could happen. Oh, this is the perfect angle of the angle.
Wish we get the animated men running around trying to fix
hammers
the
and
wing
tape.
again. Hammers and tape NASCAR style, but right now, like 40 seconds is the full fuel fill. So we're gonna hit that mark now, and that's it. There is no repairs. A little bit of change in the wing.
Yeah, am I crazy? It does look better, right?
It looks a little bit better, but that was no repair, right? There was no time extra. That was a 40-second pit stop out, back on the track into a little bit of traffic. But Sebastian Job will retain second place for now, and their teammate Cooper Webster will maintain behind. Someone's either found our puddle or locked it up going into Lake Holmes. Maybe found our puddle. It's one of the Minotti machines ahead of Job. Yeah, that rear wing does look significantly better. We're going to have to see the lap times eventually, but there was no way that was just like a 3-second repair.
Yeah, we need like the proper before and after.
Because it was noticeable. Like we were watching it this whole time. That was definitely a pace difference before and after, and now I think we're gonna have to see it again. So the 0-0-2 of Nicholas Lux leads again. Different sequence of strategies for some of our top runners. Gonna go Esports, Novalegio. Gonna go Esports and Fiercely Forward Pink, kind of on a separate strategy. They'll be in about 7 to 10 laps time. Sebastian Job and his teammate Cooper Webster, that's about 6 seconds behind. Recently pitted. And the tires do cool down in the pits. You're gonna have to kind of get them back up to temperature. But I think this lap is gonna be huge, David. I think for what the pace is in this BMW.
Yes, and we have the perfect yardstick of their teammates just behind for what is good pace on different ages of tyres, different fuel loads. It's a pretty like-for-like comparison, and also the gap for the lead versus grid and go, I think, just expanding a bit as Sebastian Job with their heavy fuel settles back into this second stint. 253, 254, 255, 255 k's an hour, no tow.
I mean, that sounds...
Webster got 257. But again,
So
this could be a BMW versus Ferrari making pace in slightly different areas thing. But at the end of the straight, Cooper Webster is still quicker than Sebastian Job.
By a margin. Like, I'm looking close at, say, the sector times to see where the difference is. I know in Sector 2, this middle part that we're kind of going through now, the double gauche, all the way up through Stavolo, like that's going to be where he was losing about a second to Grid and Go Esports earlier on. I mean, it also just could have been a confidence thing too, of like, you rocked it out of the pit lane. Like how down are you on confidence in yourself? There we go. That's masterful directing right there. There's the before, there's the after. It does look significantly better.
Around the areas of where the wing mounts are, it looks better. The middle of the plane, I'm like, is that normal? Is that fixed? I don't know. But certainly, left-hand side of screen, if you make the comparison, it's much better now than it was.
And then that middle sector time as well, only 0.3 off of Nicholas Lux compared to earlier where he was losing a full second. So, did he hit that wall in just such a perfect way that whatever light repair happened just after the fuel was done is enough to keep this car in contention for the win? They're still about a second slower on the last lap, but that could be accredited to the different points of the stint compared to the 002 ahead. But they're only 0.4 off of their teammate in the Ferrari, not too far behind.
That's really positive news for them, that it seems like damage repair can be done while the fueling is happening, because clearly the rear wing is better, but maybe not perfect. But it means they get to their next stop, they're also going to be able to get a significant amount of repair done. And by the next 2 or 3 hours, this car will probably be absolutely pristine again if it isn't already. So at the moment, as it stands, that pit exit mistake from Sebastian Job has probably cost the team about 30 seconds, but the damage won't linger as much as we thought it might have.
And there's still the head car on their strategy. And that was just the job that this team did early on in that night stint to pound in those laps, those high 2:15s of just building that gap. So if something like this did happen, they had time to kind of react and adjust. And it's and it's good to see. I've done a couple of endurance races. I know this was years ago where things go wrong for one driver at the beginning of your stint and it kind of all unravels. Like Sebastian just kept his head down. He's done very consistent lap times. Just a 10 between them and their teammate now this time. So I think that BMW is going to be in good shape as we're going to battle for 30th right now, mid-pack. Nice little move there by Scuderia Volpe by Prism.
Lamborghini family catch-up day. Home for the holidays. And you can see who's got the endurance headlights fitted versus the regular ones, because now it's officially past sunrise. The high beams have turned off the cars. It's just the running lights or the endurance lights if you chose to fit them.
These endurance lights, I feel like in the rearview mirror have to be a little obnoxious. So this was a moment. Ooh. That was saving it from disaster. The 6 Falken Sim Racing Team Teal, they were kind of hovering around the mid-teens when that happened on their pit sequence. Came in just 2 laps ago. This is going to be a heart-in-your-mouth kind of moment. One car spins, a full lock of the steering wheel to avoid a collision. That was some heads-up driving right there.
Yeah, that's actually not too much time lost, if we're honest, proving that the best time to spin is on your in-lap, not your out-lap.
And you didn't run into another car. That's the best thing right there. Get in for full fuel load, maybe a change of pants as well after that brief scare. Watching the 2 different...
Sun's hitting the track now for the first time this morning.
I believe it ticked up a degree to 20 degrees Celsius. We went down to 19 for a brief moment, but it's been hovering around 20 degrees Celsius kind of since the sun started going down. It's going to be interesting to see now over the next hour or so if that temperature goes up at all. 2 cars ahead, not fighting for position, and I believe that's Sven Haas in the 001. Kind of running his own race at the moment. And the 111 trying to Solopec Precision Racing, trying to find a way around to ensure that 31 placed machine of Scuderia Volpe by Prism doesn't hunt them back down in the next stages. I think this is a really weird thing about this race since it's all one category. There's not different category traffic, there's just lap traffic, and you're all running different strategies, different pace throughout it. it makes it a lot more difficult. It's like the sense of like oval racing lap traffic.
Yeah, that looks close, just up front there behind Grid and Go.
Sven Haas is just gonna let the 1-1-1 on by.
Yeah, so now you've got Grid and Go in between because the Solpec Precision Racing Lamborghini's racing for position with the Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim car, the split side-to-side black and white livery here. So Solpec like, let me put a car between myself and that guy for position.
And that's also the interesting thing that we have, is that we have so many different fights for position on different laps. The two Lamborghinis fighting on the same lap, but at 001, Sven Haas a lap ahead with no one to fight with. Actually, I say that the number 2 BS competition, Jaden Munoz, is only 3 seconds up the road, but they're lapping at about the same pace at the moment. We're also at a really interesting point that now that the sun is up and that we've gotten another round of stops in and another round to go. First one in should be the 003, the teammate to Sven Haas of Noah Eder. I believe the two that we're seeing on screen also not for position. I believe that's the 86 machine. The RDV competition Unity. As the Lamborghinis get the power down. Lots of Lamborghinis in this field. A lot of people said, kind of in the build-up, that I was looking through the forums, looking through all the practice sessions, and even in the GT Sprint category that's running out Spa this week, that the Lamborghinis were going to be a favorite, and they are. Most cars in this field with 19, though we've lost a few along the way. Currently we have 46 cars running at the moment. Our most recent retirement was the 234 that slammed into the outside wall just out of this corner here.
Track texture looks crazy with the sun at that angle.
You could see all the different, I think, different lines, different where some of the marbles are, where some people have had adventures.
It's like when the sun, the light hits your face the wrong way and it exposes all of your pores, and you're like, no, I don't like that.
Are you saying that this is not the golden hour for Spa itself? This is a pass, I believe, for position. TC Esports. TC Esports changing hands with Sim RC, the two Mustangs that have been nose to tail for quite some time in this race. It's a Mustang and a BMW, excuse me. But they've had a couple of run-ins already throughout this 24-hour race. The 24 started further down in the order, up 13 places since the drop of the green flag, as the green pit cycle slowly getting underway. The 003 of Noah Eder now in. I'm going to guess he's going to come out behind Sven Haas's teammate. And these two are going to be the ones to look out for in a moment's time when they come up to some of these guys that are already starting to pit. A little bit of a moment there as well from the 24. I think this is also a weird moment too, because you have the track slowly heating up but not really heating up. So it might feel different now than it did, say, if you were in the car 6 hours ago.
Yeah, still nothing for the radar or chance of rain, just expecting it to remain partly cloudy with the sun rising as it will.
No Eder out of the pits ahead of this pair, so Eder will be in 16th on the road. This is the fight for soon to be 18th. BS competition doing a driver change in full service on that 2 machine there in the pits. Kind of see them in the background now. The BMW and the Mustang trading places. Notice the gap between our lead trio is a bit different. I think that damage is still impacting Sebastian Job as Grid and Go Esports are coming towards the end of their fuel stint. They're banging in 15.8s. And Cooper Webster is slowly chipping away at his teammate. Yeah, you can see all the different lines, all the different textures, all the different adventures everyone has had throughout this race, especially given that huddle up in that corner.
We had a moment where, in the span of sort of 2 minutes, 3 cars went off at Stavolo a little while back. So it seems to happen in groups and clusters around here. And I'm with you on that gap. Clearly, Sebastian Job falling away from Nicholas Lux and heading towards Cooper Webster, who at this pace will catch and maybe have to pass a teammate in this stint.
I think that's going to be an awkward conversation. I think the 76 had a big moment there coming out of Stavolo. I think everyone was thinking you can get punchy with the power, but as the sun comes up, Stavolo proving to be a bit more of a treacherous area. Thankfully, everyone has been able to catch it and not find themselves in the barrier on the far right side. Yeah, Sebastian Job, remember, he came out about 10 seconds or so behind Grid and Go Esports, and it's about 4.5 now to his teammate and 16 seconds to the lead. But are these different cycles gonna work out? Because we've pitted, you know, if I'm doing the math right, we've pitted about 13 times. We'll probably have another 11 pit stops to go. If it cycles for the wrong way for Grid and Go Esports, and they're at a weird end of the stint where they're going to be short on fuel, say if they're leading with about 15 minutes to go and they have to pit in 2 laps, that's going to hurt them a lot. So this offset strategy, I think, is going to be really interesting to think about down the road.
It's been established many times there's no such thing as a splash and dash in the endurance pits at Spa. A straight-up drive-through is 55 seconds. To take 10 seconds of fuel costs you more than a minute. It costs you half a lap. So if they have one more pit stop than the Verstappen sim racing cars for any amount of fuel, they can't win this race the way it stands at the moment, the way it's playing out.
And we get that perfect example of what that stop costs. Sven Haas has done exactly one more stop than those he started with, towards the front of the grid. And he is a lap down. So, that one stop, that one drive-through is going to make a huge difference just because it's such a long pit road. Let's leave Sebastian in the SimRC machine trying to close back up to the TC Esports machine ahead. They're also on different strategies. SimRC pitted just a few laps ago. TC Esports kind of in the middle of their stint at the moment. I would expect, looking at the lap count, looking at where everyone is on track, Grid and Go are leaders to be in a few laps' time. The car that qualified second on the grid, currently leading this race, your pole-sitting BMW, wounded after an uncharacteristic mistake from Job on pit exit 2 cycles ago. And we think some of the damage has been mitigated. Last time only losing 0.2 to their teammate Cooper Webster in the other Verstappen sim racing machine. Interesting also that some of these teams run the 2 different manufacturers. So you're getting 2 different kind of feels and data sets when you're strategizing your race for, say, the big multi-car teams.
There's a couple teams with commercial arrangements, like Verstappen and BS Competition. There's some that just prefer a type of car, some that the drivers individually might sort of come together and then go decide which car they want to go, rather than it being from an on-high team directive for everybody.
We still have that variety in the field, obviously, right now. 002 in the lead, a Ford machine. The BMW M Verstappen sim racing machine second, a Ferrari in third, an Aston in fourth, and an Audi in fifth. So good variety towards the top half of the field, as we have a BMW versus a Ford here on our screen. The battle for 18th place. Novalegio racing the 99 now in after 24 laps. Benedict Vita has been behind the wheel of that Audi there. Again, a little off sequence compared to, say, Blue Mercure and Verstappen sim racing. They're kind of on the same sequence as our leader, Nicholas Lux. So go down the Camel Straight. You can hear the Mustang kind of roar its engine, and our virtual fans who've been here the entire step of the way have not stepped away at all. Too much excitement happening on track for them to step away. A little more curb there. Coming out of Malmedy. I think our puddle, the mysterious puddle that we've been dealing with since the start of the race, has completely disappeared in Malmedy, and now it's just a little bit too much curb. A little bit of a slow exit from the BMW. Puts the Mustang right back on their heels.
It's forever interesting to me that we get to this far into the race, 13 and a half hours, and there are drivers appearing for their first stint of duty. So Joshua Wilford in his first stint, Cooper Webster, of course, about 30 laps ago, Tomasz Simon, Jack James, and then I think there's a few drivers that we haven't seen at all yet. Like in the number 20 WSR Esports white car, Enzo Tabani, no laps done yet.
Then you have those like Sven Haas, who've done 60 to 70% of the laps so far. You're putting in the marathon, since this is was race leader, your Mustang GT3 002 of Nicholas Lux. There he will be coming in now. Again, slightly off sequence from Verstappen sim racing. Sebastian Job will resume the race lead. Cooper Webster now 3 seconds behind. Like, David, this is going to be an awkward conversation, I think, if Webster gets close to Job. Do they just orchestrate a pass and just say, all right, Cooper, you've caught me, I'm a damage-stricken car, you can go ahead? Or is there actually going to be a bit of a battle for that position?
Well, there's a chance that slipstreaming someone could be very beneficial for Sebastian Job and that car. So maybe if Webster catches, even with the damage, Job might be able to stay with him in the tow. That could be one way they do it.
This is an intense fight here. The 99 trying to warm up tires after coming in for fuel. SDR racing the 578. Trying to find a way around as they get down the power, down into the source. A little bit more separation between them this time. I think this is where you're most vulnerable, out of the pits, even if it's just for that fuel run, because everything kind of cools down, everything kind of resets itself. Then you have to go back out and kind of reestablish your rhythm. I think the Audi for now has the advantage over the 578. But the Ferrari gets the slipstream. The Audi goes defensive. It's going to be a drag race down to the combs. Is Novalegio going to hold the position? No, SDR Sim Racing gets the position, the 578 into 12th where he started. Their teammate, by the way, the 577 STR machine, started 38th, is in 10th. So that's a good endurance story for you there. Santiago Batsarica currently behind the wheel of the machine you see on screen, but for the 99, again, this is, like I've talked about this a lot, is like when you're off sequence like this and you come out to someone mid-stint, hot tires, running their own race, it just puts you at a disadvantage because now, like, you spent the last 2 or 3 laps defending, you're kind of out of your rhythm, even though the focal point is not the guy you're racing, like, immediately racing right ahead of you.
That's what you got to do in these races, is know what is your battle, what's not your battle, what you're trying to manage, whether it's your fuel or your tires, and find a way to achieve that.
Audi getting a little bit of a gap now to the SDR Sim Racing machine. They've been hovering around those low single digits, upper teens, all racing those 2 Ferraris, going along well, keeping out of trouble. Good result on the cards for them. They're not far behind the Blue Mercury Esport machine, the 33 as well. Just 5 seconds up the road from the 577. These guys are about 10 seconds back from them. There is our bright blue Aston Martin. I will say it is a little bit fortunate, I guess, that Nicholas Lux got out ahead of the Blue Mercury Esports machine this time. But there has been a driver change. Ganiho is now in the machine. So at least he doesn't have to sit behind the Aston Martin and fight with them again for position after that last stint. He does have a Novalegio machine not too far behind in the 5. And now the Audi a bit more up to pace, getting those tires back up to temperature where they want to be.
Yeah, this is going to probably be a pretty decent stint here for Benedek Vader, because Johan Harth had driven an incredible amount of this race beforehand. Now it's probably Vader's turn to bank some laps before Johan Harth comes back later on. Just 2 drivers in the number 99 car.
And now I think he really does want to get past this Ferrari ahead of the SDR Sim Racing machine. Again, they're not on the same strategy. The car that he's going to be watching that just came into the pits is the fiercely forward pink machine number 9. He was behind him when this cycle started. The 002 Lux kind of on that similar strategy, just a couple seconds ahead. Into the bus stop we go. Close, but not close enough maybe for a lunge. It's the Audi. Pretty good in the slipstream. I think that's something that a lot of people talked about heading in, is the Audi's really good in the draft, in the slipstream, and saving that fuel. But a little bit on pure pace, it's lacking compared to the Lamborghinis and and the Ferraris around it. As we go up to the Camel Straight, will Benedict Vita make a move on the Argentine driver? The answer is yes. Side by side as they head into Lake Holmes. I think the job is already done before we even get to the braking zone. So good little move there.
Are being, assisted once the passing car goes, yeah, I think they've got me. It doesn't really achieve anything to fight it. So you'll hold your position right up until the point that it's obvious that you won't be able to. And then what will be, will be.
And the advantage, at least, that Basterrica has over some of his other competitors is that Sven Haas is 20 seconds behind him in the Grid and Go esports machine. So there's no harm, I guess, in his race in making that move, but the 99 can get back into focusing on trying to catch the driver that is on his strategy in the other Grid and Go machine, the 002. He's about midway through the stint for much of the field.
What we're about to have is Cooper Webster catching the slipstream of Sebastian Job. So once he's within about 1 second, then I think the rest of that margin will evaporate very quickly. And it becomes decision time at Verstappen Sim Racing, what they want to do of the various options that we laid out before.
I think the easy solution at the moment would to be just let him through, but at the same time, if you are Sebastian Job and that powerhouse number 3 team that has drivers that have gotten so many accolades, not just besides Job, I think there's going to be a sense you want to fight it, but they're losing a half a second a lap or so with that damage. Now under a second is the Ferrari to its teammate BMW. So I think what they don't want to do is trip over each other and let everyone else come back into play, because they got 10 seconds to play with over the Blue Mercure Esports number 1 of Alexander Spates. And Spates is a long ways ahead of the Falken Sim Racing Team Blue of Lewis Woods. So I think that they don't want to do is trip over each other, but I think they need to have that conversation sooner rather than later. And it was a scruffy lap last time around for Sebastian Job, 6/10 slower than his teammate. So we're looking at the edge of the top 10. Benedict Vita just came out of the pits. Hungarian driver getting around the 5.78 just a few moments ago. About 100 seconds off of the lead, but still on the lead lap. We have 12 cars currently on the lead lap. 59 started this race. We're down to about 46. Here is our leader, and there's a lap car in between, a BMW. Sebastian Job carrying a little bit of damage from that mistake earlier. His teammate Cooper Webster now drafting behind the BMW, thinking about a move into LaFange's, into campus, but it takes a moment, I think, to kind of collect himself. Job, I think, trying to show he still has pace. Again, the lap car kind of helping, but also hindering a little bit. Not allowing Webster to get into immediate striking distance, but I'm sure Webster's going to take the chance to get around the lap traffic here, and as he does in the Ferrari, late on the brakes going into the bus stop chicane. Now the Verstappen Sim Racing machines are now both on your screen, 1 and 2.
Cooper Webster very much got offered the inside line there. rather than forcing it open into the bus stop chicane. So it maybe took a little longer than he was hoping, but that's where we're seeing quite a bit of the overlapping happening, is either at the end of the Camel Straight or into the bus stop chicane there. And now it's what we wanted to see. Head-to-head, first and second place, and that Ferrari should be a jet in a straight line by comparison.
Yeah, with that little bit of damage, and I think he's still hurting in that second part of the track. Although Webster was a little bit slower last time around, but that could have been purely just to getting around that lap traffic in the middle part of the lap. 8/10 now separating the two VSR machines. Job has been leading for the past few laps after the 002 of Nicholas Lux came in for his stop. So another lap machine ahead that could hurt or hinder. I think this is going to be more setting up the move to go down the Camel Straight than it is trying to get a move done here. 4/10 now. Webster eking away at that BMW. I think this is also where we're going to learn. Is this an orchestrated move, knowing that that's a damaged car ahead, or is this going to be a little bit of a scuffle? As we come through Stavolo, the BMW now just 2/10 separating the two teammates. Sebastian Job has been the lead car for this team all race long, but it's going to be his Ferrari teammate that's going to get a draft going down Blanchimont and into the bus stop chicane. They are side by side for the lead. Who's going to be later on the brakes? It looks like Webster. Very gentleman-like fight between these two, and now Cooper Webster, the number 4 machine out in front. It's the same colors and same team out in front, just a different car, the Ferrari driven by Webster, now in the lead of this race.
Sebastian Job had a 40-second race lead, and it was his mistake on cold tyres exiting the pit lane that cost them time and damaged that car, and it takes almost an hour and a half for it to bear that Cooper Webster takes the race lead away.
But you mentioned earlier, like, this could be exactly what the team wants. Give Sebastian this toe to help that straight line speed, to help the damage that he has on that car, and to maybe preserve 2 of these machines finishing on the podium, if not one of them getting the win. Again, no immediate threat from behind. Alexander Spates into the lead just a little bit, about half a second last time around. But now it's going to be a matter of strategizing around this number 4 Ferrari, because I think you can even see it right there. The BMW struggling to stay tucked up behind his teammate through the double gauche. I don't think you want to tell Webster, like, hey, slow down and help tow your teammate along. Because then you go, okay, that might compromise our race and our planning for later.
Is the pace close enough between the two cars for Sebastian Job to be able to stay attached? We're almost at a second here and no sign of Cooper Webster backing up to assist the team car. Because if he did, he perhaps leaves both of them vulnerable to grid and go, who are not hanging about at the moment. Nicholas Lux has been half a lap apart by the strategy, but going quicker this last stint than either of the Verstappen sim racing cars.
And I believe that was the Automotives racing team that is 3 laps down, that has just put himself in between the 2 Verstappen sim racing machines on a little bit of an aggressive move. I saw some flashing headlights there, so I don't think Sebastian appreciated that, but now there's a second gap. And last time around, a 17-1 for Sebastian Job, so that damage is still there. I think the wing looks better, and the pace was there for a bit, but I think now that we're starting to see the tires degrade, we're nearing the end of this stint, I think now he's starting to suffer a bit more. Let's look back through the field for a moment. Battle for 8th. I mentioned this 577 earlier on, up 29 places since the start of this race, currently in 9th. And chasing the 23 WSR Esports Ford ahead as they get into the bus stop chicane. Both these two on the lead lap. Tom Griggs behind the wheel of this Mustang. Roman Passacucci in that Ferrari. It's Ford versus Ferrari playing out on your screens and not just on the big screens in the movie. The 577 been a little bit faster.
SDR Sim Racing's livery in the night looked like nothing. It was just a black hole, but in the day, very, very gorgeous with the purple colour, and the svelte Ferrari can almost disappear behind a big Mustang up the Kemmel Straight.
It's an interesting thing too between the two. Like the Ford has got this big power going down the straight, and the Ferrari a lot more aerodynamic of the car, just tucked up behind, getting that slipstream. The two may be content just to ride it out for now. They are on the same strategy, just a lap difference between them in the pit cycle.
Big wiggle on through Rivage. So that's, you were talking about the elevation difference of a lot of the braking zones. It's one of those corners where you really have to trail the brake a lot to make the car turn into the descending hairpin, but then somewhere in the middle of the corner it grips a little bit more, and the Ferrari lost a couple of car lengths with a little problem there.
Yeah, and again, we're nearing the end of the stint too, and some of these guys, this is the double stint for them, so how much is fatigue coming into play as well? The car ahead of the Mustang, not exactly for position, I believe. That is the 24th place car of the Solpec Precision Racing Machine. Joop de Vos behind the wheel of that, kind of on his lonesome. Got 13 seconds in front of him to the next position and 8 seconds behind him to the Scooter to Volt by Prism Machine. Those two were fighting earlier on in the stint.
Looks more like another WSR directly in front of them.
Yeah, that may be another WSR. I see the 24 in the window, and I'm thinking 24th place, but I'm also could be looking at my timing room. I could also
be the number 20 car of Andrew Caron.
This is the other Novalegio Racing Machine, not the 99, but the 5. Nicholas Rubelar. He has an Aston Martin all over him. He's going to have be a second Aston Martin in the background as well. Again, it's the weird thing about these Astons that we were mentioning earlier. Like at the end of like the first stint on their tires, they all of a sudden become like the top of the class in the field. But then they pit for fuel, and in that second stint, they're just not that good. It's the Aston.
No real idea of why it'd be any more noticeable on the Aston Martin than on a Mustang or a BMW or anything like that. But it's a trend. Anything that happens 3 times is a trend.
33, the Frenchman trying to seize up the number 5 to find a way around. But the teammates of Blue Mercure were running nose to tail for a good portion of the transition into the night that I was around. Those two have kind of lost their ways, flashing the brights at them, trying to show them that, hey, I'm on a different strategy. Please get out of my way, and I don't think that's going to happen. The 5 is going to fight this one all the way to the bus stop chicane. Got Niho flashing the brights, showing the pressure, and it looks like the 5 of Rubilar is just going to kindly get out of the way and let the 33 on its way.
Yeah, that's how we see a lot of these battles playing, isn't it? Is they're racing as hard as they can. They want to maintain their track position, but once you see that they're going to overlap you, be alongside you going into the corner, it makes more sense with 10 hours left in this race to yield, to sit in behind, to follow their pace with the slipstream, and maybe make your own fuel extending a little bit easier getting to that 26 laps.
I think Florida called and it wants its humidity back. 95% humidity. That's why you notice this little bit of fog and haze around the forests of virtual Belgium. It's also why, like, we saw a little bit of a damp start to the race and why some of that water just was not going away. Track temp still 20 degrees Celsius. Not warming up a whole lot, but the sun still has a long way to go.
DC Esports.
Kind of been back in this middle ground area. 2 BMWs going in it, the BS hybrid machine. Was watching the fight ahead of them when TC Esports was fighting with another machine, the SimRC machine. Now as we go inside, that's a big lift and coast. Andre Castro currently behind the wheel. I don't think minds to save a little bit more fuel. As we're getting close to that point where pit stops will be underway. TC Esports just came out of the pits a few laps ago. This BMW that we're riding on board with right now, the 189, is going to be in the pits in about 3 laps time. So the cycle becoming a little bit more spread out as drivers get a lap here, get a lap there. It's really hard, again, around this long circuit, David, to really save fuel.
Yes and no, because when something's just a complete straight line, you can't save fuel when there's not a braking zone or not a corner. But with so many GT3 cars out there, the ability to find someone of similar pace to you that you could slipstream is high.
That is the fiercely forward yellow machine. Getting it all wrong in Speaker's corner and putting it into the wall. That was Jordan Ebb behind the wheel. They were close to the end of their stint as well, running in the mid-20s. So that could be a lot of damage and could be a problem. You can see no rear wing and around again in Lake Holmes. I think he's just trying to make it back to pits. It might be just better to tow it back. As we see the 99 and the 578 again side by side. Santiago Baztarica now ahead of the Novalegio Racing Machine again. These two have been inseparable the past couple laps since the cycle started. The Ferrari looks like a little bit faster than the Audi at this phase of the stint.
Yeah, the Ferrari's running a bit lighter than Benedict Vida is at the moment as well. And just as you get towards the end of that fuel tank, the real second wind for the car, and it feels alive again.
And this could be good news as well for Benedict. Just ride behind the Ferrari for a couple laps, save a little bit of fuel down the Kemmel Straight, knowing that he's going to be boxing within the next 5 laps. As the 7 is in, the fiercely forward yellow machine of Jordan has finally made it back after his adventures into the gravel through Speaker's Corner and the double gauche. The other fiercely forward machine going along okay. Fiercely forward pink 15th place kind of off sequence. Fighting with the Grid and Go esports machines for position.
Stand by for a weather update in 10 seconds.
And stand by for a potential move as well.
We're now at a 12% chance of rain in 90 minutes.
And 12% ain't zero. That's for sure. That's a little bit of conflict between the two that you see on screen. I believe this is one of the Minotti machines in that Lamborghini, and I can't quite make out. It's the BS competition car. So this is a three-way scrap behind an Aston that's, I believe, on a different lap as well. So BS competition trying to find a way around, again, this lap traffic that's not really in the way. They're running their own race, essentially.
Yeah, Impulse
Racing.
Martin and the Maniti Racing Lamborghini are for position, but with a car in between that's not, best I understand it. Whereas BS have their own one against the other Maniti machine and WSR. So Impulse need to be just a little careful here.
And then getting out of the way smartly of that other car ahead, and now WSR looking for the move. It's Tim Matske in the Minotti Racing machine. Ahead of him, anyone going to be late on the brakes? Nope. They stay line to stern going through the bus stop, and in fact, he's going to pull it into the pits for a full set of fuel. Not full service. The WSR Esports machine got that last time, so this will be just a fuel stop for them.
Sun's out, but still no change to that track temperature. Sits static at 20 degrees Celsius. But then there'll come a point somewhere maybe towards the mid-morning where it might begin to climb. If it does climb, it'll probably climb pretty rapidly. But we're also seeing the possibility in the next 90 minutes of significantly more cloud coming across.
Yeah, that's going to keep, I think, things cold. There's another Maniti Racing machine in the battle for 33rd. It's a completely separate battle than the one their teammate is in. This is for 33rd. 2 laps and some change down from where the leader Cooper Webster is currently. I just also want to note, like, Webster has pulled out a gap on Sebastian Joe, but not a significant one. Just a 2-second gap at the moment.
I noticed that. Like, he closed in pretty quickly, got past pretty easily, seemed to be pulling away, got to about 1.5 seconds ahead of Sebastian Job, and it kind of stabilized there. So I don't know if that means Webster suddenly realized in the back half of the stint that he needed more fuel saving, or if his Ferrari's not doing the tires as well as the BMW is. But again, between the two of them, they're not that far ahead of Blue McHugh at eSport. We know that those Aston Martins become very quick on a new set of tires. So not only is Grid and Go back in this race, I feel like Blue McHugh, the number 1 car, is as much in this race for the win as they have been in the last 5 or 6 hours.
Because they're watching that time go down, and they've made up significant time. And you said it, like, at the end of the fuel stint, when that Aston is lighter, it's a better race car. It's just the longer it goes in its tires, it seems to handle not as well. It's just a kind of a weird car at the moment, I think. But Spades has it all under control, just 8 seconds away, trying to break up the Verstappen Sim Racing 1-2. And these, like the top 4 cars, all going to be in within 2 or 3 laps time. 002 and Nicholas Lux midway through their stint, 75 seconds off the lead. think was also helping Sebastian. Those two, I want to say Ferraris in the background that are not for a position, helping drag himself along through the parts of the track where he may have aero damage.
Yeah, if he's lucky enough that a quick car that's maybe just outside of the top 10 is positioned near him, then that's super useful just to get a couple of tenths of a second of tow in places to just maybe mask some of the damage.
Right on board right now with Sebastian Job inside this BMW. And we say damaged, and he's running a little like slower than he should be. Like 16.4 is still nothing to sneeze at. That's still faster than most of the field. But this was a car that was running firmly in the 215s and had that 40-second lead that just evaporated after that mistake.
So look at this, he's staying in 5th gear. In a tow, every other BMW will get up into 6th gear. But Sebastian Job, even with a little bit of a slipstream there, it wasn't even all red lights in 5th gear. It was green, yellow, and red, and then they all go red, and then you shift. So not only no 6th gear, no red lights in 5th gear, and every DJ knows if you're not redlining, you're not headlining.
I also want to note like the shallow entry into Bruxelles there to see through the double gauche. Like this is where I think he's losing a lot of time. Is just unable to keep it under control and maybe get back to the power where he wants to. You can see the 2 lap cars ahead stretching their gap a little bit further. Now nearly a 3-second gap to their teammate. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, pit stops now underway. WSR Esports, Blue Mercure Esport, Falken Sim Racing Team Blue, all in on this time around. 25 laps done. See who takes full service and who does not. There is your leader on the top of your screen, and the Ferrari getting service on the bottom. Webster and Job have probably another lap or two before they will make their stops. 15.9 last time for Webster. 16.3 last time for Sebastian Job. And the Blue Mercure Esport machine, the 1 car is also in of Spates. So we should expect these 2 Verstappen Sim Racing machines in next time around. And again, I think we're going to be watching Sebastian Job's pit stop and seeing, all right, what are they going to do? Because now we're through a double stint. You're going to get tires this stint, or are there going to be more repairs done to that 3 car?
Yeah, and they're being sort of attacked from 2 directions by Blue Mercure, who's following a very similar strategy to them and closing some, and Grid and Go, who are on this opposite strategy that they could arch towards challenging and trying to take the race win that way. Spets hits the box. We'll see if he remains with the number 1 car. It would seem like it.
Seem like it's still in the box. It's going to be interesting again. We wait for that 40-second mark, or if that's the fuel fill, and then your set of tires. Grid and Go, Nicholas Lux did put on a new set of tires at the beginning of his stint. The 002, again, will cycle to the lead once we see our leaders come in. And yep, that will be a change of boots for Spates. Novalegio number 5 is in. The SDR Sim Racing 577 as well is in. Their teammate's going to go past for another lap.
So stopping 1 lap earlier than the Verstappen Sim Racing cars, not quite going to be an advantage for Blue Mercure because the cold tyre warm-up is challenging. Sebastian Job knows for a fact. They're going to get sort of overcut a little bit on the stopwatch by those Red Bull liveried machines, but then in the next stint here, could be advantage this Aston Martin if the weather suits.
I think it's interesting that, like, I've kind of felt like watching through these various pit stops that, like, the overcut and the undercut somehow both don't work. That it's really that middle part of the stint where everyone's really fast. So the pit stops not lining up where they should be is not helping or hindering any one car in particular, because I've seen, you know, Cooper Webster, who's in the box right now, like, he was fighting with the 44 Falken Sim Racing Blue Machine, the Fiercely Forward Pink Machine. Each of them were all pitting 1 lap earlier from each other or 1 lap after, and they still all held position. So now I think this is going to be a big key moment here to see what the 3 machine does, or if Sebastian Job even gets out of the car. I'd imagine not.
Spets just did something we haven't seen a whole lot of out front, which is the driver stayed but got a new set of tyres. The Verstappen sim racing thing seems to be every 2 stints we put a new driver in and we give them a brand new set of tyres, and the same thing seems to be happening again. So Luke McEwen into the BMW to replace Sebastian Job, and Gustavo Ariel back into the Ferrari to replace Cooper Webster. That's a difference to what 3rd place is doing, where Spets is apparently in it for the long haul, so much so that they've given him another set of tyres.
Yeah, and I think it's about trying to strategize where your drivers are. I think Verstappen Sim Racing came in with a clear plan of what they were doing in terms of stints, and I think maybe playing it by ear a little bit with Spates, or maybe this is part of the plan for Blue Mercure Esport.
There goes Nicholas Lux into the race lead for his little moment in the sun.
All right, so there goes that Ferrari. Will the BMW go with him? The answer is yes. So not a lot of repairs done. And now with Luke McEwen behind the wheel, it'll be interesting to see what kind of pace he has if there is still damage to this BMW.
That looks pretty pristine. Pretty pristine to me now. Could be other parts to the rear bumper or the suspension or other, like, diffuser little bits that might be not perfect. But each stop it's getting better. How far away is perfect, we don't know, but I think they've been lucky that it's getting better.
My worry was that right rear suspension. You know, if anything's slightly bent or anything like that on that rear tire, that could hurt wear, that could hurt, you know, you drive off of the corner. So that was kind of my big concern. But after the stop, you know, immediately in and out laps, they're only 3 seconds behind their teammate, as it were. And 22 seconds now off the leader, Nicholas Lux, who is, again, different strategy in this Mustang. That screams past us at Blanchimont and goes to the bus stop chicane. This is also a nice early morning drive, I think, for the 002. Not a lot of people around him. Midway through your stint, a fresher set of boots. Now I think is the time, I think, to put the hammer down and realize, right, the Verstappen cars have just pitted for new tires, driver change. Now I need to be making up time to them before we come for our next fuel stop.
Yeah, it's good because you flick back an hour ago and this same sort of phase of the stint after the Verstappen sim racing cars had pitted, Nicholas Lux had about 12 seconds on them. Now he's got 24. So over the last stint, they've clawed about another 12 seconds out of that duo. So if they can just keep doing that for 10 more hours, even if they have to make another pit stop, they're in the fight.
Here's a Fight BS competition, Grid and Go Esports side by side. Sean Campbell just recently into the car for the 001. BS competition number 2. Gaining the spot. He's towards the end of his stint. And again, just shows you the difference, like the biggest differences before and after the stint. I thought Campbell was going to think about it going down the inside after that little gravel hiccup from the 2. Thinks better of it.
Now that Sean Campbell's in the car, our YouTube chat has slowed down. I believe he was responsible for about half of the messages in the past hour and a half. So good to know he's engaging not just with us, but with the race. And now he's in the Lamborghini. I'm just going to hold the phone open for the next 30 seconds to the next weather update. There is some darker clouds beginning to build over what was clear skies at night. Shepherds, make of that what you will. And I'll come back to me in 10 seconds.
As right on board Sean Campbell now, the Grid and Go Esports machines. Again, if you are just joining us, they all qualified well into the top half of the field. At one point, it was just Verstappen, Sim Racing, and Grid and Go in the top 5. They all kind of went their separate ways on strategy, and it's paid dividends for the 002, who is leading, and it has hurt the 001. I think has been the big loser of it all, now down in 16th. 003 of Noah Eder. He's got 3 more laps in his stint, now in 7th. The 001 that you see on your screen has done 1 more stop than everyone else around him.
Unfortunately, the chance of rain has diminished from 12% down to just 5%, and the icon has changed from a rain cloud to the sun hiding behind a cloud.
So the anti-rain dancers are doing a very good job right now in not having the rain. The rain dancers that maybe want a little more chaos are going to have to dance a little harder.
There's still a long way to go in this race, though, so that cloud might go and give us nothing, but then another one might come along. What I'm interested to see right now from the tyre warm-up is Alexander Schwetz. So he went to that new set of tyres 1 stop earlier. He's 1 step further ahead on the warm-up. So over these next 3 or 4 laps, he should start to come back, particularly towards that BMW of Luke McEwen. But what he's got is a little bit of traffic in front of him. If they don't move quickly, it might dull his advantage at this phase.
And I think he's going to be extra eager to get on with his race, because not far ahead is Benedict Vita, who only did a fuel stop last time around. He's going to be pitting soon, and then not far ahead, that is Luke McEwen. So yeah, this lap traffic just, again, everyone's running their own race, so it's hard to get around, because like you can see in the window 33 and 34, that's for position, those 2 fighting around him. And you have to navigate that on your own. I think that's BS Hybrid and one of the SDR racing machines fighting 2 laps off of where this Aston Martin is currently placing itself.
The SDR car not looking particularly great in the corners here, so they might be different on their sort of tyre age or fuel amounts. But it's about 6 seconds between Schwetz and McEwen.
And watching it, like, McEwen's last lap was a 16.8, so he's still 0.4 off his teammate. I think Benedict Vita is going to get to him before he pits, but I think Vita might be content just to ride behind the Thrustmaster iRacing IndyCar champion of McEwen for the time being.
You excited for the new IndyCar game?
It's been several years too long. And I think we were promised at the end of the year, but we're, better late than never.
It's exciting. I suppose the Indy Next cars will also be in it, so that's cool.
I'm hoping we get like a similar kind of campaign or, career mode that you see in some of the Formula One and the NASCAR games. I know like some of the other sports games have gotten into that career mode, and some of it can be a little sob story, some of it is actually like interesting and fun. So I think it'll be interesting to see how that develops. Between that and the Motorsport Manager 2 coming out next year, I have to set aside money for both of those.
I still don't have iRacing Arcade yet, though. Great news for console owners.
Now Spade's clear of this traffic as he heads.
Even with the traffic last lap, he was quicker than Vita and quicker than McEwen, so New set of boots. I mean, what a sprint racing weapon the Vantage is.
15.7 actually last time. Normally when I'm watching these BMWs, they're in the 16s, kind of start out on their fresh set of tires. So maybe the daylight is helping them a little bit, although it hasn't improved or changed any of the other conditions. Air temp still 19 degrees, track temp still 20. Not really warming up out there. A little more cloud cover and kind of eerie fog. This looks more like a Halloween morning than it does a nice summer morning.
Yeah, also got Vita getting closer to McEwen as well. Interesting what's happening around that 3rd, 4th, 5th, because this is it.
Vita, if you remember, a little bit off sequence though, so like he's gonna pit in about 4 laps time. So I'm guessing even if he catches McEwen, he might just be content to ride around, save a little fuel to, shorten that pit stop however he can. See Gustavo Ariel just leaving your shot. That is 2nd place, that is 3rd, and that is 4th. On your screen, Benedict Vita and Nicholas Lux kind of on a different strategy. They're 20 laps into their stint, need a pit in about 5 laps time. The 2 Verstappen Sim Racing machines, Blue Mercure Esports machine, Falken Sim Racing Tire Team Blue, and Fiercely Forward Pink. All kind of on the similar strategy, pitted about 6 laps ago. Actually, excuse me, Fiercely Forward Pink is also on that alternate strategy in the 9 car. 003, one of the Grid and Go cars off sequence in the box. Now I think also for the BMW, they ran almost an identical sector time to their teammate in that first sector. 38.7, 38.73, 38.78. They were faster this time around in the middle part of the lap. This here is your race leader dealing with a little bit of traffic ahead. Showing the front bumper, trying to find a way around through Eau Rouge and Radion. Might just wait until he gets to the end of the Kemmel Straight to get around the 92. I believe that is the Core Racing by GV Controls machine. Now heading 4 laps down, unfortunately, for that machine.
I've got a fun fact about them.
You may. I'm interested. You may share.
They are the only other entry composed of just 2 drivers. No, do I have this the wrong way around? Yes, no, that's correct. That's correct. So just 2 drivers. Benoit is in the car at the moment, driving 165 laps, and his teammate Pierre-Etienne Chalmard has driven 203 laps.
So they're about on a 50-50 split, switching every, I think, 2 stops that they can. Whereas, Benedict Vita is now earning the laps back that Hearth ran for so long.
Yeah, a couple of more frequent driver changes in that car than you'd expect from 2 drivers. There was a point between lap 278 and 300 where Benoit drove just 23 laps, it seems, and then gave it back to Pierre-Etienne Chalmard again. So that one was a little odd in the way they handled it.
It may explain.
Absolute dedication.
I think may explain where they are, kind of in the standings a little bit further back. This is a battle on the edge of the top 10. USR Esports and SDR Sim Racing, and this 577 is come from the back of the field. 7/10 behind Lucas Prada in this machine you see on screen as we head through Lacombe, through Malmedy. These two not too far ahead, actually, in front of our leader, Nicholas Lux. They're about 15 seconds ahead of the Grid and Go Esports machine, so they're just on the cusp of being put one lap down. See a lap car ahead of that 577 Ferrari. Fabrizio Belziti in that car that Lucas Prada is chasing. He's now down on the run to Blanchemont. Still 8/10 between them. Closes up the gap through the bus stop chicane, taking a little bit more curve than the Ferrari ahead. 577 looked a little compromised on the exit due to that slower car. Belziti will want to get around that slower Lamborghini as quickly as he can. He's about 7 seconds behind the actual place ahead of him, the edge of the top 5, Novalegio Racing. It's down the Kemmel Straight now. A car in between the two people fighting for 11th position. The Hungarian-based Lamborghini now, who's been on the edge of the top 20. Now through Speaker's Corner now, it's the 23's turn to get a little bit compromised, now trying to find a way around the slower car ahead, trying to hopefully not lose time to the SDR machine. Flashing the brights.
Hungarian drivers, some neighbors.
Some neighbors and a little bit of a friendly, please let me out of the way. Tomas Simon in that car that is just passed. He's in 23rd place again, a lap behind the two that we were watching.
Oh no, this is embarrassing. Austria and Slovakia are in between Czechia and Hungary, and they don't border. Vienna's in the middle.
Well, I mean, they're kind of neighbors. In a sense, like, they're not that far away from each other. I mean, they're probably closer to one another than I am to the Atlantic Ocean. I'm in the middle of the U.S. So kind of neighbors. Or maybe I'll just riot all the Czech and Hungarian people that are watching in our various chats against me that I don't know geography. Anyway, back to the sim racing. This is a battle on the edge of the top 20. Sim RC in the Mustang. Capybara Racing Team in the 54 Ferrari. Joan Chirizi in the chasing car behind. Diego Neveri in the 54. They're a little bit further back from the TC Esports battle that they're having with BS competition. They've kind of been nose to tail for a lot of this race.
plenty of room to move around and stretch your legs in the roomy cockpit of a Ford Mustang.
It looks so intimidating, and it's kind of funny to be down the Camel Straight, where you have some of these lower to the ground, the Ferraris and the Lamborghinis, and then you just see this big Mustang just appear over the hill that looks so much larger than its other, cars in the same category. But they're running competitive within one another. They're one of the top 5 in Benedict Vita. That is on schedule, so that should mean the Grid and Go esports machine and Nicholas Lux will be in a moment as well.
Yeah, in just a minute. And weather update, our 12% chance of rain is now down to just 4. So in 45 minutes, 1% chance of rain, and then in an hour, 4%, an hour and 15, 4%, and in an hour and a half, just 2%. So maybe just a tiny, tiny microscopic chance of rain across that sort of 30-minute window there.
Thought we were sizing up a mood. Johan Chirizi for 19th place, toasts lift and save a bit more fuel. The 54 also getting a tow from another car in front. Helping you down the Camel Straight. Johan Harth has, David, returned. I think eager to try and take the most laps turned title back. As that 99 is going to get a full service and be out about 10 seconds or so off the last car on the lead lap, which would be the SDR Sim Racing 578. And there is your race leader, Nicholas Lux, into the pits. Again, a weird off-sequence strategy, but now I feel like it's paying more dividends now that the field is much further spread out, and there's less clusters of cars for Lux to come out into that are fighting for position.
Yeah, and as Johan Hart's back into the race, he's got to do a couple more laps to overtake the number that Sven Haase accumulated, but he is 2 laps ahead of the number that Carlos Penalosa has done. What are they going to do for Nicholas Lux? I feel like he might have been with the car for a minute or so here, but it seems like he's staying in.
Staying in. I want to say they did a full service last time around. It was just the 99 that did fuel only, so this should be 42nd pit stop for the 002. It is, and they'll be off on their way. Watch the merge to see where some of those cars get at. The 44 Falken Sim Racing Team blue machine has just gone by. You kind of saw them coming out of frame. The 002 back out into 5th position.
And it's about a 50-second margin to the race leader, which is less than it had been in these previously. So there's 2 ways of looking at their strategy. Either they save from here and manage to extend a little bit across some of these stints, or they go like hell from here and they need to make up 50 seconds on track.
So these 2 teams back at it again, except different drivers behind the wheel. Johan Harth now, again, getting in the wheel of that 99. SDR Sim Racing, Facundo Ragu in behind the wheel now. So maybe there's forgiveness after the intense battle we saw earlier. But these 2, again, off sequence. Harth, new set of boots, trying to warm them up. The SDR Sim Racing machine has had these tires on for about 10 laps, up to temperature.
And while Johan Harth adds to the most laps completed tally, the least laps completed is Max Riedmuller, who just got into the Maniti Racing Black for the first time this race and has completed 3 laps.
One of the fun things about, I think, it's like the big endurance races like this, and some in the real world, you get everyone in at kind of certain points.
An 89th minute substitution.
Yeah, that last second sub just to make sure, like, I really want that game time goal, or I need to get that, that goal differential score up. That's Ferrari all over the back of the Audi. I think the Audi struggles a little bit more through the double gauche. As Rago is looking, not able to make a move here. I think he'll advise to really go to Lafrange's campus and Stavolo side by side. I think it's a better opportunity maybe to size him up for the bus stop chicane. Now it's been at least a lap, so there could be a little bit more temperature in that Audi's tires. As we head through Blanchemont, now down to the run to the bus stop chicane. How defensive does Harth get in the Audi? And not very much. Looks like the SDR Sim Racing machine lifted a little bit, maybe saving some more fuel, so maybe there is a bit of forgiveness from the earlier scrap these two cars had with different drivers, and this is just all right, let's save a little bit of fuel while we can.
Probably one of the rare large gaps of I rating you'll find, though. Johan Hart's at 11,895 to Rago's 8,296. My current calculation of the strength of field is 8,276. So that puts Rago kind of middle of the road for our top split of many.
Like being middle of the road in the top split is still a nice achievement to have, a nice star to have. Like someone who's a little bit further down in the road racing side of things, I'm just happy to be above the mid split.
Diego Nervi in the Capivara Racing Team number 54 is 6,415 I rating, and that's the lowest number I can see on track at the moment. For those trying to, maybe you've been racing with your teammates and you want to make a comparison. What is top split like? What does it take?
It takes a lot of hours, a lot of coordination, because even for some of these teams that are running, further towards the back, maybe a couple laps down, I think they're still in it for the long haul. There's still a lot of preparation in it. There's still a lot of work to get to this point. As the Fiercely Forward pink machine looks like it's taking its scheduled stop. Again, kind of off sequence to everyone else. Team PGZ as well, expected to come in any moment now. SDR Sim Racing's 578 content to ride around behind the Audi, I think, for now. Or shows a little defense.
Here's something I wouldn't have pictured myself saying in the last 2 hours, but the fastest car on track right now is the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing car.
I also just looked at the screen and saw he ran a 15.6. Has Luke McEwen magically got this car back to the top shape that it was in? And was it just getting up to speed that first half of the stint? And he's going to start to come back at his teammate now. So that's another awkward conversation that might need to happen. What happens if that BMW catches the Ferrari? Well, you still have an Aston Martin only 10 seconds behind that's kind of on its lonesome, that if either one of you two make another mistake, Blue Mercure is going to be in the hot seat.
But all points to that BMW finally, 2 hours later, being just about back in a perfectly raceable condition. I hope we can go on board with it up the Kemmel Straight at some point, but the numbers and the eye test for the first stint after the crash said quite a damaged car. Next stint looked a bit better, and the numbers now suggest that there's nothing wrong with that car. It's as competitive as it's ever been.
Competitive, and don't worry, the flashers still work as well. Again, I was worried about that rear suspension. As you're coming out of the pits, foot to the floor, trying to get you know, as much speed as you can to go up the straight. More flashing at the Lamborghini ahead, trying to get them to get out of the way or pick up the pace, one of the two. I want to say that is our Scuderia Volt by Prism machine, running in 28th.
It definitely is a Volpe car.
It's the only other, I think it's the only other split livery I've seen. And now McEwen is all over the back bumper. The Lamborghini kindly gets out of the way. McEwen can now sit up the road trying to chase down their teammate. That's going to be interesting to see the lap this time around. Gustavo Ariel a 15.9. Somehow McEwen was still a 10th faster, despite getting around the slower Lamborghini behind. So a three-peat for the 3 car is not out of the question.
Well, here's my onboard. Ooh, okay. A little bit of movement up the mountain, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. So before this stage of the lights in 5th gear, it couldn't get past. Yeah, about the same, to be honest with you. Maybe the slipstream, it'd get 6th gear.
Maybe McEwen's just throwing this car around in other places, trying to make up time, knowing that the time lost. Again, the best lap this BMW put in was a 15.3, and that was quite a while ago. So they're about half a second off of where their best lap would be, and that's the same for Gustavo Ariel in the team car ahead. 15.3 was their best lap. Last lap, 15.9. You at least have to say at this point, David, that, like, again, the damage clearly not significant enough to threaten them with losing more places than they did.
It just brought a couple of other cars back into this fight, and it's put Gustavo Ariel into the race lead, a spot that they might not feel any obligation to relinquish again.
This was the fight we were viewing a little bit ago. CR Sim Racing, WSR Esports back at it again. Ford versus Ferrari. Nick Prada behind the wheel of that Mustang, pushing that Ferrari along. Down the Kemmel Straight. Looks like content to ride behind Belziti for now. And 2 on the same strategy. Probably these 2 teams, cars have seen each other a little bit too often over the past few hours. But I think that kind of happens like in endurance racing a little bit. You kind of get used to the teams you're racing with, and sometimes you just have that unspoken agreement of, yeah, I'll help you out every now and then. You'll pay it back later on. But I think once we get underneath that 5 or 4 hour mark, I think those unspoken agreements will go out the window.
Once you're within the final hour, that's all bets off territory, particularly once you're battling against cars that have made their final pit stop of the race. They've got nothing to save for, nothing to give up for you.
So 9 hours, 20 minutes to go in the Spa 24 top split. Just tuning in. Verstappen Sim Racing 1 and 2 at the front. Gustavo Ariel taking the lead after the BMW Verstappen Sim Racing car got damage on the exit. Sebastian Job, a rare mistake. But it seems like Luke McEwen has found the pace in that car again, and they're turning similar lap times, so they remain 1 and 2. Blue Mercury Esport, that Aston Martin has slowly just chipped away, getting into 3rd place on your screen right now. That's DR Sim Racing, the 577. A great story of the race for them. One of the biggest mover in the field by far, up 30 places from where we started. On the lead lap, in a good position to bring home a solid top 10 finish in 9 more hours' time. And Lucas Prada right behind, content to bump draft down the Kemmel Straight, saving a little bit of fuel. 14 seconds behind them is Johan Harth on a separate strategy. We still have 2 strategies kind of playing out at the moment. Grid and Go Esports, Nicholas Lux, who's currently in 5th, leading that group of cars on this alternate strategy. Everyone else has been out there for about 15 laps. We'll be back down pit road in about 10 laps' time. This is probably the closest 2 cars on track. Actually, I lied, just behind them. The teammate to the Ferrari you see on screen, 578, still drafting with the Audi of Johan Harth in the 99.
The bump draft's working, by the way, because this Magenta SDR Sim Racing was the fastest car on track last lap, and of course, directly attached to the WSR Esports car, meant they did almost identical lap times to each other. So, a bit of pace for them. Still not closing Nova Leggio number 5, especially rapidly for that 7th position.
It also shows that the Mustang has a very similar shape to the NASCAR Mustang, so I feel like we kind of all know it's a good pusher in a straight line. So those of you who race on the oval side would know, especially the drafting track this week with Atlanta. But again, it kind of is just unspoken agreements between the teams, just working together, shoving each other along, getting each other to that fuel number.
My beautiful, beautiful 12% chance of rain has now diminished to 1%. So you're saying there's a chance?
It's slim. It's the same as probably the same chance of our Malbody puddle reappearing. So we started in damp conditions about 13 hours ago, and there was a little puddle on the inside of the curbs right here. It's caught out a few drivers, including the 004 Grid and Go Esports machine that has retired. We have 45 cars still running of the 59 that started. Number of drivers out through incidents, the 004 Esports machine through an incident, the 234 Automotive's racing team that was in the mix in the low teens, out after a lap car contact and hard into the outside wall. Vesta Sport 252, Jacob Hansen behind the wheel, also into the outside wall. Pole Promotions Esports, our lone Porsche, out after contact in Blanchimont. So we have no Porsche representation anymore, no McLaren, no Acura, no Corvette. A race dominated in Belgium by the amount of Italian cars on the track.
It's still not, an obvious one is the best car to have situation when you've got our, lead pack going Ferrari, BMW, Aston Martin, Ferrari, Mustang, Aston Martin again. So I think, while some cars have clearly been more favoured than others in terms of do teams want to run them, it seems like a good team could win this race with any of a number of 4 or 5 different cars.
And it was interesting, you mentioned the Aston. I know there was a balance of power change right before that really helped out the Aston, coming into this race. you know, 2 kilograms lighter, like a 0.25% more power. You know, and you know, in some of the data, again, like the GT Endurance Sprint Series running at Spa, it's like the Aston doesn't seem to have that pace. But again, like what Blue Mercure is showing is that like this Aston is competitive, and at certain points in the stint, they are the faster ones on track. You know, it's a little bit of a shame we don't get all 11 manufacturers represented in this top split. But we still have that big variety at the front. It's still Ferrari, BMW, Aston, Ferrari, Ford. It's right on board with Lucas Prost.
I got baited by the windscreen wiper.
You're so hopeful. That 1% chance. You're saying there's a chance?
Just clearing regular debris, bugs, tires, gravel, whatever, off the front of the car as they follow closely behind another car. You do get a lot of stuff flicked up from the grass, the dirt, the runoff on the road, and it ends up on your screen. And when you get that tear off at the stop, it's actually very nice. You don't realize how filthy it had become until it's cleaned.
I think there was a long time, and this was like a decade ago when I was really starting iRacing, of, you know, in the open wheel cars, I never had a button to auto do a tear off. And the day that I figured that out, like, it changed the game forever. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can do this? Why didn't I think of this before? Now lap traffic kind of interrupting this fight here could play a role. You just catch it at such an unfortunate point when you're going down the hill like this into Eau Rouge, into Radion. Because now this Mustang is going to have a huge run. I'm almost surprised he didn't pull out and try and pass. I think there's a little bit of indecisiveness of, do I want to pass? Do I want to push the lap car? Do I want to save a bit more fuel? But these two holding station for now. These two nose to tail, about 90 seconds off our leader, Gustavo Ariel, the Brazilian driver, leading Luke McEwen, the two Verstappen sim racing machines up front. You mentioned that, like, what gets in your windshield. Like, think of all the gravel, like that. Like, how many times have someone dipped their tire into the gravel? Actually, I could probably check if I can go into the session events screen on our live timing. The amount of off tracks, it's probably like 6 to 7 a lap.
And when you get those tire marbles offline, if someone goes through them and flicks them up, they leave a mark, just like a little bit of a residue of rubber. This last 10 laps or so, it feels like for first, second and third, their pace has been so equal to each other. The margin's barely moving at all. Schmetz staying 10 seconds behind the race lead. McEwen just matching what Ariel is doing up front.
Like, I'm impressed by the Aston, because I think we said, like, early on in the first stint of tires, it needs a moment, and it was doing those competitive lap times already, and now it's getting at its peak window of low fuel on this first stint for the tires. So Spets is putting in, like, reasonable lap times, and I think it's going to keep the Verstappen sim racing cars honest here. And the three have pulled out a nice gap to Lewis Woods behind, a 40-second gap between that Aston Martin and that Ferrari. The Grid and Go esports machine closing in on Lewis Woods. Again, they're off sequence to each other. Woods is going to pit in 5 laps. And the Mustang again. Just giving a little nice helping hand. The SDR Sim Racing Ferrari. That has to be so tricky too when you come to the braking zone. Obviously, like, they're all kind of saving a little bit of fuel, being a little bit, conservative. But that has to be so tricky that you have to put a lot of faith in that driver ahead of you, especially one that's not racing on your team to, you know, when you expect them to.
Yeah, you've got to, and we've seen it from some of the onboards, you've got to disconnect, 150 meters before the normal start of the braking zone. So that involves bumping and then lift and coast into the braking zone so that you don't run up the back of them.
Is the Mustang's front supposed to be a little up like that? I'm assuming, I think yes. Otherwise, I think that's the slight cosmetic damage from all the pushing.
I think the WSR livery might
also be deceiving.
Have some, like little black panels on it that kind of confuse the front. And a logo there.
Yeah, Lucas probably doing a good job of pushing the 577 along. So good. I think anyone that's running any of the big NASCAR races at Atlanta this week are looking for a good pushing teammate like that one. Although, I think you mentioned it earlier, they're not really making time on Ricardo Riccio in the 5. Like, they're kind of just holding station, as it were. Like, it's a couple tenths here and there.
Yeah, so there's sort of 7 seconds up the road to the next car for position, and they're making just single-digit number of tenths, never more than even half a second in a lap. So it's not moving particularly quickly, but it's keeping them in this. It is taking them further away from the two behind. So Johan Harth in 10th, not catching this duo.
Yeah, I think Harth is kind of in a weird spot. He's on the same strategy as the 002 Grid and Go Esports car, but he's several seconds behind. I think a full 50 behind Nicholas Laux. So he's kind of like a weird spot where, like, he could be racing these guys for a position that are around him later on if the stints fall that way, or he could be racing on the edge of the top 5. It's kind of just a weird. We have to see how the rest of these stints play out and how they fall.
Luke McEwen just picking up a little bit of pace at the end of this run. So from sort of 3.5 seconds to just 3 seconds back, and getting a little further away from Blue Mercury Sport in 3rd. So of the top 3, last lap, the fastest was that BMW again. I am going to, with the power invested in me as Racespot structural engineer, sign off on that. BMW is perfect again.
Yeah, I think whatever was wrong after that contact, which it was a significant hit, is clearly fixed now. And now the real question is, can they leapfrog their teammate again? Because now this Ferrari, if you're the Ferrari of Verstappen Sim Racing, you go, right, like my teammate made a mistake and got themselves in trouble and put themselves behind me, and now I have to be worried about them coming back at me for this race win. They're on the same identical strategies. They're pitting on the same lap. So it's just a matter of pure up pace.
Another lap where McEwen just takes the 10th out of the race lead, and you can see that Ariel is just reaching the point where the traffic begins to hinder rather than help.
Again, and the nice part is we have a lot of strung out GT cars. Having, I think, 45 running instead of 59 we started with is also helping, but this traffic's not coming in bunches like I think you would see a lot in your endurance racing. Like it's coming at 1s and 2s. every now and then, so it's not going to hinder the time. In fact, it may even help him down the straight. A little bit of fuel save, a little bit of draft. What's really interesting is that 003, again, I talked about it when I did my first stint about 10 hours ago. These two were fighting for a position on your screen, and now that 003 is going to be lapped by the car he was fighting with 10 hours ago. It just shows you the difference in strategy and just overall pace. I also wonder if maybe there might be a team game here as well. If I don't think we're at the point where we're playing those cards yet, but will Noah Eder try and hold up Gustavo Ariel, knowing Nicholas Lux is off sequence, and he will resume the lead once our leaders pit, flashing the brights, the courtesy of saying, "I am behind you, please politely move out of the way." And as I predicted, the 003 not making it incredibly easy. Ariel has to go the long way around, but still clear. There's I believe the 001 of Sean Campbell was slow getting into pits.
25 laps in the stint, and they've towed, I think, from pit entry. Did they run out of fuel? Did they have a problem? Oh no. Went to start lap 26, didn't have the fuel for it.
And then the Austin Powers attempt. They get back moving. So that's going to hurt Sean Campbell's time, and that cost him several seconds. Noah Eder gave a look to the inside of Gustavo Ariel, thinking, "Oh, I can get my lap back," and decided, decide against it. Now 2 lap cars in between our top 2 on track. Your podium place is separated by about 10 seconds, and then it's another 44 seconds back to Lewis Woods. I think we need to shout out just the pace all 3 of these guys are running. They're consistently, in fact, Gustavo Ariel ran his fastest lap of the race last time around. They're in the low 2:15s. Like Lewis Woods, Nicholas Lux, all those guys 4th on down are in the low 2:16s. Like, they are just running an absolute maddening pace out front.
Yeah, this is the point of the stint where you're most quickest. Just 3 laps of fuel left in the car for Gustavo Ariel, but those tyres are still giving good performance. So this is the point of the stint where if you are going to set a new personal best lap or new fastest lap of the race, that you'll put them in.
I just think it's more interesting that it's the top 3 that are setting the pace, and some of these guys further down, in the lower 10s, in the 5th through 10th area, seem to struggle to get out of those 16s. Go back to this. I wouldn't really call it a fight, more of a partnership happening for 8th place. .577 again, up 30 places from where this race started. Albarizo, LZT, Lucas Prada in the Mustang behind, just giving each other a little bit of pushing down the straights. They are the closest 2 on track at the moment.
Track temperature has just started rising a tiny amount. So it's gone up 1 notch to 20.6 degrees Celsius. And once it moves 1 notch, if the sun stays out, I can see it then beginning to move quite quickly.
Yeah, we didn't have a big drop-off when sun set fully into night. as well. It kind of hovered around that 20 degrees Celsius mark for much of our long night shift, as we now have 9 hours to go. And I am about to say farewell to you all. Alex Goldschmidt will be taking over for me. He's on air just a little bit ago. Alex, if you need a quick fill-in, we've had a change for the lead after the BMW Max Verstappen Sim Racing 3 got damaged. Sebastian Job on the exit of pits. Now the damage seems fully repaired, and now it's going to be a straight fight between the 4 and the 3. Up front, but Bloom Liqueur Esports lurking behind in 3rd place on your screen right now. Actually, a pass, the first time that I think Lucas Prada has decided to get around the Ferrari. The partnership between Ferrari and Ford has sadly ended. WSR Esports now moves into 8th place.
In-lap for Prada, so he's got nothing left to fuel save for, or he just needs to maximize his in-lap.
This is a nice, like, 1-lap help, I guess, for the 577 if they need an extra lap. I think there's a 1-lap difference between them. Yeah, because the 577 can go 1 more. And I think we're going to get pit stops here momentarily. Alex Goldschmidt, I believe, has now joined us. I heard him reconnected. Alex,
yes.
are you there? Hello.
I am indeed. Good morning from my side here in the United Kingdom, where it is just coming up to 5 to 5 in the morning. So, Jonathan, as always, great work, buddy. Thank you so much for joining us as I now join David, who's done a mammoth 6 hours. I think a few of us are doing quite a few hours, but again, big dramas for the 001 grinandgo.com esports car with Sean Campbell completely missing the pit lane entrance and then having to tow to this. So a big thank you there to Jonathan Burke for joining David for the past few hours. Now he's going to go and get some welcome respite, where I'm going to be in for the next 6 hours. But David, what a race it's been so far. Temperature starting to rise here as in goes Lucas Prada for WSR Esports. So denies us of the ongoing battle, but I think one of the big trends that we've seen in this year's running of the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa is that the double stint seems to be the preferred tactic, despite some teams, especially the 002 Grin and Go esports car, they're playing outside of the box a little bit.
Well, this is what I'm watching with the track temperatures. Does there become a point where we move from double stinting tyres to maybe just taking 2 tyres every second stop? What kind of a track temperature is going to be needed to move the needle on that? And of course, in the battle for the race win, the mistake on cold tyres leaving the pit lane for BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing has sort of just blown this open again. So it's brought the 2 Verstappen Sim Racing cars back into competition. It's put their Ferrari in the lead, and it's given Blue Mercure Esport a chance to really fight them. And they're in the lane now.
Yeah, also quite an interesting stat to now bring up with just over 8 hours, 55 minutes to go here. Interesting that the 002 car, I was just having a look through the results from last year. grinandgo.com esports 002 were classified 47th, and they ended up quite a few laps down, let's say. But I think for the race to be so close up until the point when Alexander Spetz for Blue Mercure Esports in the number 1 car just deciding to pit, you have to look at the team that he was formerly with, Drago Racing. They were P3 last year in the Ferrari and were over a minute and a half behind VerstappenRacing.com, both running BMWs last year, where it came to just under a tenth and a half of the flag after 623 laps. But I think what we've seen is that we still have 45 cars running. 37 made the checkered 12 months ago. seeing a couple of pit stops happening. Alexander Spetz, Riccardo Rico for Nova Leggio Racing. Number 5, Fabrizio Bellosetti, the Argentine for SDR Sim Racing in the 577. Interesting fact about Gustavo Ariel. Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil did a Race the World organised challenge that whoever won, I think it was like top 40 drivers had to qualify. And 4 weeks ago, Gustavo Ariel managed to win himself a trip to the Le Mans 24 Hours this year, because Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil was actually one of the support classes. So he got a trip of a lifetime, and probably tried to spend as minimal time in a sim rig as humanly possible. But he and also Luke McKeown in the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing Racing BMW now come into the pits. And again, this is bringing in, I think GridandGo.com esports this year have really, with that Ford Mustang, really brought an interesting strategy, and they've still probably got about another 9 to 10 laps to go before they pit, as Alexander Spetz rejoins in 4th position. But the 2 Nova Leggio cars, I actually got a notification on my Instagram saying that I was part of the comms team for this event, and then Benedek Vida jumps on Instagram and he says, "Great to have you with us, buddy." I'm like, okay, fine. That just goes to show how small the world of sim racing truly is, even though there are servers all over the shop. But I'm wondering how this is going to work out, reference the pit stops between Gustavo Ariel and Luke McKeown in terms of who might come out first in these pit stops. But I think, you've got to hand the advantage to Gustavo Ariel, the 24-year-old from Brazil. And I still remember him running on a few leagues before he joined Verstappen Sim Racing. So they really do bring a good amount of quality drivers. They're always at the sharp end, as we have got the battle between the number 99 Nova Leggio Racing Audi R8, piloted by Johan Harth, with Facundo Arago now deciding to pit the 578 STR Sim Racing car.
So for the cars that came in first and second, they leave in the same order. It was just full fuel for both. Still Ferrari ahead of BMW, margin about the same as it was. And it becomes about pace on the second stint of tyres for everyone contending for that podium. Can the Aston Martin of Alexander Spetz remain close now that they go onto some more worn tyres, which had looked like an Achilles heel for Blue Mercure? Yeah. And it was quite interesting when I was in the booth about just over 6 hours ago with Craig King, who will be joining Paul Smith to bring us the final 3 hours later on today, that we saw an interesting strategy, as we're going to see more drivers coming in. So Gregory Hoverson is in the pits for Falken Sim Racing Teal. In the number 6 car, Lucas Gerosa for SDR Sim Racing 579, Jack James for car 69, Mono Competition, tssimshop.de. Yeah, I think the thing is, and I was discussing this with Craig a little bit earlier on, David, that I would be interested to see what tyres they would actually decide to replace, because considering, okay, yes, all the cars that we've got here are rear-wheel drive, but it's dependent on whether you're going to decide to stick a set of left or right side tyres, or whether you're going to go front or rear axle. And it's probably, I would say that the rear tyres might not be as heavily affected as people might think. Yes, well, it's a clockwise circuit, and that leads you to thinking 2 left side tyres could be the way to go if you were only going to take 2 tyres. You then do still have some fast and committed right-handers like Pouon and Blanchimont, where you could really do with a little bit of extra grip throughout the race.
Yeah. So, nevertheless, pit stops are currently ongoing. A few drivers, a few teams in the top 10. Looks like Noah Eder in the 003 grinandgo.com esports car, currently running 6 at the minute, is about 3 to 4 laps off of their next pit stop, which will be pit stop number 16. And speaking of the man, there he is in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3, running his way in that naturally aspirated 5.2 litre V10 powered car. The Brazilian goes through the little compression zone, little dip at the inside towards the wall of the tight right-hand hairpin at the source, and down the hill in towards Eau Rouge, and then riding the crest, making sure to keep as much of the car as you can within track limits, and goes through Radiant, as that is going to be one of the Mustangs that he's just managed to get past and slingshots on. Ryan van der Rijp for Maniti Racing Green in the 780 car has just pitted. That car is in the bottom echelon of the top 25, but still, I think, I mean, I've been trying to keep my eyes, well, I think it's, I think I've had a partial bit of good sleep, to be honest with you, whereby I've had one eye on the broadcast. Did manage to see Sebastian Job's unfortunate mistake coming out of the pit lane, and still, for the way that the team has just dusted themselves off, got themselves back up again, and decided, right, okay, we're going to run with it. There's still plenty of this race, and as I alluded to earlier, we're still finding the sort of like the crescendo is still being built up towards. But the good thing is that we've got 14 cars still on the lead lap, 45 teams out of the 59 still running, being rounded out by the number 68 of Christian Menezes for LMR Esports. And Keanu Leotold in the Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim number 42 car, currently rounding out the top 30. Being chased down by Lucas Garosa in the 579 SDR Sim Racing car. Oh, that's actually Leotold closing in on, that was Balazs Pala, who is having a little bit of a pig issue and is to the outside at Malmedy. Heart attack inbound for yours truly incoming, possibly.
They were inside of each other.
Literally and figuratively speaking.
Yeah, that was bizarre to see them battle like that, and then that was rather unique.
A rare sight, if you will, but nevertheless, good to see that some people are at this point in the race with just over 8 3/4 hours to go to still get the elbows out when it is required. And that still continues on that battle there as they make their way through Campus and Stavelot and then into Coeur Paul Frère. It's just the sheer pace that we've seen over the course of this race so far, David, as we are about 45 minutes away for the final third of this 2026 running of the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, powered by Falken, official partners of this event. Gabriel Ivanov for the Automouse Racing Team 217 has now pitted. So again, we're going to see more shifts in the pendulum, so to speak, and again, it's going to keep us up here in the commentary box, guessing for quite a while until we get towards those last couple of respective hours, whereby the heat will definitely be on for those battling for the overall win.
And the heat on the track moves one more notch, up to 21.1 degrees Celsius, so slowly climbing through the morning. The sun gets higher, but a little bit more cloud comes across, from completely clear skies at night to partly cloudy to mostly cloudy, but with very little chance of any rain, just heavily overcast at the moment. I
know, David, you said about the probability of precipitation here at the circuit had gone from, like, what was it, I think 15% to like next to nothing, and I'm wondering how that's going to play out, because Craig King was getting me slightly worried a little bit earlier on yesterday night, saying that there might be some rain possibly coming in at around about 8 o'clock sim time, as we keep an eye on Balazs Pala from Shesha Esports. And okay, right, on cue, Noah Ada is in the pits in the 003 gridandgo.com esports Lamborghini, but Nicholas Lux 5 or 6 laps away from coming in for their 16th stop. And this, the pace has just been absolutely frightening, that how consistent these teams can keep battling for so long. And we've seen drivers like, say, Benedict Vida putting in mammoth stints, like, say, that they're doing like quad stints, like doing 4 hours behind the wheel and then handing over. So I think probably what Benedict Vida is doing at the moment, whilst teammate at the number 99 Novalegio racing car, Johan Hart, is doing, is like saying, okay, right, after this I'll get a little bit of shut-eye, and then it'll be make sure you set your alarm for when you know your next stint is due.
Anytime that I've slept during a 24-hour race, all I've dreamt about is the 24-hour race. And I've woken up maybe physically rested, but it doesn't feel like I ever left the race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can completely second that statement, because I've had probably about 4 hours sleep between signing off after my first 3 hours. You've been in this is now, I think for yourself, hour 7 out of what's going to be 9 straight with things as they are at the moment. We have to say get well soon to our comrade in arms, Mr. Jake Sperry. He hasn't been feeling 100%, but still gets
he's got referee's disease.
Oh, he's got the referee's lurgy, has he? Bless him. Well, he has been a busy man, but that's understandable. But Fabrizio Belziti, still, again, it's ding-ding, seconds out. How many rounds do you need? SDR Sim Racing and WSR Esports in the battle for P10 overall. They're 1 minute 50 behind the leaders, and at the moment, well, the gap between Gustavo Ariel and Luke McKeown has again gone up to around about 4.3 seconds. Nicholas Lux leads by just under 12, or around about 12.3 at the minute. That Mustang for Grid and Go Esports still looking rather strong here at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, and nevertheless, just the amount of metronomic precision these drivers have to have, as Peter Biedert for Solpec Precision Racing 111 pits from the top 26, and from Germany now trundling down from the main pit straight, the Grand Prix pit straight, to the old school buildings that we have here at the circuit. Quite interesting earlier on, David, that I had someone ask a question saying, why don't they stop at the GP pits? And that's an interesting question, because I don't actually know the answer to that here on iRacing.
What do you interpret that question to mean? I don't.
As in, why aren't any of the pit boxes at the top of the pit straight rather than the bottom of the pit straight? Well, if they were on the Grand Prix layout, which we're not, we're on the full endurance layout, we have the longer pit lane, so every car that I've seen trundle down pit lane has ended up going past the source, where you would normally exit out of the
There are cars that are in the Grand Prix pit lane. There are cars with stalls in the GP pits.
I think it's just, I've just seen cars go through down to the old pit, the bottom part of the endurance pit lane. So we're going to see it here. trying to remember who actually asked that question. It might have been on the Part 2 broadcast, but Manisi Racing Black's Max Riedmüller now in. That car has been running in the top 35. That now releases XPD Racing GT3 Simlab 1's Alvaro Sanguino in the 230. But, well, at least the good thing is with Max Riedmüller pitting, that gave us, I think, probably the first time I've seen on the broadcast or on any race that has used the endurance pit lane for someone to be parking at the top where you'd normally see the Grand Prix cars at the Belgian Grand Prix. But nevertheless, Riedmüller gets back underway. I mean, but we have... Oh, sorry,
pit
David,
stalls are given by qualifying order. So, for example, Maniti Racing Black qualified 54th. So I think it's everyone who's qualified from about 40th back are in the earlier upper part of the pit lane. Whereas we've been mainly focusing on our race leaders and our top 10. And they were also the teams that were good in qualifying because they're the teams that are good.
That completely answers my question, so thank you so much for the answer on that. It's, you know, this is my first iRacing special event 24-hour race in the booth, so I'm learning as I go. So thank you very much for educating me. I do appreciate that. So battle for third.
Raising slightly. I'm still wondering how Alexander Spetz is going to hang on. He's actually managed to close down BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, which is the opposite of what I thought would have happened on the second stint based on what's happened previously. So if Spetz drove the previous stint, making sure he was looking after those tyres and had the pace that he had to then be as quick as he is now in the second stint, that's really promising from them to be within 10 to 15 seconds of the race lead now.
Yeah, considering Alexander Spetz, you know, a lot of people know him through GTP and LMP2 driving, but for him to be as competitive as he is, I'm not at all surprised, but I'm wondering how many hours he's put behind the wheel of the sim to actually get ready for this event, because it's not an easy event by any stretch of the imagination, and to still be within 26.5 seconds of the race lead as we are this, and I think one more lap to go before we clock over 400 laps of the 7.004 kilometre circuit here at Spa. To still be within a shout, and with the top 5 rounded out by the number 99 Nova Leggio Racing's Johan Harth, covered by just under 41 seconds, as someone else has just dived into the pits, and that's Johan Harth. I'm actually really pleasantly surprised with the performance that we've seen with the Audis, especially with the 99 Nova Leggio Racing, because that car on the BOP got a 3 kilo weight penalty, 97% fuel, it's had a 0.25% power adjustment. The only car that hasn't, that is still running in the event, is the Aston Martin, that has no power reduction. But again, just seeing how closely fought this race has been so far, I think it's still going to be a very difficult thing to dictate or possibly predict who might win this one. But you'd have, I did say before I signed off that I was thinking that probably Nova Leggio would be still running in the top 15, and that would be both cars, and both cars are actually running in the top 8 with just over 8 hours and 35 minutes remaining on the timer.
Nicholas Lux just had a very significant slowdown penalty on this lap. Wants to assume he was offline and cut the top of Radion, but it just takes so long to serve that. And I believe it's cost him about 2 seconds, and therefore puts the Verstappen Sim Racing and Blue Mercure cars a little bit closer to him, reduces his advantage on the track which is also then compounded by the disadvantage of the pit strategy that they're on. So not ideal on your in-lap to have a penalty like that.
Yeah, so that could, in the grander scheme of things, means that when Gustavo Ariel pits to the number 4 Verstappen Sim Racing Ferrari next time around, which will be in about 17 laps, give or take, as there is Nicholas Lutz in the 002, the leading Mustang out of the I think 4 Mustangs that started earlier on, the best part of nearly 15 and a half hours ago. As again, we still see the picture-in-picture at the top part of your screens. Battle for looks to be Jordi Lopez and Lucas Garosa battling away for P30 as they make their way down at high speed on the Kemmel Straight. Got one of the Gringo Lamborghinis just in front of them. But I have to say that Gringo.com Esports, in many respects, in a lot of people's eyes, have been a team that have been around for a good couple of years now, and here in 2026 they really have been getting together a good set of drivers to really challenge the established guard, so to speak, David. And this is what's made this race quite interesting so far.
Well, it's the first time I'm seeing Jarno Koch, so he gets into the 002 Mustang, exercises some level of caution on the pit exit, as you must. So he could be the shot in the arm for them, approaching this final third of the race. Track's up another degree. It's only 8 AM, so if it remains clear and the clouds pass as they are, we could see that track temperature really elevate going forward in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, so track temp now 22 degrees centigrade, and sim time now 8:16 in the morning, and the wind has died down by a couple of kilometres an hour. And still this battle where Lopez and Garosa covered by just under 3.5 tenths, and still with plenty of this race left to run. Can't really count anyone, I think, out of. I mean, now that we've found that the Gringo.com Esports 003, Isaac Phelps behind the wheel, is now another car that has ended up going off of the lead lap. So Facundo Arago, the Argentine for STR Sim Racing in the 578, rounds out the top 13, about 1 minute and 50 plus seconds behind Gustavo Ariel, and Luc McKeown has been chipping away at that race lead. Last lap time for Gustavo Ariel was a 2:16.4. Luc McKeown about a tenth and a bit quicker. So we see the number 4 Ferrari 2964 Verstappen Sim Racing, and a little bit further back in the shot as they go through Le Fagne. Luc McKeown doing a really good job at the moment and has really helped to bolster the unfortunate mistake that Sebastian Jobe did just after when he, I think he took over from Diogo Pinto, if I remember correctly, David, in the pit stops, then came out of the pit lane, and then the back end decided to have a bit of a moment, let's say, coming up at the top of the hill at Raidillon, and then it was the slightest of touches, but credit to Sebastian Jobe, as we know how accredited he is as a racer, to keep on going and to get that car through a stint, get it into the pits, get it repaired, and get back out on track again.
Well, cold tyres on a cold track is challenging, and that's sort of the most recent version of GT3 tyres for iRacing. They built in a little bit more challenge warming them up from cold, then also have them wear a little bit quickly. So there's no triple stinting. Double stinting them is a challenge even on a cool track. So when you do go to a new set, you need a few laps to be able to warm them up to then be able to get an advantage from them and earn back what it costs to put them on.
And Luke McKeown really starting to push quite significantly. He and Ariel matched each other in the opening sector as we are over 400 laps completed here at the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa, powered by, presented by Falken. And the gap is now coming down even further, just around about the 3-second mark. So Luke McKeown trying to close that gap, and there you see the two cars in the same shot as we ride on board with the Brit, making his way through Double Gauche, and a nice bit of balancing on the throttle modulation. So again, just smooth, consistent, hitting your marks when it comes to entering the corners, apex points, braking markers, and then accelerating. As we're now going to get a nice little onboard here, coming out of Stavelot into Cours Beaufort, and then it's going to be the high-speed run into the fast left-hander here at Blanchimont. And again, just really interesting to see this kind of onboard. And it's actually not even going into 6th gear. That's how hard these drivers are pushing. They're extending it to the limit of the red line on the actual.
No, they're called Verstappen Sim Racing now.
Oh no! Even I got that. I was talking about engines. I didn't mean to make it. Oh dear! I haven't still followed my caffeine shot. My caffeine IV, David, unfortunately has not yet fully instigated, so I'm waiting for that to kick in. But yeah, I was talking about engine red line, not team names, but well played, I have to say there.
Because when they were carrying the aerodynamic damage, this onboard of how many shift lights came on gave us a good indication of how much straight line speed they were missing, if any. Yeah, most of the BMWs are only hitting 6th gear when they get a tow, which we obviously didn't have for McEwen just then. Yeah, so he's just stretching out the gear ratios as much as possible. And again, these onboards just really give us an indication on steering angle, steering input, and also seeing what the dash is telling us with the minimal information that we receive here on the broadcast, where we see what laps. So you'll see a little bit down at the bottom on the right hand side of the display the previous lap time that would have been, or one of the lap times that would have been completed. So Luke McKeown just about 25 thousandths of a second quicker than Gustavo Ariel, but it just seems that the pace that these two are really pushing at this particular point in the race is quite significant. I mean, Alex Spetz in the Blue Mercure Esports #1 car still rounding out the top 3 and is about 11 seconds off of Luke McKeown, but bearing in mind, in terms of lap time, he's a quarter of a second down on the #3 BMW in front of him. The mid-stint for everyone who's stopping at the top of the hour. Just a recent pit stop from Grid and Go, who we know have gone a little off cycle, and there's a few other people following them. And here's the other Blue Mercure, not the one sitting in the podium spot, but battling for 8th place at the moment, Corentin Lassinet.
And has got Fabrizio Belziti in the SDR Sim Racing 577 Ferrari, not too far behind, to the tune of half a second as they head down the hill through Double Gauche, having negotiated their way through Speaker's Corner. And I'm hoping that as the timer counts down here, David, that we might see, you know, we're more than likely going to see some track temperature rises in the next few hours as we get towards the business end of what has been a pretty hefty 15.5+ hours. And again, it just goes to show the dedication that drivers and teams have towards the preparation, then the execution of getting through a twice around the clock adventure here at Spa.
And Blue Mercure are carving through here, because there was a while there where the WSR and SDR cars were inseparable. Now Blue Mercure's caught them, split them, and now applying some pressure to Lucas Prada in 7th place there. Just as I started to count out the Aston Martins, they're back in good form.
Yeah, with Blue Mercure Esports currently running 3rd in the number 1 car with Alexander Spetz and Corentin Lessine in the 33 car. Both running strongly in the top 8 with Corentin rounding out that top 8, and well, it's going to be close now because this becomes a 3-horse race between 7th, 8th and 9th, with a Mustang leading the way. So again, another couple of teams that have really played to the strengths of the Blue Oval here in this race, with Yanokov GridandGo.com Esports in the 002 running in P5 at the moment, having only just pitted 4 laps ago. But at least the good thing is that some of these drivers are really in that flow state, and again, it's just where you've got some drivers that really find that they'll always, well, we're going to see now that Lessine is right on the back bumper of Prada going through into Lifagne before they head to Campus and Stavlo, so the Aston could get a run here as they go through Campus and Stavlo and then into Curb Paul Frere. Looks like Corentin Lessine might have an opportunity, maybe into the braking zone, into the chicane, as the Aston hurtles its way towards Blanchimont, right up the exhaust pipes of WSR Esports number 23 Mustang.
And this is the fastest car on track last lap. This Aston Martin from Blue Mercure, helped by a little bit of the slipstream, not going to be impeded by WSR Esports to let them go into the bus stop chicane. I want to see the lap time again here, because it was well slipstream assisted. Corentin Lessine is flying.
Yeah, 15.9 for Corentin Lessine, 16.6 for Lucas Prada, the Czech Republic driver. But again, it's kind of that pendulum swing where we see one driver, you know, at the front end of that train, as we see a little bit of sparks flying from the front diffuser of Lessine's car, and we've got one car coming out of pit lane, and Lucas Prada on the back bumper of Corentin Lessine. Fabrizio Belziti on the flashes, just to say to the Ferrari in front that's just exited pit lane, just keep a watching brief, because there are faster cars coming up on your back bumper. And I mean, the biggest hit that we've seen for a particular team is the 001 GridandGo.com Esports car, obviously with Sean Campbell having to tow to the pits. And I think he mentioned about not probably even having enough fuel in the tank of the Lamborghini to get round back to the pit lane, so then had to take a tow, and that has kind of hurt their charge a little bit, considering the fact they're 10 places down from when we started 15 hours and 40 minutes ago, and they're currently rounding out the top 15 at the minute.
Yeah, I think I had that wrong, but they just late committed to the lane and had to reverse, and were lucky to not get stuck.
Yeah, so yeah, it looks like well, we're going to have a little bit of change on the production side. So Stick with us here for part 3 of the iRacing Spa 24 Hours, presented by Falken. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time.
So our closest battle on track inside of the top 10 is WSR Esports versus Blue Mercure. The number 33 carving its way back up the field, making the pass for 8th and making the pass for 7th, and was looking to leave that Mustang behind.
Yeah, it is getting rather exciting with these Aston Martins really starting to pick up the pace after the lengthy amounts of nightfall we've had here at the Spa circuit for this year's running of the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa, presented by Falken. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. As it's David Haynes and Alex Goldschmidt with you for the next couple of hours until about 10 to 8 UK time, British summer time this morning, when Paul Smith will be back in for what Craig King likes to say, well, I think Paul likes to say, the breakfast show. But again, we're now seeing this battle between the two Verstappen sim racing cars. Luke McEwen here, David, has really started to pull in a bit of time. And I'm looking at it now. He was the best part of nearly 2/10 up in the opening sector, nearly a quarter of a second quicker in sector number 2. That gap is coming down, and they've got about 9 or 10 laps still to go until their 16th pit stop of the race.
Yeah, so I think this gap was at about 4 seconds, and then it was pretty steady at 3.5 for a bit, and then all sorts of things happen. You know, sometimes you catch traffic at an inopportune place, costs you half a second very easily. But the trend seems to be that BMW is just towards the end of the stint here, closing in on the leader. Now, both cars are coming towards the end of a double stint on tyres. Both cars are needing a little bit of fuel saving to get to 26 laps in the stint. So many little things could contribute to the BMW being able to close in the final 15 minutes of the stint. 15 to 20 minutes of the stint. Could be that they saved fuel better earlier on and can push a bit harder now. Could be that they looked after the tyres a little bit better. Could just be the traffic or the inherent characteristics of the Ferrari versus the BMW just strong in slightly different places at different times.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things with the different powertrain solutions when you look at it. The Ferrari 296 GT3 V6 twin turbo mid-mounted rear-wheel drive, then the BMW with the 3-litre flat six, well, inline six twin power turbo front engine car. They have, you know, very different characteristics. So I would say that, okay, the BMW has always been classed as that very much all-rounder, but the Ferrari seems to have that better handling characteristics when you get to the medium and the high-speed corners like Cours Paul Frere, like Blanchimont, even going through into Raidillon. But again, we're just seeing that the BMW is really hooked up well in that middle sector, because Luc McKeown was exactly 2 tenths quicker than Gustavo Ariel, but then he loses a little bit of time in sector number 3, which swings the pendulum back towards the Brazilian at the sharp end of the field.
The weather forecast has the clouds clearing over the next 2 hours to bright sunshine. So that'll move the track temperature, and that also shifts who's in control as far as, you know, which car, which tyre strategies are most effective. It's 8:35 a.m. in this server, and by 10 a.m. We expect to have shifted from mostly cloudy to partly cloudy to clear skies, and that track temperature thermometer I expect to see climb.
Yeah, and I think the highest it's been all race so far, David, I think has been around about 27, 28 degrees, as Lucas Prada for WSR Esports, as we've got the onboard roof cam. Now heading through Cours Paul Frere in the run to Blanchimont. Gap between them is about 5.5 tenths of a second. Behind the wheel of the 33 is Corentin Lassine in the Aston Martin. And again, that Coyote V8 behind the long bonnet of that Ford Mustang, thundering down the places where you can really open up the taps on this particular engine. But again, as we now see the 211 Vesta Sports Samuele Spiezio now in the pit lane. That car's running at the bottom end of the top 40 in 38th position. This is going to be their next pit stop, but again, we're seeing that out of the top 5 teams, well, with the alternate strategy, and this is something that's been talked about quite a lot over the course of the broadcast so far, is gridandgo.com esports' alternative think outside the box modus operandi. And with Jarno Koch 6 seconds behind Damon Woods in the Falken Sim Racing Team Blue car. Biggest movers of the race, north of 20 positions gained. SDR Sim Racing, P9. Fabrizio Belziti behind the wheel. WSR Esports number 20, Enzo Tabani. That rounds out the top 20. 28 places gained, having started 48th. Solpec Precision Racing's number 7 car, 22nd at the moment. Started 46, currently in the hands of Lewis Barlow. And then we go down towards the bottom part of the top 30. ES Hybrid, Jordi Lopez. That car's now up from 53rd and up 25 positions to 28th, ahead of Lucas Garosa and the team from SDR Sim Racing in the 579. They're up 20 spots at the moment. So a lot of teams that have been able to make hay during the last nearly what will be close to 16 hours, as we're about 11 minutes away from the turn of what will be the second third of what has been an interesting, but also in some respects riveting races, where we've had a riveting race where we've got some close battles. As I'm noticing down in 20th place, Enzo Tabani is being closed in on by the 780 of Maniti Racing Green's man from the Netherlands, Ryan van der Gijp. Gap between them is about 8 tenths.
This is Enzo Tabani's first stint of the race. So, a late substitution into the team. most of the race already gone before he got his first stint. Same's true for Sam Granboom in Manidi Racing Red. The opposite being the amount of laps that Johan Harth has done. Now, I think Harth on 280 laps has gone past the number of laps Sven Haas has done, which I think was 267.
That's quite a lot of kilometres covered. I'm wondering if how many drivers, David, by the checkered flag that we're going to have that might have covered more than, well, or close to potentially half of the race distance, as we are on that 400.
Johan Harth's only done 260.
260. So he's only about 9. Well, he's about 9 laps away to get in front of Sven Harth with regards to the amount of total laps driven by one driver for one particular team. So that could be interesting if we get a couple of drivers that might have done nearly close to 50% of the total laps driven by the team over the course of twice around the clock.
Yeah, and earlier you were talking about positions gained since qualifying. Well, in qualifying, pole position was a 2:16.5. 1 second slower than that, as a 2:17.5, would have had you starting 49th on the grid. So 48 cars within 1 second of pole, and even then for a 24-hour race, there would be some teams that wouldn't put all that much focus on the qualifying and more on their race car. And it's not the qualifying times that gets you into the top split, it's the I rating of your drivers. So if you get good results, you gain I rating, you take that I rating into the top split here, and it's not necessarily about your 1 lap pace, but about where you finish races.
That's always the thing about an endurance race. It doesn't matter where you qualify, it's about where you finish. As Sam Granboom for Maniti Racing Red now in the pits. It's just exiting. That car's going to rejoin in around about the bottom part of, or around about 33rd, 34th position. And it's just lost 33rd to XPD Racing GT3 Simlab 1's Alvaro Sanguino in the 230. But nevertheless, still a lot of teams now. I've just seen that. Right, Peter Zuber apparently is behind the wheel of the gridandgo.com esports 004 that spent quite a lot of time in pit lane. Nearly 13.5 minutes, so probably a bit of damage and there is the car in question, the Hungarian piloting the Audi. And again, gridandgo.com esports on their 4-car roster here for the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa for 2026. 1 Mustang, 2 Lamborghinis, and then let's go with a definite veteran of the GT3 category. Let's stick with the Audi R8. So, but it's also going to be dependent on how many laps they can claw back. But with them being 85 laps down off of the race leaders, Verstappen Sim Racing, well, even with 8 hours to go, you're definitely going to say, yeah, well, they're probably going to finish the race. Yes, that in its own right is an achievement all the while.
And their teammates in the 002 are the fastest car on track at the minute. So they've found a tad more pace. But the lead gap, first to second, continues to just incrementally shrink tenths of a second per lap, just as they get towards the end of this run.
Gap between Gustavo Ariel and the number 4 Verstappen Sim Racing Ferrari, now less than 1.5 seconds ahead of Luke McKeown in the BMW M. Verstappen Sim Racing number 3 car. Alexander Spetz is losing time to both cars, and it's about 13 seconds off of McKeown as they go across the line to completes lap 412 as Lewis Barlow for Solpec Precision Racing in the number 7 car pits from 21st. So 26 laps on that stint. But Ariel and McKeown not that far away, neither are the likes of Spetz, Woods, Ricardo Rico for Nova Leggio Racing number 5, Corentin Lessine in the Blue Mercure Esport number 33, Aston Martin, rounding out the top 7. And that gap now, for the first time in quite a long while, has now dipped underneath a second, about 9/10 or so
now,
between Luke McKeown.
What part of the pit lane's that, Alex?
Is going to be the Grand Prix side of things. So, Solpec Precision Racing qualified 46th.
Yeah, I think it's about the top 35 or so that are in the other half, the other side of the pit lane, and we've got 59 cars, so both parts do get used. These ones are the more plush side.
Right, Solpec Precision
More room
Racing.
for couches, fridges, snacks.
Maybe an ice pack or two if you need it to cool down a little bit. Just put it in a towel, put it over the back of your neck. Number 7, they have changed drivers. So Florian Dürkop has now got behind the wheel of the number 7 car, whereas this is the 111 Solpec Precision Racing entry with Peter Bieder now runs 29th behind Paul Lobmeyer for mono competition in the number 69, rounding out 28th position. Running on board now with Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sims Keanu Leotard in the 42 car, and Keanu currently closing in on Thomas Laboutelet for BMW M Team BS competition. Gap is about 3/10 as they've just exited Kerpaul Frere to Blanchimont. So Lamborghini versus BMW. There's the Frenchman going to park the vehicle now. Right on the rear bumper of the BMW, goes to the outside. And he's going to, well, I think that was a case of Thomas letting Keanu through and then deciding, well, I might try and get back at him heading into La Source. So they cross the line to complete another lap. And the BMW closing in on the rear diffuser of the Lamborghini Huracan through into La Source, and this sets up Le Boutelet very, very nicely for a run down into Les Combes coming up shortly.
Lamborghini looked very good through Blanchimont, which leads me to think it'll be pretty good up the hill here as well, and carry plenty of speed onto the Kemmel Straight. Probably enough car lengths clear that they get to call dibs on that position for the moment.
Sean Campbell now back in pit lane for the 001 gridandgo.com esports car. Currently running, well, was running 15th and now drops behind Team PGZ with Sam Ward behind the wheel of the 114 car that rounds out the overall top 15. As we are just under 2 minutes away from the top of the hour. So hour 16 nearly completed, and again we're seeing, and this is a wonderful perspective where we get the rear bumper cam on board with Leotard, and then we get the onboard from the driver's eye perspective of Le Boutelet in this battle for P23 here, and it just really shows the ultra competitive nature. Enzo Tenbali now pits for WSR Esports number 20. David Bosger now takes over from Sean Campbell in the 001 Grid and Go esports car. But this has been another battle that's been brewing over the past few laps. There's another couple of battles going on. Actually, it's the one behind them, as now we got the battle for the race lead. The gap is half a second. So Luke McKeown lowering that gap, which was at one point just a few laps ago 4 seconds between himself and Gustavo Ariel in the number 4 Verstappen Sim Racing Ferrari 296. A little bit of a wiggle from the back end of Ariel's Ferrari as he put down the power coming out of La Source.
3 laps left in the stint for both drivers. So if there is a little bit of fuel saving needed, if the tyres are truly falling off, you'll see who's got the advantage, but once you close within that slipstream range, it's like magnets. You just inch them closer, and then eventually they sort of snap together with the power of that slipstream. Once the trailing car gets within a second, it's a massive advantage.
So they make their way through Malmedy, down the dip, in towards Bruxelles for the left-hander coming up at Speaker's Corner. And it's just a case of waiting, and a good amount of work by Luke McKeown to really make up for the unfortunate incident that happened pretty much 4 hours ago with Sebastian Job's unfortunate tangle with the barriers on the exit of pit lane, having taken over from Diogo Pinto. And they're now coming through in towards Lifagne, having negotiated their way through Double Gauche. Again, those tyres on that Ferrari seem to be a little bit on edge, as you rightly said, David. These drivers, or these cars, have both been on tyres for what is now 2 stints. And here comes the possibility of a run from Luke McKeown as we go through Cours Paul Frère, underneath the CrowdStrike banner, and then heading in at full speed into Blanchimont before the chicane.
Nothing given, but nothing asked for that time around. Absolutely nose to tail.
One of the things I'm noticing here, David, is Luke McKeown is getting closer and closer to the back bumper of Ariel. But is this probably a bigger part of maybe their long-term strategy? Because we are now into hour number 17 out of 24, and this could possibly be the run where we see car 3 maybe retake the race lead, but he's bump drafting Gustavo Ariel all the way down the Kemmel Straight, and this is probably just helping him to maybe eke out that fuel. You were saying about that earlier, that they're having to do a little bit of fuel saving here or there, and Luke McKeown has really put a case forward for number 3.
Yeah, no outrageous savings required to make 26 laps, but some is required here or there. Use a slipstream for a couple of laps when you get it, like in situations like here. And so they are coming to the end of 25 laps on this lap, and we think they'll go another.
Yeah,
which means probably an in-lap for Alexander Spetz behind them in third.
Yeah, because Damon Woods has just pitted in the Falken Sim Racing Team Blue 44 car. That car qualified P4, so that'll go all the way down into pit lane. Also into pit road, Blue Mercure Esports, Corentin Lassine in the 33. Lucas Prada for 23, WSR Esports. Now also in the pits. And the gap has extended again between Gustavo Ariel and Luke McKeown to around about 0.3 of a second. So Damon Woods parks the Falken Sim Racing Team Blue Ferrari on its marks in the pit lane. And again, we're going to see that shift where pretty much everybody in the top, most of the teams in the top 10 here, David, are going to be putting on brand new tyres, whereas Grinigo.com Esports, last time they did their pit stop 16 laps ago, which was on lap 400, they did a full service, as Alexander Spetz is in the pit lane now.
Yeah, this could be the end of 4 stints from Spetz, so I'd expect him to get out. And then Verstappen Sim Racing have been rotating through their drivers quite commonly, so they might go for a change as well. Always fun, the hairpin. You can't take it at pit lane speed limit. You've got to slow down somewhat to be able to make that hairpin, particularly now that the pit lane speed is 72 kilometers an hour. Back when it was 60, you could almost take the hairpin flat out, and numerous of my teammates have crashed trying.
Yeah, we're about to hit a little bit of a milestone in around about 11.5 laps time, where our leaders will have officially hit 3,000 kilometers completed here at the 2026 iRacing Spa 24 presented by Falken. Ate Kalpinen now getting behind the wheel, taking over from Alexander Spets, who, as you said, 4 stints, that's 100 laps that the Swede has completed. As Ate Kalpinen now will wait until that car is ready to be released. And it's a short run down to taking off the pit lane speed limiter. But we're now going to the fiercely forward pink number 9 car.
Yeah, 104 laps completed by Spets in that run just then. So probably time for him to go to bed, maybe?
Yeah, that will be about 7 o'clock in the morning in Sweden, because they're an hour in front of the UK at the moment. But Michele Zhensko closing in. And this is the battle with Gregory Hoverson for the sister Falken sim racing car. Team Teal, Gregory Hoverson, as our leaders are now in the pit lane with just under 7 hours and 54 minutes remaining. I think, the fact that Luke Macchio did not overtake Gustavo Ariel during those last 5 or 6 laps there, David, has really meant that we are we on the cusp of a potential top 2 battle that got decided by just under a 10.5 last year, 12 months ago, between those 2 teams. I mean, if that happens, if lightning strikes twice, that would be a grandstand finish that I don't think anyone could write.
Yeah, can they give themselves like a team photo finish side by side across the line? They can't count anything too early, because we're still 8 hours to the checkered flag, and there are some other good teams that are running them hard all the way.
So with that in mind, Jarno Koch and Johan Harth for Grinigo 002 and Novileggio 99. They are around about 7 or 8 laps away from their next pit stop, which for both teams will be pit stop number 17 of this race. And fiercely forward pink have got through on Falken Sim Racing Teal. Florian Lebigra now getting behind the wheel of the number 3 car, taking over from Luke McKeown, and Gustavo Ariel heading over to Cooper Webster in the number 4 Verstappen Sim Racing car. They both exit out of pit lane, and the switch has effectively happened because, well, it was 8 tenths between both teams in the favour of the number 3 BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing BMW. 1 minute 0.7 versus 1 minute 1.5, but still they exit out line astern.
Yeah, so it might have been just a tiny bit less fuel needed for the BMW. They both come out, grid and go, have their little moment in the sun leading the race before it'll then come back to being the 2 Verstappen Sim Racing cars, and now the BMW, after a couple of hour stints to regain their place, are now back out front of their teammates.
So the lead now changes as we have, well, the thing is, what this has done is Florian Lebigra and Cooper Webster now reset their counters to what is now going to be their first lap of potentially 26 here at Spa for what will be the 17th stint effectively, as we have 7 hours and 50 minutes left to go here at Spa. Jarno Koch leads the way as we are currently on lap 418. So around about 10 laps away from hitting 3,000 kilometres completed by the race leaders. Jarno Koch now currently on lap number 19 of this stint for the crew. So Ford leads ahead of BMW, ahead of Ferrari, ahead of Audi, and then Antti Kauppinen for Blue Mercure in the number 1 Aston Martin rounds out your overall top 5. So 5 different manufacturers in the top 5, as we have 7 hours and 50 minutes to go. More pit stops still happening. Igor Vazovsky gets behind the wheel of the Falken Sim Racing Team Teal number 6 car. Johan Shirazi for Sim RC in the number 76. Ryan van der Rijp again for another pit stop for Maniti Racing Green. So, and the top 20 rounded out by the 24 of TC Esports Diego Fernandez, which started down in 32nd position, now rounds out your overall top 20. Still the games are afoot here at Spa. But of course, Cooper Webster, the defending Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, came down to the wire. And of course, Porsche Esports Super Cup is back with the regional qualifiers that have been broadcasted. Of course, the most recent round yesterday night, as we see Jürgen Fank now taking the wheel of the number 20 the 20th place number 76 Sim RC car, and Gabriel Ivanov for Automoves Racing Team 217 that rounds out the top 35. Johan Harth still behind the wheel of the number 99 Nova Leggio Racing Audi R8 LMS GT3, and it's not that far behind, so this Audi really starts to stretch its legs in the final few laps of the stint, currently on what is now the end of lap 21, and is closing in on Messrs Lebigre and Webster. Bearing in mind, Lebigre and Webster both took brand new tyres last time around, and Antti Kauppinen, the man from Finland in the number 1 Blue Mercure Esports Aston Martin Vantage GT3, is around about 14 seconds off of this battle, and there he is making his way through into La Source. Quite a few other teams that are on the verge of pit stops. 003 Grid and Go Lamborghini, Isaac Phelps currently running P7. Jaden Munoz in the number 2 BS Competition car, rounding out the top 15, currently on lap 25 of their stint. Peter Biedert for Solpec Precision Racing, 24th at the moment on lap 24 of the stint. Lap 25 for Impulse Racing by TAM Liveries, Ross O'Connor in the number 13 car, rounding out 29th, just 7.2 seconds ahead of Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sims Ruben Paulino in the number 42. That's 104 laps, David said just a few moments ago, that Alexander Spetz has done. Isaac Phelps now into pit lane on lap 25. So the Lamborghini, which qualified 17th on the grid for this year's event, now trundles down and stops in pit lane. So the Brit, now we'll see if that car might be taking on tyres. Grid and Go have showcased it with the 002 Mustang. Still behind the wheel is Jano Koch from Germany. That car is now on lap 421. So still a few more laps until we get to the magic 3,000. So we're about 55 or so kilometres before we so we're probably going to see it around about lap 428, 429 is when the total distance by the race leaders will have elapsed. 3,000 kilometres in total. So Isaac Phelps rejoins Jaden Munoz for BS competition. In the number 2 car, now is in pit lane, running in the Audi. So hazard lights flashing on the finest GT3 machinery from Ingolstadt. There's going to be possibly a little bit of a buzz about the recent addition to the Audi family. They sort of like said, well, the R race is no longer in production, and now the car that's made its debut at the well, in public and also with a dynamic drive display at this year's Goodwood Festival of Speed, the Audi Nuvolari. Is there a possibility that Audi might bring a GT3 car back in the footsteps of sister brand Lamborghini, who have brought the Temerario into GT3 competition this season, which will also extend to Lamborghini Super Trofeo for 2027 in their one-make series. So Jaden Munoz returns. No tyres taken from the Audi. That rejoins in 19th position. As we're going to see this battle here for 21st. Luis Giamma for Capivara Racing Team versus WSR Esports. Enzo Tibani. So for the Raging Bull of Sant'Agata Bolognese versus the Cavallino Rampante of Maranello. For the final position outside, or the first position outside of the top 20. 20th place still being occupied by SimRC's Jürgen Frank in the 76, which is 7 seconds up the road. A few more positions, well, a few more drivers coming into pit lane. Ross O'Connor for Impulse Racing by TAM livery. Tom Raya now showing is behind the wheel of the Solpec Precision Racing 111. Car 100, owned eSport. Julian Lauren behind the wheel, that car running 43rd at the minute. However, I have noticed that one of the cars that has been running, Dan Scholing for Altitude Freem Esports in the number 11 car, has been in the pits. And that car has been in for quite a time, as we see picture in picture. So the number 11 Altitude Freem Esports car has now been in pit lane for nearly 11 minutes. So that would say to me that that team has hit trouble big time. But again, well, looking at things as they stand, Jano Koch is not that far away from bringing the Mustang in for the team's 17th pit stop of the race. Leonardo Dragota now behind the wheel of the number 13 car. Lap times at the moment. Jano Koch's last lap time, 2 minute 15.5. Florian Lebigre, 2:15.8. Cooper Webster, 2:15.9. Johan Hart in the 99 Audi for Nova Leggio, 2 minute 16.1. But it is the so right now this is going to give us an understanding of what has happened. Oh dear, it's been a repeat of what we saw with Sebastian Joe and the Altitude Freem Esports car has just clobbered the back end, and that is why that car is now in the pits, and so the rear end significantly damaged. Unfortunately, that is going to be very, very costly for Dan Scholing. A real shame, because again, it's that cold tyres, cold brakes situation. And we're going to have Blas Diaz for SDR Sim Racing. Oh no! That is a big, big moment coming out of Blanchimont, and that car loses its rear wing. Oh dear, the mistakes are starting to creep in with just under 7 hours and 40 minutes to go, and that was not what part of the plan was. That car at high speed at about 240 kilometers an hour, losing traction on the back end. So that is a real shame for Blas Diaz. Managed to, the damage wasn't that significant to the point where but again, we still, right, Johan Harth has dived into pit lane after 25 laps. And Florian Lebigre closing in. Well, he's being closed in on by Cooper Webster. And again, just seeing with 7 hours 38 minutes still to go on the timer here at the 2026 running of the iRacing Spa 24 presented by Falken. It is just the case, David, that we are seeing some mistakes starting to creep in, obviously with Altitude Freem Esports, and then of course SCR Sim Racing, Blas Diaz having exactly the same issue as what we saw with Sebastian Job just after the halfway point of the race, hitting the barrier. Well, it was 579, lost it at high speed through Blanchimont, and that's a bit of a worry, but minimal damage. They only spent 2 minutes in the pit lane, whereas Altitude Freem Esports is in there for nearly the best part of 15 minutes.
This is starting to become a really good example of the strength of teamwork, because you've got the two Verstappen Sim Racing cars together, able to assist each other, able to push each other on, learn from each other, save fuel with each other. Well, Grid and Go, who brought 4 cars to this race, haven't been able in these phases of the race to link up and to provide a combined threat to challenge Verstappen Sim Racing. So that's +1 to the teamwork and connection of Verstappen Sim Racing as it's gone down in the last 8 hours or so.
Yeah, and that in the longer run of things could help them, as we see Jano Koch now come in. Lap 25 completed, pit stop number 17. That car started alongside the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing number 3 car as they make their way through at high speed. And again, we saw this tactic between Gustavo Ariel and Luke McKeown on the previous stint. Now we're seeing the same tactics being employed by Lebigre and Webster. And it's like you said, David, it's more the case of how close these teams are so intertwined. Yes, of course, there can only be one winner, but if both teams can work together and push forward, we're now seeing a gap over Attic Alpinen of about 14 seconds. And it's you know, it just shows the strength and depth of the field that we have here in the top split.
Yeah, it's ridiculous stuff. I remember when I first started doing the iRacing special events, you'd be like, wow, there's 13 splits for this 24-hour race now. I don't know, what are we at? Sort of 60, 80, hundreds sometimes? I believe that we're above 10,000 drivers participating in the iRacing Spa 24 this year. So it's massive, but with that means so many splits. It means that the top split is harder and harder to get into. The bar raises and raises, and the level of competition and how close the competition is, particularly in this top split, just gets tougher and tougher each year. But that's to the benefit of everyone who loves seeing this quality of racing.
Yeah, it's just so ultra competitive, and well, here we go. 99. Benedek Vida back behind the wheel after a mammoth amount of stints by Johan Harth in the 99 Novalegio Racing Audi R8 LMS, and this is the battle for P10. Lorenzo Manfredotti behind the wheel of WSR Esports Red in the Ford Mustang, as that car thunders its way through Malmedy and down the hill in towards Bruxelles. A little dab of the brakes through the downhill right hand hairpin before the left hander that brings us through Speaker's Corner. I mean, the amount of name changes, David, that we see these days on corner names. I think the abbreviated version, which is the MotoGP side of things, they've called that the sort of like what looks like an exit road or a get out of jail free card road, is Jackie Ickx Corner. Speaker's Corner was originally known as No Name, kind of as the meme goes on a particular sim when you wonder which driver's in which position, and it's got No Name all over the shop. But again, we're now seeing that the Mustang, which is currently on its 10th lap in this stint, Benedek Vida, that car did take tyres, as did the Mustang, but again, we're just seeing the strength of that Coyote V8 just out-muscle a very established powertrain in the form of that 5.2 litre V10. Of course, when the
corner names, if you want to know how beloved Jackie Ickx is in this country, he's got a corner named after him here in the French-speaking part of Belgium, and he's got a corner named after him at Zolder in the Flemish-speaking part of Belgium. So if Jackie Ickx can unite those two halves of the country, he must truly be their greatest national hero.
Yes, a wonderful man who I had the pleasure of meeting him and his son, funnily enough, at last year's Italian Grand Prix at Monza in early September. Wonderful. That man is a Belgian national treasure, now involved with the Genesis Magma Racing WEC project with their hypercar. And yeah, such a wonderful, well-spoken individual. But we always know that when you get drivers that are absolutely wonderful, you know, every time smile on their face, happy to see the fans, happy to meet people and talk with them, and then they put the visor down, and then that inner wild beast that is their racing driver alter ego comes out to play. And of course, the original Mr. Lamar, 6 times a winner at Circuit de la Sarthe before Tom Christensen eclipsed that with 9 Le Mans 24-hour victories. But yeah, like you say, I think when Jackie Ickx is no longer on this earth, he will be a man very sorely missed. And he's still got the spring in his step, a bit like Mario Andretti as well, when you think about it. And both of them, at their respective ages, are still happy to get behind the wheel of a race car, because Jackie was actually behind the wheel of the Genesis Magma Racing hypercar after the team had a Herculean effort to get that car as a fully rolling chassis. And he was one of the first drivers to go out there. His lollipop man, stopping him in the pit lane, was none other than Andre Lotterer.
can't be a top-level competitor and a good bloke. Jackie X must have some skeletons in his closet.
I think most racing drivers do. But I had the opportunity to have a chat with him for about 15 minutes at Monza. He was there was a wonderful classic display of old school F1 machinery, and he was running the car that he piloted, the 312T in 1970 when he was teammates with, I think it was Clay Regazzoni that year, and that was also assisted by Barilla, the pasta manufacturer that's actually the official ordained official pasta supplier to Formula One. But yeah, Jackie, a great person, a true Belgian racing driver legend. Yeah, like you say.
Of course, it's because Pasta Maldonado is not in Formula One anymore. It wasn't possible until he left the frame, because you couldn't have two pastas in Formula One.
I like that. Like that. That's given me a little bit of a giggle about 6:25 here in the UK. But still, with 7.5 hours to go, battles very much entrenched here at the Spa 24. It's a good thing that Pasta did leave then, really, wasn't it?
He came, he crashed, he won, he crashed again, and he left. What a legend.
Not much more to say about that subject than what you've just parlayed there, David. So well played, as we see both Benedek Vida and the 577 SDR sim racing car. Juan Blanat behind the wheel with teammate Miguel San Martin in the 578. About 21.6 seconds off of this battle. And looking at it from this perspective, we have got, at this moment, 4 different manufacturers in the top 4. So we've got BMW, leading from Ferrari, then Aston Martin with Atte Kauppinen, Team PGZ Sam Ward now pits from 8th position after another 25 laps. So that car qualified P7, so again, just another team that's going to have to rumble its way down past the Grand Prix pits and then head down to the old buildings. But I do have to say this though, David, for Grid and Go Esports, they've now got all 4 cars back on, which is included the 004. Peter Zuber behind the wheel. That car is now on its 19th lap of what is the 15th stint for that team, having spent over 13 minutes in the pit lane. They're looking to get all 4 cars to the end of this race. In comparison with what happened for them last year, the 001 car actually finished just behind, finished behind Coanda Esports. So it was the number 20 and the number 21 of Verstappen Sim Racing, both running BMWs. Then it was Drago Racing, the 169, Coanda Esports in the 08, and then GridandGo.com Esports 001. Whereas the car that's leading the charge is the car that ended up finishing down in 47th. So what a turn of fortunes at the moment for the 002 car.
Yeah, and in the graveyard of cars looking like they're not going to make it to the checkered flag today, 55th and 56th in the classifications, Maniti Racing Purple and Maniti Racing Yellow. So it's been very tough to them, and there's a number of other retirements, of course, as there will be, but for the most part, great deal of persistence throughout the field, with looking like 46 cars running.
I think we're looking, yeah, I mean, if you did involve the Altitude Free Esports car, that has now been stationary for over 26.5 minutes. That was the one that had the tangle with the barriers at around about the 8 hour to go mark. So
It's 45 or 46, depending on how you count them, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Whether you believe that the altitude 3M might rejoin, which it might.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the same could be said of the 234 Automoves Racing team. Boris Lysen showing behind the wheel of that car, currently classified 46th at the minute, as Lorenzo Castellani for 07 Racing G-Tail Design pits from 25th. That allows Solpec Precision Racing's Florian Duakopf in the number 7 car to now take 25th position. So Castellani, that is going to be now their 16th, well, either 16th or 17th pit stop. But still, we're halfway through the stints for Lebigra, Webster and Kauppinen at the moment. And so we are on lap 430, which does mean the following. After this lap, we'll have just covered over 3,011 kilometres with the race leaders once this lap has been completed. So a big amount of distance already covered with what is now lap 429 out of a potential predicted by the live timing 637 laps could be completed by the end of this race. And the track temperature is really starting to climb here, David. It's now climbed to just under 24 degrees centigrade, well, 24 degrees Celsius. And the weather now partially cloudy. Sim time 27th of June, 9:25 a.m. And this is where we could see some teams really start to take advantage of oncoming track evolution here at Spa.
That thermometer just catching up with mine as 25 degrees Celsius on track. We've just ticked up. Unsurprisingly, a 0% chance of rain in the near future. What we are seeing is expecting to head towards clear skies from partly cloudy at the moment, so all pointing towards a quite hot middle of the day here. For the checkered flag is then in the afternoon.
Yep, and that's also potentially going to give a little bit of a thought towards the end game strategy, as here we have the battle for 21st position, the number 54 Capivara Racing Team vehicle, being piloted by Luis Schirmer, Enzo Tabani. In the number 20, WSR Esports Lamborghini Huracan GT3 still chasing them down. They've got a car just in front, which is one of the Audis. I'm trying to make out which one that is. And they're going through Campus and Stavlo. This could be the opportunity that Tabani needs, as they are going to be literally right on the rear diffuser. Heading in towards Blanchimont. We're on board now with Tabani, the Frenchman from WSR Esports. Very late on the brakes going into the chicane. And so get the traction down, a little bit of a wiggle on the back end as he applies the power. But I think now Tabani's got an opportunity here, David, to make that run coming out of La Source into Eau Rouge and Radion, and then see if he can put it past Luis Schirmer for P21.
Yeah, the Hurricanes have looked quick through the fast corner sections of the track here, so hardly a lift and a great change of direction heading up Radion really carries the speed there, and that's what gives you the opportunity.
Yeah, car now hitting just over 7,600 RPM. It's literally bump drafting the Ferrari 296 into Lecombe. Car in front, the Audi kicking up a little bit of gravel. But still, Schirmer keeping that car on the racing line as they go through Bruxelles, down the hill into Speaker's Corner. And still the battle at the sharp end of the field. It looks like there is a longer strategy game being played by the two Verstappen Sim Racing outfits. Gap between Florian Lebigre and the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing M3, the number 3 car, is about 5 and a bit tenths of a second ahead of Cooper Webster in the number 4 Verstappen Sim Racing Ferrari. So I think what they're wanting to do is probably having a little bit of a team game. Just don't make any sudden manoeuvres. If a change happens in the pit stop, just let it happen. Let the race naturally come to them, as a little bit of a run wide out of Speaker's Corner by Florian Lebigre in front of Cooper Webster. And I think when we saw, I think it was WSR Esports, Lukasz Skuza giving you the frighteners a little bit earlier on, David, when Lukasz put the wipers on. So I'm going to call that Spa Wipergate there, because I was like thinking, is there any rain? No, and that was about half an hour before I jumped back into the booth.
Yeah, so we saw Enzo Tabani. He's now done 44 laps of this race after sitting on the sidelines for more than the first half. Peter Zuber into the race has now done 22 laps. Same for Luis Sherma in the Capivara racing team. So we're still getting drivers make and cut their first laps 16 hours after this race began, and they were on the registration sheet. So a few of those drivers, if that was the schedule from the start, might have thought there's a 50-50 chance there'll be no car for me to drive when it's my turn tomorrow. But they are getting in and making their debut. And there's the 07 Racing 07 has a driver that still needs to do some more laps. Not been a problem for these Verstappen Sim Racing teammates, because they've been very good at just rotating through their driver lineup. Every 2 hours, different driver.
Yeah, and that means at least with consistency, it just keeps a good run of pace. They're both running in the 15.7s at the moment. So last lap for Florian Lebigre, 2:15.771. Cooper Webster, 2:15.728. And because of the slipstream assist that Cooper Webster has received from Florian Lebigre, did a sub 38.5 in the opening sector, just over 2 tenths quicker than the race leader as they come out of Speaker's Corners, both kicking up the dust off of the gravel on the exit of Speaker's Corner into Double Gorge here on lap 433. 7 hours and 17 minutes left to count down until the checkered flag. And yeah, there we go. Florian Lebigre deciding to engage the wiper blade on the BMW M3. Or the M4. So I still get... I mean, even though when BMW decided to go and make the coupe, they changed it from M3 to M4 all those years ago, and I just got so confused. And it happens from time to time when I think, oh, it's an M3. No, it's an M4. Like, come on, Alex, just open your eyes, man.
Some calls in the YouTube chat earlier for iRacing to make the touring wagon version.
Oh,
and I thought, yeah, that'd be nice. But what they could do is they could make that one of the safety cars for iRacing, particularly if we're going to get multiple safety car split class starts for endurance races and things like that. I wouldn't mind a wagon BMW with safety car lights on it, just like we've got a safety car version of the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car and the BMW M2 Cup car. There's and the Ford Mustang FR500S. How about a BMW wagon safety car?
Oh, that sounds... I like that idea. I'd like to see something like, say, for instance, you know, when you think about it, it was put in the experimental class of the this year's running of the Ravenol 24 Hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Imagine if you had a class of all BMW M3 Touring GT3 cars as a standalone series. That would be pretty interesting, and throw it to an open setup configuration as well to boot.
Well, it'd end up looking a lot like the taxi rank at an international airport.
Yeah, imagine that coming out at somewhere like, let's say, Munich International Airport, and the first thing you see is a line of BMW M3 Touring GT3 cars that are all made road legal, like a big line of them. That would be a hell of a PR exercise for BMW Motorsport on that coup.
Well, there's a lot of Porsches at Atlanta Airport. So maybe like that, but for BMWs, you know, in Munich or in Germany, or I'll be honest, it sounds like the kind of thing that might happen in Dubai or Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, somewhere in the Middle East.
Well, Lamborghini's there.
Yeah. It would either have to be one of the following. It would probably have to be like the new Urus SE Performante that's just been released, which is their most powerful SUV. But you'd have to make it like mocked up in the livery that you'd see on a Lamborghini Super Trofeo event, with like Roger Dubuis on the front windscreen strip, and
Pertamina.
All that. Yeah, Pertamina on the side, emblazoned. Probably not like just have them like in the Pertamina colours. You know, just get them all wrapped in the same colour. A bit like when you, for those that do venture over to Germany on a regular basis, myself included, on my travels, is seeing like the really sort of like deep beige colour that all the taxis are in, and I've seen quite a few of them when it's either Mercs, BMWs, as again the bump drafting tactics of the leading cars, BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing and Verstappen Sim Racing. And this tactic is starting to pull them away a little bit further from Atte Kauppinen in the #1 Blue Mercure eSports car.
And I think that the track temps aren't favouring Blue Mercure either, although obviously your rivals being in good form, working together, cutting through the traffic together and bump drafting, when you don't have anything like that, is going to have an effect. But also, if the tyre wear was a negative for the Aston Martin, then hot track temps will also be a negative for them.
Yeah, especially with the fact that that car has underneath its bonnet a 4-litre twin-turbo V8. Whereas the two cars leading the way are in different formats of the 6-cylinder powertrain solution. So inline 6, twin-power turbo for the leading BMW, and twin-turbo V6 mid-mounted for the Ferrari just behind it, as they now make their way out of Stavelot.
120-degree deep V, a deep V like men's t-shirts in 2012.
Oh. And I'll be honest with you, I never did make that fashion faux pas. I absolutely hated those kind of things. I did have like where it was the tight V-neck, the bottom of the neck, the neck itself, but not to the point where anyone that had the bling around their neck, that was on full display. And yeah, I wasn't quite a fan of those big, those long V-neck, those long sort of like V-neck t-shirts in terms of where the collar would sit. It wasn't kind of my style, really.
Yeah, 120-degree V6 in the Ferrari. A conventional V6 layout's usually 90 degrees or 60 degrees. What it does is it makes it, well, it's quote-unquote a V6. It's as close to a Boxer flat 6 as it is to the 60-degree V6 in a Ford Mondeo.
Well, kind of reminds, you talking about Mondeos there, David, kind of reminds me of when they brought out on two successive generations the ST220 V6 Mondeo. I had the opportunity to drive the not the older generation, which was the first gen of the Mondeo ST220, but I think it was in the mid 2000s when I was, funny enough, working for Hertz Rent-A-Car in my locality here in the east of England. Yeah, we used to find that those alloy wheels did get a bit of a battering, because on that point, for the second generation of the ST220, they also brought out the Mondeo ST TDCi, which actually you could launch a lot quicker off the line than the standard ST220. And I was like, always, whenever I'd had to go and work in another branch, I'd be like saying, no, just stick me in an ST TDCi. Why? Good fuel economy, so I'm not having to use the company fuel card too often. And also it's got a lot more torque, so you could dump it down into third gear, boot the throttle, and accelerate around traffic quite easily.
I had a Mustang convertible rental car a couple of years back. That was very fuel efficient and practical.
Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to drive a Ford Mustang, to be honest with you. I'm hoping that at some point I do get to a locality. Right, we've got a replay coming up. This is Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim, number 42. Ruben, and well, that
technical
car just
problem.
It's
the steering wheel stayed stuck left, then it straightened, and then it snapped the other way. And I don't think that's a driving error. I think that's like a steering wheel wheelbase or technical error. Not internet or PC blue screening or anything, but maybe a loose connection in their steering wheel, because it jammed and then it like reset.
Yeah, I think that was well, it was the secondary impact that the front end took the brunt of it. But I think considering the scope of what happened, I think that car I think Ruben Paulino got away with that quite lightly, to be honest.
Well, if exactly the same thing happened going up through Radion, the car would be a complete write-off if the steering got stuck. So yeah, I mean, that's not what they want to happen. And then it puts this thought in the back of your mind that you can't trust your equipment or something. But you're right that they drove away from that incident with every panel on the car, just some of them dented.
Along with a bit of pride to boot thereof. As still the battle between car 99, Nova Leggio Racing, with Hungary's Benedek Vida behind the wheel. Juan Blainer behind the wheel of the SDR Sim Racing 577 Pink Machine. As now Manisi Racing Red have come in for another pit stop. Freak Cook behind the wheel of the car that is now just dipped out of the top 30. So just having a look down the list. Right, well, gridandgo.com esports might not have all four cars going, because I've just seen that Peter Zuber in the 004 has been in pit road for north of 5 minutes. That includes the stationary time in the pit lane. So whether the 004 has come up, has come to grief, as a big kick up of dust through Lecom by Van Blainer. As again, they've got back marker traffic. There's a Lamborghini in front of Benedek Vida. That is going to be the car in, I think that is, trying to make out which car that is. I think that's that's 782. That is Freak Cook for Maniti Racing Red, rounding out 31st. And Benedek Vida on the flashes saying, come on Freak, get out of the way. I've got traffic on my rear. And good work by Freak Cook to keep out of the way as they go through Double Gorge. A little bit of a wider exit by Benedek Vida to try and break the toe that Juan Blainer has behind him as they go through into Lifagne. Audi versus Ferrari, and again another run wide. Benedek Vida is just, he might be overdriving the car ever so slightly, because he's really pushing the envelope when it comes to track limits.
Yeah, just taking a look, Sven Haase on 261 laps completed, but Benedek Vida's teammate leading the way at the moment. Johan Haas has completed 274 laps. Benedict Vita's up to 164 himself with just the 2 drivers in this car. Some really, really committed drivers to the iRacing Spa 24. You work it out. It seems like Johan Harth is tracking to maybe drive 14 of the 24 hours of this race. And then this is the highest level of competition possible. And they're inside of the top 10. So all of that borders on miraculous. And I'm sure there's plenty of other people that are inspired by that.
That effectively makes that, just doing some quick calculations on my smartphone, that Johan Harth has done over 61% of the driving so far in this race for Nova Leggio number 99, which is still on the lead lap. We have 11 cars still on said lead lap, but Miguel San Martin in the 578 SDR Racing entry is about 2 minutes and 11 seconds along behind race leader Florian Lebigre for the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing number 3 M4, as car 7 Florian Duurkop for Solpec Precision Racing into pit lane for another pit stop for the team. We're not that far away from another pit stop 17 for the top, well, out of the top 8, 7 cars about to make their 17th pit stop. Then it'll be pit stop number 18 about 8 laps later, when Jarno Koch for Grid & Go Esports in the 002 Mustang will again become the de facto leader before they then come in for their pit stop. But what I'm interested to see is that we're seeing some strategies here. I'm looking at down the timing screens at the moment, David. So 002 Grid & Go, last stop, no tyres taken. Falken Sim Racing Team Blue 44, running P5, no tyres taken on the last pit stop. Blue Mercure Esport number 33, no tyres taken on last pit stop. So you then have to go all the way down to Isaac Phelps in 12th, and on their last pit stop, which was 18 laps ago, they did not take tyres. So again, we're seeing a little bit of a strategy shift, especially in the mid part of the top 10, and seeing who might be able to get the strategy that works best to challenging for the overall race victory.
Even in the cold of the middle of the night, it was clear who was on the first stint of their tyres, who was on the second stint of their tyres. The difference was about half a second a lap, and it meant that over the 26 laps of a stint, you lost about 13 or 14 seconds on track, but you had gained 20 seconds in the pit lane. The net result being it was better to take that second stint on the tyres. But there surely, therefore, is a point not too far away where a track that's hot enough, a difference between first and second stint becomes large enough that if you take the 20 seconds for a new set of tyres every pit stop, you will get back 20 seconds on track compared to those that are trying to nurse double-stinted tyres on an increasingly hot racetrack. Up to 26.7 degrees Celsius and climbing all the time. Sun's out.
Yeah, I am looking at the lap times now between Jarno Koch and Florian Lebigre and Cooper Webster. Well, put it this way. You said half a second during the night time. Well, with the track temperature approaching close to 27 degrees Celsius, as David Bosger comes into the pit lane in the 001 Grid & Go Esports Lamborghini, that gap is starting to stretch in terms of lap time. So with Jarno Koch being on the second stint of those tyres, he's losing the best part of nearly a second a lap to the race leader. So that gap that they were gaining, it could possibly become a potential deficit as the track temperature increases. So I think it's a case of watch this space as to how much more it's going to hurt drivers and teams as we are about to start the well, we're about to get ourselves ready for the turn of another hour. So about to complete lap hour 17 out of 24. 7 hours to go, and leading the way as they are about to cross the line to complete lap number 440 of the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa, presented by Falken. It is Florian Lebigre and Cooper Webster, BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, leading the way. Ahead of Cooper Webster, Ate Kalpanen P3 for Blue Mercure Esports. Grinningo.com Esports rounding out the top 4 with Falken Sim Racing Team Blue. Blue Mercure Esports 33. Nova Leggio Racing number 5. WRE Esports Red 23. Nova Leggio Racing 99. And SDR Sim Racing 577 as we turn into hour number 18 here at Spa.
Fans on the Kemmel Hill have been there all day, all night, and now they're back in the sun, so I hope they all drink plenty of water. But this is playing out very well for Verstappen Sim Racing. BMW and Ferrari flying in formation, leaving the rest of the field behind. Ate Kalpanen, despite his best efforts, has gone from 8 seconds behind the leaders at the start of this stint to now sort of 14, approaching 15 seconds back. And then we don't know when they might have to pull the switch on going to single stinting tyres, perhaps, for some of these other teams. And then the only other team with a chance at challenging for the lead at the moment is Grid and Go 002. But you start to count back and you think they still might need another pit stop and a drive through the lane here at the endurance configuration of Spa. Basically takes a whole minute. It's incredibly punishing that way if you do end up needing an extra pit stop. Or, as we might need to look out for later in the race, if you exceed the incident limit and get a drive-through.
Oh, yeah, that I think that kind of alludes to a point that I think I might have made before myself and Craig checked out for the night. That as we see the race progress on, you know, the drivers, irrespective of what stint strategies they've played into the greater scheme of things into this race, is as the race gets towards its inevitable conclusion, you know, the drivers are running on motivation and adrenaline, but that cannot always combat the fact that everyone will be mentally and physically exhausted once we get into the tail end, like the last 2 to 3 hours, that final push and the final eighth of the race, to get the car across the line. Despite the fact that not every team is going to be in contention for a podium or maybe even the overall victory, some teams will find it a triumph in their own right by just having competed in this top split and getting that car across the line after 24 hours.
Now, this will be the final lap in the stint for Ate Kalpanen, the car that we're focused on. And when they get to that pit stop, it's a decision to be made. Do they double stint the tyres they're on right now? Or do they look at the track conditions and think maybe it's time to single stint tyres? Because not only do they need to look at the track temperature has risen from 20 to 27 degrees Celsius, but if you leave those tyres on, it's going to be for another hour. How hot will the track be at the end of that next hour when you're still on the same tyres? A point of comparison is Falken Sim Racing team and the other Blue Mercure car in the lane right now. So Corentin Lassagne and Damon Woods. We'll see what strategy those teams opt for.
Yeah, Corentin Lassagne, this being home turf for the Belgian. I think this is his second stint in a row that Corentin has been behind the wheel of the number 33 car. Of course, within the first 2 hours, that car was having dramas at the source, and then got tapped by Giovanni Vecchio in the fiercely forward pink number 9 car and spun around. But to still be at the sharp end at this point of the race is nevertheless a Herculean effort. But still, it's a case of can they make the best of it? And 104 laps as now Thibaut Prévost from the Luxembourger now takes over the 33 car from Belgium's Corentin Lassine. And then Falken Sim Racing Blue, James Bome behind the wheel of that car. Lorenzo Manfredotti.
Double completed by Damon Woods there, so it's on schedule for them to change driver and tyres as well.
Okay. And look at the amount of debris. As always, these cars nice and shiny when they get going, and that was 17 hours ago. And you look at the front end of the number one Blue Mercure eSport Aston Martin V8 Vantage car, completely pebble dashed with rubber and muck. As that car now trundled its way down into pit lane, qualified P3, now stops on its marks in the pit lane.
So fuel for Kalpinen, 40 seconds is what it takes to refuel the car, and then at that point, do they go or do they take tyres? Track temperature has risen another notch since I last postulated this idea that they might go to single stinting tyres. So it's that point of the mid-morning where the temperature really, really picks up, and it could well stay with us through the middle of the day and into the afternoon as well.
Yeah, 577 now in the pits, along with Kevin Ellis Jr. getting behind the wheel of the Nova Leggio Racing number 5 car, as Benedek Vida carries on, as Blena brings the 577 SDR Sim Racing Ferrari into pit lane. That car qualified 38th for this race, and now the Argentine on his marks in the pit lane. And on cue, leaders now in, Lebigra and Webster on their 26th lap, having completed what will effectively be at 443 laps, as we have just over 6 hours and 53 minutes remaining. And Nova Leggio Racing's pairing of Johan Harth and Benedek Vida really giving a good account of themselves. They've got another 6 or 7 laps possibly to go here, David, until their next pit stop.
Yeah, they do. And for Blue Mercure, that's a Kalpinen took fuel only. Probably the strategy we're still expecting out of these two cars, number 3 and number 4. We've seen them swap at pit stops because the trailing car manages to save 1 or 2 seconds of fuel. They come in half a second apart, and then the trailing car leapfrogs, and so one stint to the next, a little leapfrog can happen. So it's just fuel only looking like for Lebigra and Webster at this point. Did Webster save enough to make a jump here on pit exit?
That's going to be the interesting factor we could see very, very shortly, as we're about to hit nearly 40 seconds apiece for the Verstappen sim racing cars, and Lebigra gets ahead of Cooper Webster. Webster was Cooper Webster, his pit stop indicated at 40.0 seconds, and he comes out behind Florian Lebigra. So maybe it is a case of one car leads for 2 stints, then they swap it around, depending on how much fuel was saved. So maybe Cooper Webster is trying to help the number 4 car extend its fuel mileage in that Ferrari a little bit longer as they rejoin. And that now means that Jana Koch for gridandgo.com esports will be in another 6 or 7 laps to start their 18th pit stop of the race. But still, it doesn't really give us an indication as to how the strategies will culminate into the final couple of hours of the race, but you'll have to find out live with us right up until the end. But again, just the strength of the Verstappen sim racing entity as an entirety, considering both teams, they really are putting on a masterclass here in the Ardennes Forest with 6 hours, 50 minutes to go until the checkered flag.
A slim chance of rain this morning didn't result in anything. The clouds cleared, the sun is out, the place looks gorgeous, and the racing and the track are heating up.
Yeah, I'm going to be quite interested to see how the lap times are going to differ, because Jarno Koch now coming to the end of the second stint on those worn tyres, and then in comparison with how Lebigra and Webster, who are within 0.2 of a second of each other. There we see, fiercely forward pink, Adam Michalzensko behind the wheel. Samuel Ward for Team PGZ has been having a good run in the 114 Mustang, as Miguel Samartin, Igor Vazovsky, SDR Sim Racing, Falken Sim Racing Teal, Paul Lobmeyer for Mono Competition 69 is also in the pits. So still having a modicum of pit stops happening from time to time. But just waiting for when Florian Lebigra and Cooper Webster cross the line next time around, because obviously Sector 1 a lot longer because of the fact they did take their designated pit stops on cue, as per the strategy call being made at the Verstappen Sim Racing camp. This is the battle on the road for P8 with Ferrari versus Ford through into Le Fang, and Samuel Ward giving Adam Michalzensko a lot to think about in the number 9 Ferrari 296.
The rear of that Ferrari is moving about all over the place. If you're watching, it just slides a little bit in the change of direction and in some of the faster corners. It just needs to be a little careful through some of the corners because he can't lean on it, and that's where the Mustang is carrying more speed off the corners, just a little bit more planted for Ward at the moment.
So the pair make their way down to the bus stop. Isaac Phelps now has pitted in the 003 Grid and Go esports car. It's going to drop towards the bottom part of the top 10. This battle still. Oh, this is going to become the battle for P8. Little bit of a couple of pings there, I think, for Sam Ward. The car's blinking a little bit, but that car is still chasing down the Ferrari as they head down the hill from La Source into Eau Rouge, up the crest, in towards Radignan. And they've got an Audi coming out of pit lane, threading the eye of the needle. Here goes Samuel Ward to the inside. Will set him up nicely for Lecombe. And he makes the move stick before they even hit the apex entry point. And the Mustang kicks up the dust into the front, the proximity of the front windshield of the fiercely forward pink Ferrari behind. So a nice textbook move there from Samuel Ward on Adam Michalzensko.
Black and yellow cars convention, Sim RC, PGZ, fiercely forward, unrelated to each other, but dipping their paintbrushes in the same palette. Certainly giving the appearance of cold tyres on that Sim RC Mustang. Might be Jürgen Frank just being a little tentative at the moment.
Yep. And again, a big thank you to the production team behind the scenes for some wonderful camera angles. This is one of the things I do love about the way that you can just stick a camera somewhere, plant it in front of a car, and get wonderful shots of the cars at angles going through corners that you wouldn't see in a real life broadcast. But again, it is the case of that move that Samuel Ward did on Adam Michalzensko, the Polish driver behind the wheel of the number 9 fiercely forward pink Ferrari. They now head into the bus stop. It's kind of like saying, well, which one do you want as Bumblebee from Transformers out of these three right now?
There was a Camaro GT3 that was homologated. Not many of them were made by Reiter Engineering of Austria before they went on to make some more successful sell-in cars like the Lamborghini Gallardo GT3, the KTM Crossbow GT4 and GT2. but it had the Camaro GT3 had something like an 8.4 litre engine in it. It was ridiculous, and there was one of them being campaigned in Australia for a short moment. I saw it, heard it, and then never heard anything else ever again.
Yeah, Thomas Enger, who's very much now involved in the world of sim racing, you know, was test and development driver for Reiter Engineering, also headed up the Reiter Young Stars program, which saw the KTM Crossbow as a spec series car with the likes of Caitlin Wood, Naomi Schiff, Laura Krahamer, amongst the drivers that did actually take part in a series that is now defunct from what I understand. But we go back to the battle for P10, and it's WSR Esports Red. Lorenzo Manfredotti has got behind him Juan Blena, the Argentine, in the SDR Sim Racing 577. So we're getting closer battles at this stage now, David, as we're seeing the track temperature increase. It's now gone to 82 degrees Fahrenheit or 28 Celsius. So again, I think we're now going to see when, and you made a great point about this earlier, I have to say, when we were talking about the differential between lap times of teams that have put brand new tyres onto the car to those that were running their second and final stint on the tyres, those gaps could be increasing. Now, I'm looking at the lap times between, let's say, Benedek Vida has just set a 2-minute 15.6, which is 8 tenths quicker than current race leader Jarno Koch in the number 002 Grid and Go Esports Ford Mustang. So that temperature is being conducive to the teams on their second of 2 stints with these tyres. They're finding that more time is being lost. So the 14 seconds that they would lose is now being expanded, so it could kind of even out the 20 seconds they gain back when they decide for, you know, after a full service, potentially a driver change, and then for the next pit stop it's fuel only.
The biggest possible difference is what exists between Nova Leggio and the Verstappen Sim Racing cars at the moment, because Benedek Vida is on very low fuel, getting to the end of a stint on new tyres, and the Verstappen Sim Racing cars are on full tanks, heavy fuel, just at the beginning of a double stint. So it's two completely opposed ends of the scale of the performance window of the fuel tanks and the tyres.
Okay, right. Looks like we've got our first black flag of the event, and it's the number 100 car, owned eSports Carl Leroy. That car looks like it's hit its incident point limit and is going to have to serve a drive-through. Also, Joshua Wilford in the LMR eSports number 68 car. I don't know what has happened to that car, but that has ended up coming in for a pit stop, and that has got a question mark against the tyre compound on the live timing. So I'm not too sure if there was a drama there for Joshua Wilford, whether these had a potential disconnect or a technical issue. But that now brings us down to 43 runners with 6 hours, just under 6 hours and 42 minutes to go. But still, nevertheless, we normally see races of this ilk, David, that can bring more of a rate of attrition, but to still have with, you know, nearly, well, just over 6 hours and 41 minutes to go, 43 out of the 59 starters are still out on track.
Well, it's the 24 hours of the Nürburgring that's far more attritional. The room for error much smaller. The challenge presented by the number of corners and the variation of corners is greater, and the Armco is always so close to do terminal damage if you make one little mistake. We've seen quite a few cars make one little mistake here, get a little bit scuffed up, but be able to continue. So yeah, that's the differences. We've got so many running after almost 18 hours versus before. And yeah, we do have that first car with a drive-through. It's after 100 incident points and every 20 thereafter.
Right, that is a replay of LMR Esports, so it looks like Joshua Wilford might have had a disconnect from the server. So that car blinked twice and then disappeared off of the circuit, so possibly disconnect for LMR Esports. Real shame for them. They were up 12 positions. They qualified 56th out of 59 entries, and if that is their race done, then that means that they will be classified 44th overall, as Benedek Vida comes in for Nova Leggio Racing number 99's 18th pit stop of the race, with just under 6 hours and 40 minutes left to go. But again, he's going to be double stinting those tyres again.
We imagine so. It was a new set at the last pit stop, and this is the team least likely to make a driver swap. Really doing sort of quad and sometimes more stints between their just two drivers in this Audi R8. Would appear to be our best running of the Audi R8s as well. I've been very happy with the variation of manufacturers. There's no clear standout one best car. And so the teams of Top Split have all made varied selections and been rewarded for it in different ways.
So Benedek Vida getting very, very close to the tyre stack on the right-hand side as the Hungarian exits pit lane. And that car now rejoins behind the sister crew of Kevin Ellis Jr., man from Scotland in the number 5. So cars running line astern formation.
And drivers of the UK get a lot of choices to make. You see, I only have the choice between the flag of Australia and the flag of Australia on iRacing, but people like Kevin Ellis Jr. and some others that I've seen, they have the choice between the flag of the United Kingdom or England or Scotland or Wales. We had a driver with the Welsh flag earlier.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't have that. Well, I could, well, the thing is, being
the flag of Queensland has a crown on it.
Very regal by the sound of things. I mean, for me personally, I would have, if someone was to say to me, okay, right, you've got a choice. You could either go UK or Germany, but then I'd have to involve number 3 because I was born in London, so it would either be the English flag, the UK flag, but my other nationality is German. So I could actually run under the same nationality as Jarno Koch, our race leader, and a few other drivers, but yeah, it's just like it's always quite funny because my commentary started in the world of karting, and it's always whenever I walk to the paddock and go like, can we just have international competitions where we don't just have the UK flag, we actually have people who run under the Scottish Saltire, the Welsh Dragon, or the St George's flag for England, for instance. And then it would be, I'd always have to say on the commentary, oh, from the United Kingdom via way of, and like it would just get too convoluted, so I just went, I'm going to stop saying UK by way of, but it just got in the way a bit too much when I was having to make a rapid point when overtakes were being executed round, rather tight and technical karting circuits where, it's a 7 to 15 minute sprint race plus an additional lap. As Jarno Koch now pits on lap 450.
I'll fight for my cousins across the ditch. They should also be able to pick the laser Kiwi flag. That would make sim racing so much better. So yeah, Jarno Koch into the pit lane, 002. The Mustang in green and blue. Verstappen Sim Racing go through to first and second place once again. and remain in lockstep. That's Benedict Vita, top of screen. Massive amount of understeer through Rivage Corner on his second stint of the tyres. Every time I bring it up, the track temperature has moved. I said, oh, it's 26, it's 27, it's 28.9 now. By the time I next think to say it, we'll probably be in the 30s.
Yeah, that Audi is suffering with a lot of understeer. I think now that with these track temperatures fast approaching 30 degrees centigrade here at Spa, understeer could be plaguing a lot of drivers, and in the latter stages. And with the way that the track's evolving, weather is now clear. So the clouds have gone and blue skies up here in the Ardennes Forest. So that means, that says to me, based on my real life experience of having commentated in Belgium since 2018 for most of my commentary career, as soon as there are clear skies, expect the track temperature to rise fairly rapidly in the next couple of hours or so.
Did you need a passport to know that the sun makes things hot?
No, I did not.
Okay, cool. Because that's my experience everywhere I've been as well.
Yeah, it's just I spent a lot of my, well, pretty much all of my commentary commitments are always overseas, so it is a case of having to jump on a plane, grab a hire car, drive to somewhere, and then the only scenery that I see is at the track and on the way to the track, and then after that it's plane, hire car, drive to the circuit, then check into the hotel, dinner, sleep, and then, you know, it's like eat, sleep, rinse, repeat again until I then have to go home. So yeah, it's just one of those things whereby I think now we're going to see a lot more of that understeer come into play, but the Audis seem to be suffering with it first of all, especially as you mentioned with Benedict Vida in the 99 car.
We just loaded up on a full tank of fuel, and so that was always an ugly point of the balance of the car, where you go and put a bunch more weight in it again, but then you ask those same tyres to do the work, and suddenly it's, we'd worn down a little bit, but our load had lightened, and then the load returns after the pit stop. The balance is just a little tough to work with for a moment.
And still the battle continues at the moment for P10. So WSR Esports Red. Lorenzo Manfredotti still battling away with SDR Sim Racing's Wayne Blainer in the 577. Looks like there's a gaggle of cars behind them as well.
Just looking at the fuel tank size for these different cars to work out exactly how many kilos of fuel we're talking about. Definitely at a minimum 75 to 80 kilos of fuel, potentially more at each pit stop. It's an unrestricted fuel tank in effect for this race, which gives them more than an hour if they need it. There's some other series, other categories where the GT3s have their fuel tank size restricted to slightly less, but not here for the iRacing 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
Right, appears to be forward pink now in pit lane. And that's after another 25 laps, so that car currently sitting in P12, qualified 10th, as the Honda line continues its way down the Kemmel straight into Les Combes. And that Ferrari looking a little bit more racy as we are heading towards the halfway point of this hour number 18. And we'll have 6 to go in about 31.5 minutes time. And I think I see one of the BS competition cars, looks to be number 89, Owen Carroll behind the wheel. That car's rounding out the top 20 and is battling away, I think, Luis Schermer for Capivara Racing Team in the 54 that's just in front of them.
Yeah, that's right. Capivara Racing Team and BMW M Team BS competition. Capivara is another one of those teams doing the opposite of Johan Hart and Benedict Vida. They've actually got quite a lot of drivers on their roster. So we've got everything between 2 driver teams and 6 driver teams. Capivara, where are you? There they are, 4 drivers.
Right, okay, just keeping an eye on who's actually behind them as well. I think that's one of the blue Mercure Esports cars, trying to make out which one that is. I think, is that Attic? Oh, that's a send and a half into the chicane. I think that was car 33, yeah, and as a result, Owen Carroll's just lost a couple of positions. So that was the 33 with Thibaut Prevot behind the wheel of that car. Absolute send and a half into the bus stop by the sister car of the number 1, still currently P3 with Attic Alpinen behind the wheel. As we've gone past the 6.5 hour mark left to go, and now Capivara got a little bit of an advantage, about 2.5 tenths of a second as we go through down the Kemmel Straights.
Prevo wanted to get on with that because Manfredotti and Blenat just up the road are for position for him, so you've got 2 battles on different laps here.
Yeah, and that's a bit of that's going to possibly open the door here for Owen Carroll as they come through Adam Almody down the dip in towards Bruxelles, and Owen Carroll showing his nose to Luke Schirmer in the Capivara number 54 Ferrari. This is getting really, really close, and any mistake now is going to be quite painful if that compromises the team strategy in the next 6.5 hours heading towards the checkered here, David. It has been rather interesting that we've seen these battles develop as we are still on the verge of hitting 30 degrees track temp here at Spa. And now that gap is really closing between Capivara and BMW M Team BS competition, as a little bit of a run wide there through out of Lifagne by Schirmer. Owen Carroll waiting to see if he can get a run coming out of Stavelot into Curb Paul Frere. And still they battle onwards. But they have now swapped positions, so Owen Carroll now ahead of Louise Schirmer in the 54 car. But interesting battle up, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on, David.
Yeah, we've had this happen a couple of times where you go, oh, hang on, this car's battling that car, but there's a lapped cars in between. Wait, no, those lapped cars are battling each other as well. And it's sort of all interleaved and mixed up, and everyone's got to be, aware of who they're racing, who's a lap down, who's quick, who's on the second set of tyres, and that's where having someone who's outside of the car spotting for you or staying on top of the strategy really helps you to know who you're battling, how to battle them, and how to make sure you don't lose time battling people you're not meant to be battling.
Yeah. And also coming back to the question that I asked a little bit earlier on, where you mentioned that the lap times were half a second in differential in the cooler temperatures. We're seeing the lap times on the second stint when tyres are being used when they're double stinting. How much is that going to hurt the teams from what would be 14 seconds lost to what it could be now with these higher track temps? Because those gaps are increasing anywhere between 8 to 9 tenths of a second, particularly when the teams are getting towards the end of that second stint on the same set of tyres.
Well, there goes Thibaut Prevost past Lorenzo Manfredotti for 8th, so could be a difference of tyres here. But the maths that we're trying to work out and the teams are trying to work out is changing tyres takes 20 seconds, and then a stint is 26 laps. So if the difference new tyres, old tyres gets anything close to 1 second per lap, then it's not worth trying to double stint the tyres.
So we could see more of a push of everyone coming in on every single stint, especially as now track temperature has hit 30 degrees centigrade, which I think is the highest in this race so far. So it would be more a case of that the teams would alternate that strategy, would they?
Yeah, so it's sort of like the difference new tyres to old tyres, 7 tenths, 8 tenths is about kind of the marker that the teams are looking for to decide if they want to change their strategy. And we had this discussion earlier as well, like, is there a halfway to be found between double stinting the tyres and not, which is to only take 2 tyres, but for many good reasons that both of us brought out there, this isn't a track where there's a plainly obvious 2 tyres to change. You know, at some other tracks, like at Sebring, for example, left side tyres. But here, it's such a long track, it's got fast loaded corners in both directions. If you took left side tyres, you'd still feel very unbalanced for a fair bit of the stint.
So when you mentioned about the 2 tyres on one side of the car, depending on the nature of the circuit, that tactic could effectively then be put out to pasture and not be used for the remainder of the race, with the track temperatures being as they are now.
Yeah, it's just tough to pick which 2 you'd change if you went that way, and that makes it less viable as a strategy and as a halfway house between double stinting and not. Are we seeing Noel Leon get into the car for his first stint of the race?
Oh, is that for 07 Racing, currently 31st at the moment? Yeah, his name is against the car on the timing.
Well, Noel Leon has just completed his first lap of the 2026 iRacing Spa 24. Is it better late than never?
Well, there's always a first time for everything, isn't there?
Can we get a later debutante than 18 hours into the race?
I wonder what is the latest ever time a driver has been rostered in to put a stint in at the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa. That would be quite interesting.
That 07 car is the only car running on track with a registered driver who hasn't driven yet. So there are some others where there's registered drivers that haven't driven. That's because they crashed out and retired before everyone had a chance to go. That is the last car I can see that could pull this trick off. And then the latest you could debut is with the minimum drive time number of laps remaining, which in a 4-driver team is something on the order of about 31 laps is fair share for a 4-driver team in a 24-hour race.
Okay, I thank you for all of the insights. I do appreciate it, because I'm like I said to Craig last night, I'm still very much a newcomer when it comes to understanding special events here on iRacing. So 31 laps minimum time so that's for a 4-car team. What about a 3-driver team? Sorry.
So the maths for fair share, which is the rule that you have to meet, is the total number of laps completed divided by the number of drivers divided by 4. So in, for example, a 100-lap race with 2 drivers, equal would be 50 laps, and one driver would have to do a quarter of that, 13 laps. So the minimum drive time, as it were, becomes smaller the more drivers are in the car, but it's at that point just proportional to how many drivers. So, you know, in a 6-driver car, it's 50% more drivers than 4 drivers, so the minimum drive time is 50% less, sort of.
Okay. No, that's completely understandable when you're talking about the fair share time, as we are now 6 hours and just under 20 minutes to go until the end. Hopefully all of you have joined us on the part 4 of the broadcast, as we are going right to the end of the twice around the clock adventure here at Spa, or the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa, presented by Falken. And we now see that Carlos Fenolosa in the number 24 TC Esports now rejoins. That car now finds its way at the bottom part of the top 25, and still we've only had one black flag earlier on, David, where Charles Leroy was the first driver in the first part of the first team that has had the, I think, what was it, the 100-point incident limit reached.
That's it.
I think the what's impressed me all the way through this race so far is just the standard and the quality of drivers that we've got on the grid here.
Yeah, and again, the strength of field is over 8,000. It's not only, the best drivers are here, but every single driver is of incredible quality. And you don't get I rating by hot lapping or getting on pole position. You get I rating by finishing races in high positions. So it does actually speak to drivers that are quick, but your I rating would take a penalty if you were quick but not consistent. You need to be both. And the drivers who aim to succeed in this race, boy oh boy, do they have both of those attributes, and they're so prepared.
Yeah, I think I know it's not going to be that long. We're just under 18 minutes away from David's mammoth. I think it's 9 hours, an hour number 9 of your stint here at the iRacing Spa 24, as Paul Smith will be joining us at the turn of the hour. But who's stood out for you over the race so far, David, more in particular, apart from, of course, the Verstappen sim racing duo that are leading on lap 459 with about 0.6 between them?
Speaking of those two, my standouts, I think the drivers I've spoken about enough already. In an unfortunate sense, you got to say Sebastian Job has been a standout of the last 6 hours, in that it stood out that he crashed and damaged the race leading car and cost them about 40 seconds before they repaired it and are now leading again. But in a positive sense, I'd have to say we're all impressed by the drivers putting in the marathon stints. So Sven Haase with the fastest lap of the race on his 250th lap of the race. Johan Harth and Benedict Vida, of course, competing inside of that top 10 as just a 2-driver lineup. There are a few others that have really put in the Ironman stuff. So Tim Matska in Maniti Racing Green and Carlos Fenolosa in TC Esports are both on track right now, having completed over 250 laps. And for me, that's the spirit of this endurance race, and that makes them stand out.
Yeah, there's I think for me, I mean, you know, when you look at it, Benedek Vida was only announced as an Overlegio racing driver 3 days ago, having, you know, done so much work within the world of sim racing. But I think Nova Leggio for me has been a standout. Both crews really, 99 and 5, and they're still running in the top 7. So I think that is a sign of things to come from that outfit.
Yeah, they got some good drivers. These two race leaders, they're now 16 laps into their second stint on the tyres. Like I said, the track temp would reach 30 degrees, and it has. And I think we are seeing the effects of a hotter track temperature on lap times, but it doesn't only affect the lap time on the second stint of the tyres, it also slows you up on the first stint. So the delta between new tyres and old tyres doesn't grow quite as quickly as it appears.
Yeah, I've just noticed on the live timing, James Bomey in the Falken Sim Racing Team Blue, his last lap in the number 44 car that currently runs P5, has just done a 2:16.337, and Florian Labigre on his 17th lap of this stint, on his 16th lap, has done a low 2:16.5. So that gap is not widening because of the track temperature coming into play a bit more as we hit our highest temp of the race so far, 31 degrees Celsius. So that hotter temperature on the track surface is sort of, I would, just by what I've seen over the last few laps, David, is starting to equalise the gap between running on a set of tyres that have already been through one stint and they're coming to the end of the second stint, to drivers that took a full set of tyres on their previous pit stop.
Yeah, most of the cars in competitive spots are on the second stint of their tyres, including Benedek Vida here. So there isn't that much difference in the lap times at the moment. You're right, between the top 10. Everyone in 2:16s or 2:17s, and it's Kevin Ellis Jr. in the 2:17 there, where I think he either let his teammate go or he was in a little bit of traffic, so not too much difference, which is frustrating for everyone else who finds themselves 18 seconds and 1 minute and 22 seconds behind the race leaders who are being metronomic, and no one can find pace to quite pressure them.
Yeah, as we now have, well, Miguel San Martin in the 578 car is now no longer on the lead lap, as Benedek Vida. I think we're seeing that understeer creep in on the number 99 car. He's kicked up the gravel and the dust twice, going through the exit of Le Fagne and heading out of campus into Stavelot. And that car is not even halfway through this second stint on this set of tyres.
Yeah, the last lap was good though, at a 16.5, matched what Labigre did, but there is always some evidence of the eyeballs about, okay, but it doesn't look balanced, it doesn't look like it's responding. That was certainly the case at the beginning of this stint for Vida. It looked like a bit of a pig, to be honest, with all the fuel back on board. I think they're just finding, where's the balance of it now? Where do I set the ABS and traction control and the brake bias and the little things that I can control in this stint until the next pit stop?
Again, I think the strategic tactical decisions that VerstappenSimRacing.com have done and have exercised, as we're on what is now lap 462. We now concentrate our sight on the battle for P9. Now these two teams here, David, have been duking it out for, I think, pretty much the time when I joined you nearly 2 hours and 50 minutes ago back here in the commentary box. This has been a real sort of pendulum swinging battle between WSR Esports Red and SDR Sim Racing in the 577 Ferrari.
I think we've seen them bump drafting each other for a couple of stints as well. So yeah, they'll be sick of each other by the end of this. And you spend that middle part of the race going, all right, well, I'm near this car. They're doing a very similar pace to me. We'll try to work together, to maximize our race pace. But there comes a time in the final stint where the gentlemanly conduct no longer applies.
And then the elbows are out in earnest. Yeah, I think it's when we get to that point, I think it's just going to be a case of dog eat dog, if you will. But again, it's like you say, with regards to these two teams, I mean, to still be on the lead lap at this point, considering that Juan Blena is about a minute, well, they're both just over 1 minute and 51 seconds behind Florian Lebigra, which means that there's about a 30-second gap between Blena and Saint-Martin, who has been lapped. So I'm just wondering if they can keep this consistent pace up. Is that going to help them stay on the lead lap and still be in contention for at least 9th or 10th respectively come the end of 24 hours? That's the big question.
Every time I look back at the thermometer, the track is hotter. 32 degrees Celsius now, and it's still only 10:40 in the morning in summertime, which is 9:40 real solar time, isn't it? So this could get so hot.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the top temp that we could have on this race, because with the skies being clear and as the morning sim time related increases, that sun is going to gather its intensity, and I mean, could we possibly be hitting around about 35 degrees centigrade in the next hour or so? Possibly. I think that could be the case.
Climbing, and it's not showing any sign of stopping. The weather forecast for the next 90 minutes is just clear skies, sunshine, very gentle wind, but the humidity dropping away a little bit. So we had that really misty, humid morning, and as the day heats up, the relative humidity drops.
But now they have got, that is BS Competition, Jaden Munoz in the number 2 Audi that has split the pair that were battling over P9 and P10, as Maniti Racing Red's Free Cook now is in pit lane from what was 25th position, I believe. I think there has been a change a little bit further up in the lower part of the top 15, as Team PGZ's Oskari Kakinen has got Igor Wojowski from Falken Sim Racing Teal. That is the next battle a little bit further up the road for P13. Those two cars separated by just 4 tenths. And here we go. 114 to the outside, down the Kemmel Straight. And Mustang, yeah, I think not too much of a fight from Wojowski there. But again, is their battle really with Team PGZ and the bigger runner scheme? Because Team PGZ pitted 9 laps ago. Falken Sim Racing Teal are on lap 18 of this stint. So I don't think their fight is with the 114 Mustang, to be honest with you, David.
Yeah, they don't have the fuel, and it's entirely possible they don't have the tyres either. You see how quickly the Mustangs pulled away.
So that gap now bordering on half a second between Team PGZ and the 114 Ford Mustang and the number 6 Ferrari 296 of Falken Sim Racing Teal. The gap between the two leaders in the meantime, as we are just over 5 minutes away from the turn of the hour, completing 3/4 of the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa. And that is now a second between Florian Lebigra and Cooper Webster. Again, that Mustang is starting to stretch its legs a little bit here, David. So the Ferrari now deciding, you know what, our battle is not with them. Let's just keep on with the game plan.
Yeah, exactly. Get to that top of the hour. Pit stop not too long after that, just like our leaders and their main pursuers, Blue Mercure, and the strategy that almost everyone is following of doing about 60-minute stints, giving you a 23-stop, 24-stint race for the 24 hours. No rain this year to throw a spanner in those works. A year ago, some rain did arrive, and at that point, you've just got to pit at the right time for the right tyres rather than worrying about the getting to the end of the fuel tank before you change tyres.
Yeah, a bit of a run wide there through Speaker's Corner by Team PGZ's Oskari Kakkonen in the 114 Ford Mustang. That car might be struggling a little bit, possibly with some understeer. That car is only on its 11th lap after taking a brand new set of tyres on board. And the Falken Sim Racing Team Teal number 6 Ferrari is about 6 or 7 laps away from its next pit stop, which will prompt a full change onto a brand new set of tyres and a full tank of fuel in that prancing horse, as the number 7 Solpec Precision Racing comes back into pit lane for another pit stop after 26 laps. Florian Durkop has been in the car, I think, possibly for the last 3, maybe 4 stints here, David.
I don't have that to hand at the moment. I was just looking at how many laps Johan Harth is doing, because Carlos Fenolosa is in the car at the moment, and if he does about 10 or 15 more laps, he'll pass for the most laps completed by a singular driver.
And bearing in mind that Johan Harth and Benedek Vida are just a 2-driver crew as well, which I'm wondering who's going to take the biggest percentage when it comes to fair share driving between the crew of the Nova Legio Racing 99 Audi, which is still running P6 at the moment. Benedek Vida now on his 16th lap of this second successive stint, and that car qualified down in P14, now runs P6 at the moment, so still an opportunity for that car maybe to make its inroads into the top 5 by checkered flag. As again,
Prevo catching the teammates as well here, so he's working his way up past some of the lap down cars to get to the back of what's now 6th, 7th and 8th. He's got that one Lamborghini in between that I'm sure he'd like to leapfrog.
Might just do that coming down the Kemmel Straight because he's right on the rear of it and pulls to the inside. That'll set up Prévost very nicely for the entrance into Le Com, and the Aston Martin facilitates the move before the entrance. So now it becomes a 3-car battle for P6, P7, P8. So Vida, Ellis Jr. and Prévost, 2 Audis versus a lone Aston Martin at the minute.
Bit of a gap actually forming between first and second as we get to the end of this stint. We've spent about 2 hours with the 2 Verstappen sim racing cars locked together 3/10, 4/10, 5/10 apart. So to see it grow past 1 second and continue to grow, Cooper Webster is at risk of just letting that BMW get away. Oh, it grows out to 1.6 seconds now.
I'm wondering if the number 4 Verstappen Sim Racing Ferrari is finding its tyres falling off a little bit quicker than what the BMW is at the moment, because looking at the previous lap times, Cooper Webster on lap 465 was a tenth slower, but in the opening sector, the Ferrari's quicker than the BMW by about a tenth and a bit.
And once you lose that slipstream, you're in a difficult spot to try and get it back. Could be a move on right here, Alex.
Yeah, in towards Blanchimont, and then it's going to be the hard braking zone into the chicane. Thibaut Prévost to the inside of Kevin Ellis Jr. That is a position gain. 33 Blue Mercure Esport gets through on Kevin Ellis Jr. and now goes hunting after Benedek Vida. So the man from Luxembourg closing on in. And it's about time for us to have another change in the commentary box. Big thank you to David Haynes, who has done an epic 9 hours in the box. So David, a big thank you to you. As for the breakfast show here on the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa, presented by Falken, Paul Smith, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, thank you very much, David. Pleasure to have you on the broadcast for the last 9 hours. That's a real Ironman stint. The last time I did that sort of stint was the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours about 7 or 8 years ago, and it wasn't by choice either, was that one. But as we see Thibaut Prévost moving forward ahead of both of the Nova Leggio racing cars, that's up 2 places in the last half a lap here. It's worth pointing out 6 hours remaining in this 2026 iRacing Spa 24 Hours powered by presented by Falken. And I was just having a look at the weather because David mentioned the weather a little bit earlier. It's clear blue skies, although we are getting a little bit of cloud cover coming in at 12:15-ish in sim time, so we could see weather coming back into this one, because I was actually watching one of my teammates who were doing one of the earlier time splits of this race, and they had some showers in their session. Now that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get that here, but it's something to consider.
I think, in all honesty, Paul, we're probably looking at the words never say never, because Spa at its best can always be unpredictable. But still, it doesn't, with the track temp now 33 degrees centigrade. I mean, that's the highest that I think we've had over the race so far as we head into the final quarter of this race. And it has been interesting just seeing how much the tyres are being sort of brought into equality, reference the lap times, as David and myself were talking about it. During the night it was about half a second between teams that had just put on a fresh set for going back-to-back stints on those tyres, whereas the teams that had only put fuel in the cars, they were hemorrhaging about half a second. But in this latter stages, with the track temperature increasing, we're now at 33 degrees Celsius, that's 91 degrees Fahrenheit. It's kind of equalising itself out a little bit here, so we could be on that cusp, as David also rightly pointed out, saying that we could see teams deciding that the one stint strategy per set of tyres might be the optimum way to go, but that depends on how far the tyres fall off the cliff in the second stint.
And what you have to take into account, because we were working out yesterday when it was about half a second lap, it was 13 seconds lost compared to fresh tyres on a second stint set of tyres yesterday. But you were losing 21 seconds in the pit stop, so you've got a net loss of 8 seconds there, taking a full set of tyres compared to the fresh rubber advantage. Once you got out there. But that was yesterday. Of course, today's a new day, and different conditions, different track temperatures, as we've been alluding to there. Also, the track's rubbered in as well. You can see that really dark racing line, so that'll have an effect as to how the track is behaving as well. We've got gravel and dirt and marbles all strewn all over the side of the track here, as well as people have been taking various different lines, shall we say, through some of these corners. But yeah, it's all these things that you've got to consider, and it's what do people do in terms of the setup? Because you can change one or two things in the pit stop. You can change your rear wing angle, for example, during a pit stop. But again, that adds more time to your pit stop. So you really don't want to be messing around with your setup at all whilst you're going through a pit stop cycle, which, by the way, pit stop cycle is underway.
Yeah, Falken Sim Racing Team Blue pitting from 5th, Blue Mercure Esports and WSR Esports Red in the 33 and the 23, now coming in for their respective pit stops after 26 laps apiece. And we're not that far away from seeing the race leaders come into the pit lane as well, but Florian Lebigre starting to pull away from Cooper Webster, gap now 2.2 seconds and climbing. As we're going to see a replay here, this is the number 6, rotates at the source.
That is the number 6 Falken Sim Racing car, then facing the wrong way, and a little bit of assistance, shall we say, in that one. So that was Igor Vasovsky with the recovery from that little spin, as Ati Kauppinen now onto pit road from 3rd place in the race. Blue Mercure, I mean, what a start to their existence in top line iRacing events here. Started off at Daytona with that incredible display that came out of nowhere for anyone who didn't know. Those that were in the know, they kind of suspected that something like that could happen. But Blue Mercure have really come onto the scene, haven't they, Alex, this year, and really shook up some of the order of the usual suspects.
Yeah, Ati Kauppinen now handing over to Vasilios Belosiaitis. Another name has been entrenched in the world of sim racing at the sharp end of competition. I mean, they've got a really good squad. I mean, when you got Vasilios, Ati, and also Alexander Shvets in that crew. I mean, Nova Leggio Racing, they only announced Benedek Vida 3 days ago as one of their new drivers. And I think, I mean, that was the team when I spoke with Craig when we had our stint. I think it was like from 10 to 8 UK time until 10 to 11. And I was saying that I wouldn't be at all surprised if Nova Leggio Racing are fighting for possibly top 10 by the end of the race itself. And you have to think of the pairing of Benedek Vida with Johan Harth. I mean, what a combination that has been. And Johan Harth, I think, as David was alluding to a little bit earlier on, I think has put in a big amount of laps, and I think has done over 60% of the laps completed by the number 99 Audi so far.
Yeah, when you look at the lap total of that team, I mean, Johan started the race off, didn't get out of the car until lap 122 of the race. Then Benedict jumped in. He then didn't jump out of the car until lap 224. So the very sort of even splits of changing the drivers. It was then Johan until lap 324. So they're doing a very sort of similar pattern here throughout this race. So we're in a Benedict Vida stint right now, but it's a two-man outfit. A two-man team is an incredible effort from that outfit, because I've participated in some of these iRacing special events with teams as our race leaders are on pit road as well, getting service done to their cars. But yeah, I've done these special events with a 4 or a 5-man team. That's hard enough, doing like a double or triple stint, but to do what those two are doing, that takes a lot of preparation and a lot of concentration. And the thing is, when you're out the car, you're trying to grab whatever rest that you can do.
And making sure that alarms are set with very rapid intervals between them. So sort of like, okay, you're in the car in half an hour, don't forget to wake up. And then you're like, okay, it's like half an hour beforehand, 25 minutes. It's like, okay, I need to make sure. I think I heard one person who, I can't remember his name, but he's quite new to iRacing, and he did his first like endurance race, and it was, I I can't remember which one it was. It must have been last year or something. And he went, yeah, I had to make sure I set about at least 10 alarms, and it was set over the period of 10 minutes. So I was just like thinking, okay, so that means I then asked the question, at what time did you get so frustrated with your smartphone alarm that you nearly threw it against the wall and smashed it into a gazillion pieces? He said by about alarm number 3, I was tempted to fling it out the window. So, yeah, I think it's great where we've got so many teams where we got two driver crews, 3 driver crews. We've now seen a change at the driver lineup. So with regards to Verstappen BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, Florian Lebigra now handing over to Diogo Pinto, and then also Sam Coitet behind the wheel of Verstappen Sim Racing number 4. I mean, also really cool to see that taking over from Cooper Webster, defending Porsche Esports Super Cup champion from last year. I know that you and Arjun have been excited that we've now got the qualification side of things through the different regions of the world now finally underway. But I think also Gustavo Ariel, who's competed in Porsche Esports Super Cup in previous seasons, he won a Race the World competition with Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, and about 5 weeks ago, well, he won a race where he was one of 40 drivers that qualified, and then ended up getting an all expenses paid trip to Le Mans.
It's an alright life for some of these people, isn't it?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, little old me stuck at home watching Le Mans on TV, listening to my colleague Peter Mackay on the radio. I wouldn't have it any other way, to be honest. I've got home comforts. I've got an air conditioning, little air conditioner on the go, watching Le Mans. Yeah, it was a good Le Mans as well this year as well. A really good Le Mans. So certainly, I'd say, yeah, I'd like to go out to Le Mans and see it one time. As Craig was saying yesterday, it's a pilgrimage to that venue, isn't it?
We'll have to both do that at the same time, because I've only been to Le Mans when it comes to karting. I've never gone to the 24 hours. So I think it might be you and I might have to organise a little bit of a road trip heading down to Le Sarthe at one point.
Well, I mean, there's one thing is that I only did GCSE German at school, and that was years ago. And 26 years ago, by the way. And yeah, it's just I've not really used it. So French, not a clue. I can say yes and no. That's about it.
Well, you'd be in good hands with me because being a dual national and having the German nationality and speaking the language helps me out. My French is broken but okay, so we probably, between the two of us, we'd be all right. We'd be fine.
There we go. Trial and perseverance. That's what it's all about. As Jaden Munoz, good to see him behind the wheel of the BS Plus competition car in 13th place right now, working his way through Stavolo and taking all of the track and then some on the exit of Stavolo. And I mentioned this on yesterday's coverage. Going that wide into the gravel, if you did that a couple of years ago on iRacing, it would have been fine. You would have kept your speed up. But that gravel does grab you, doesn't it? And slows you down for the rest of the section all the way through Blanchimont into the chicane. Yeah,
as we've now got Facundo Arago, who is currently running P13 at the moment in the 578 cars. Some more pit stops starting to happen. So Jaden Munoz in the number 2 BS competition Audi. Ryan van der Hype for Maniti Racing Green in the 780 car has just come out after, looks like, a new set of tyres have been bolted onto that wagon. Tom Raya for Solpec Precision Racing in the 111 is currently in pit lane. Yeah, I think it has been interesting to... I mean, like I've said a couple of times on the broadcast, this is my first iRacing special event 24-hour race to be a part of the commentary team. And for me, it's, you know, like I've followed 24-hour endurance racing in the real world, but the last couple of years since, you know, jumping into the world of sim racing commentary back in 2020, to see it from this side, it's very different from just watching on the streams. You know, it really gets your brain sort of thinking, and considering now, I mean, these last 3 hours alongside yourself will be part of 9 hours of myself on the mic before I think I have about an hour's breather before I have to grab a quick early lunch. The caffeine is starting to kick in, Paul, you'll be pleased to hear.
That's good to know.
Since about 4:30 this morning UK time. And then I've got another endurance race, 2.5 hours of remote commentary for Porsche Endurance Challenge Brazil, who are at Portimao. Oh, big off in the foreground. And that is...
Sim RC.
Oh,
PGZ, Sim RC, it's one of the two. I have a funny feeling it's Sim RC with that Mustang.
I think, as our learned commentary colleague David Addison would say, Co Brown at that moment there for Sim RC. Marvin Strail behind the wheel of the number 76. That was a big moment. But obviously we saw the drama earlier on with Sebastian Jobe just after 5 minutes after halfway through the race, hitting the pit wall. And he wasn't the only one. We're going to see this coming through out of Blanchimont on the replay. He loses it on the exit.
Glancing, it's a glancing blow to the wall, so that car should be okay as long as he had the wheels straight, because you can have it where if you've got a slight bit of lock on your wheels and you make that glancing blow to the wall, it knocks the steering out, and it can then cause you to head onto pit road. So we'll have to keep an eye on that Sim RC car. Well, Sim RC, who a few years ago finished in the top 5 of this race, 4th place in 2020 for them. So during the COVID years, and you mentioned our learned colleague David Addison. I've had the pleasure. Is it the pleasure? Well, I've certainly worked with David for the last 3 years on the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain. I tell you what, to be fair to him, there's some commentators who have come over into the sim world who have not really taken to it. David really loves it, doesn't he? He absolutely loves it, and has really got into not just this, but he was doing the old the SRO Esports Championship as well, wasn't he? So he's got that background now of doing both virtual and real world.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, you know, my journey's been a bit storied, I think, over the last 6 years. But once I started doing it, funny enough, it was the E-Team Brit Summer Series that I ended being a part of. As we're now going to be on board with Jarno Koch. Now, this is heading into La Source. He's got a couple of cars in front, which includes, I think, SDR in their very bright pink Ferrari. And this is going to be going downhill. He's got a lead of about 22.6 seconds over Diogo Pinto in the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing number 3 M4 GT3. But yeah, when I did that series, I kind of got hooked, and I really haven't left sim racing commentary. So for me, as I said, this is my first 24 hours of Spa here on iRacing. And I've just really been interested, and like they say, you know, you learn something new every time you do a different broadcast.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got similarities, obviously, with a 24-hour broadcast in full metal racing, but there are some differences. I mean, one difference that we've got here that is a major thing is, first of all, we've not had this Spa 24 hours red flagged for about 6 hours due to rain. Thankfully, because David told me a story about Martin Haven filling for 4 hours on commentary.
Oh, yes. That was
under a red flag. And David told me that he then got onto to the microphone, and the director had said we're going to be pausing the broadcast until race restart. And so Martin finishes his stint and says, "Good luck filling the next 3-hour stint there, David." And he goes, "Well, Martin, we're actually going to be taking a break from the broadcast. We'll see you at 11 o'clock." Apparently the air turned blue from Martin.
I'm not at all surprised, and especially when you put Martin Haven and Bruce Jones together in the middle of the night
Yes.
and the crowd's bright 24 hours of Spa. Let's just say that Martin... Well, I think the conversation went on to cake at one point, and then something else was uttered from Martin.
Well, that was Le Mans.
Yeah, that was at Le Mans.
Yeah.
That was like 3 in the morning.
Yes, it was, yes. Yeah, it was a certain illicit drug that you shouldn't be taking, kids.
Yes, definitely. We don't condone that kind of behaviour here.
I mean, I will say, so my nightmare story that I've had for 24-hour broadcast was either the very first or it was the second iRacing Nürburgring 24 hour. It would have been the very first, actually, because it was fully daytime, because we didn't have day-night transition back then. I was doing, because back then we used to do 6-hour stints, we try and do 3-hour stints now, but I mean, obviously yourself and David have had the long slogs here. But I was on from 2 a.m. for a 6-hour stint. I'd only got an hour's sleep because I'd been up watching the race and I just couldn't get to sleep. So I'd had an hour's sleep. I then do my 6 hours of commentating with Racespot alumni Randy Cheneth. We're getting a bit delirious by the time it reaches 8 a.m. And I'm there going, where's our commentators for taking over from us? It was, coming up to the time, and I'm like, they're not here yet. We start messaging on, back then it was on Facebook groups and trying to get their attention and all this, and just nothing, absolutely nothing. And so we carry on. 9.5 hours into my 6-hour stint, we then get a very apologetic commentator. I won't name the commentators because they're not here to defend themselves. By which time me and Randy truly were delirious at that point. And don't go back and watch that broadcast because by that time it was just incoherent words coming out of us. And yeah, commentator 1 came on after I'd done 9.5 hours and he was like, "I'm really sorry, so sorry folks. My alarm didn't go off. I slept through my alarm."
I wonder how many times that commentator hit the snooze button and then realised when it was too late. But yeah, I was saying to Craig yesterday, I did I was part of a 24-hour sim racing broadcast, which was funny enough, it was a Le Mans 24-hour race, and I did. We had the pre-race opening show to build up all the excitement. We went green, and then I think I did 19.5 hours before my body just went, computer says no. I then, where I was, our broadcast studio was in somebody's house, and we had, we'd actually rented a camper, a trailer camper van, and so I just groggily at about, 4 in the morning, managed, no, it was more like 6 in the morning, so sunrise was starting to affect. And then I fell asleep, and then someone comes in, gives me a little tap on the shoulder, then shoves me and goes, "Morning, Alex." And I went, "What do you mean morning? I've been asleep since about 6:30. He said, "Yeah, you're about an hour and a half away from the broadcast." I went, "Oh no!" So I was like, jump out of the bed, grab shower, grab a quick brekkie, cup of coffee on the go, and then jump back into the studio for the final 90 minutes, which included the post-race interviews. And I remember the first thing that happened after that was getting on the plane to fly back to Stansted. We were standing in the queue on the staircase leading to the bridge that led to the plane. I actually fell asleep standing up. That was the other bit of the story that I did not talk about. And then I got nudged by the airport attendant saying, "Sir, are you meant to board this plane? It's about to take off." And I was like, how long have I been asleep for? It's like 20 minutes. So it does happen, folks, that funny things do happen on trips away. And there are a few stories I could tell that would not be repeatable on air, just due to the nature of them. So I don't want to get myself cancelled, Paul.
Grid and Go onto pit road, by the way. You are listening to The Breakfast Show with Paul Smith and Alex Goldschmidt here on the iRacing Spa, 24 hours powered by, presented by Falken. And, well, pleasure to have you all here today. We've had a switch of the two Verstappen sim racing cars. So there's now Sam Kiter ahead of Diogo Pinto. So they've moved around each other and switched places. I'm not thinking there's anything untoward in that. It's just how it's going right now. I think it's more, right, I've had my turn creating the draft for you. It's now your turn to have the draft for me.
Yeah, it just seems like there's been this unwritten contract written between the two teams just to push the envelope as far as they possibly can, as Vasilios Belatsiaitis now overtakes Jano Koch, who is currently underway with 22nd stationary in the pit lane for the 002 car, which last year was one of the Grid and Go cars that actually didn't finish the race. I think finished 47th. So it's quite interesting, Paul, how 12 months the fortunes of a team can change by evolving through, gathering up talent, improving their strategies, and they really are on the alternate 3000 IQ strat in comparison with the remainder of the top 10.
Yeah, they've been doing this sort of alternate strategy throughout the whole race. Very much from the first, from the drop of the green flag, they've very much been Grid and Go doing an alternate strategy and not quite doing full fuel stints and going a little bit shorter. Now, whether that's to help with tyre wear with a lighter car, whether that's they've just decided that's the quickest way to go about. I mean, you pick a strategy based on the circumstances, and if they think that that's the quickest way of running, then it's not quite a winning strategy at the moment. But I don't think it helped that a few of their other cars fell into issues. I mean, 003, remember, was in second place when it went off at Malmedy into the tyre stacks, and just again a glancing blow for that car early on in the race from second place, and that just allowed the BMW M Verstappen sim racing car to move back ahead of it. That was in the second stint of this race. Looking down the order, the rest of the Grid and Go cars, the 001's down in 16th place, and the others, I do believe, are out of the race. So they always come in numbers, the Grid and Go, with these 24-hour events. There's always a big selection of their cars on the grid, because they have got quite a diverse and big squad of the team there at Grid and Go, but just not quite able to match that Verstappen sim racing pace at the front.
Yeah, and again, we're just seeing the, it's basically a performance of how far can we get an advantage over the rest of the field. I mean, for those that did watch last year's event, I mean, it was less than a tenth and a half between the two cars. I still remember Ewan O'Leary shouting his lungs off to capacity, and then the third place car finished about 1 minute and 33 seconds behind, so the best part of over 50% of a lap, when the Verstappen sim racing cars were running line astern. It was out of the chicane for the final time on the last lap of the race. So it just goes to show that could lightning strike twice in 2 years, Paul? At the way things are going at the moment, bearing in mind that I think you have to give credit to Sebastian Job and also Luke McKeown for getting that car back to where it is now?
Certainly do, yeah. I mean, I said this yesterday when we were starting the show. The lineup of drivers that are in those two Verstappen sim racing cars, it is just the who's who of the very best in sim racing at this present time. At this present time, that I mean, it is a shame that we haven't got a Coanda car out there. I would have loved to have seen Coanda in this race, but I can understand they've got a lot of commitments elsewhere in other series and in PESC qualification process as well in the Americas side of things. They've got a number of drivers in that, so I can understand where they've, at the end of the day, for this race, it's pride that's and bragging rights that's at play here. Whereas in those other series, there's a bit more to it. I mean, they won the spring championship, didn't they? Did Coanda with in a different sim. So you can understand those commitments there and focusing on those. But I would have loved to have seen Coanda versus Verstappen sim racing here today.
Oh, definitely. There's been a rivalry between those two squads for many a year. As again, I'm keeping an eye on what's happening for the battle for P9 at the moment. As we've got Klim Galitsky there for Fiercely Forward Pink. Of course, Drama's hitting that car earlier on. But there is SDR Sim Racing 577. Roman Pascucci behind the wheel. Lucas Prada, the Czech driver for WSR Esports Red. That car has been... Those two cars literally have been intertwined at the rear diffuser front splitter of the cars, even when one's been in front of the other. For the last few hours, they were even bump drafting each other through stints down the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, you've got to play those percentages, haven't you? You've got to say, is it worth us absolutely fighting tooth and nail at this stage of a race with 5.5 hours remaining? Or let's work together, let's try and move ourselves closer to Ricardo Rico, who's in that Nova Liegio car, and try and move him towards that battle well, I said battle, the two teammates in 7th and 8th place. Let's try and move our two cars closer to them. So you've got to work together, really, in this type of environment. WSR Esports, by the way, I can remember way back in 2017 when WSR wasn't a race team, it was a league. So they started the World Sim Racing League. It was a championship called the World GT Championship, and I was involved in that in the early stages in terms of sort of helping out with some stewarding and things like that, and competed in the series and commentated on the series for over 10 seasons. Actually, I commentated on that championship, and I've seen that whole league grow. It's become one of the more well-known GT3 leagues that's on a Monday night, although they're taking a little bit of a break until next year now. It'll be their 20th season of the World GT Championship next year, and it's a lot of effort that to start off with Matt Bunn and then Andy Shield as well, who was involved in the early stages. He's been pretty much running it by himself in terms of the administration side of things. It's a lot of effort to run a league like that. So that's how they sort of started, and then they were, as a race team, originally CQR, Close Quarters Racing. That then, they went and formed the Pure Sim esports team. And then there was a bit of a, shall we say, hostile takeover. And it wasn't completely... It wasn't a friendly handing over of the keys, let's just say that. And you ended up with WSR Esports being formed, and a lot of the drivers that were in that Pure Sims outfit moved across to this outfit, and it's gone from strength to strength as an esports team. You know, we started seeing them getting into top split broadcasts a couple of years ago. Now they're a regular in top split. They've had success at Daytona as well. You know, they're a team that's slowly been growing and evolving over the years. Do I think that they're on the level of a Grid and Go or a Blue Mercure or Nova Legia? No, I don't. But they've just been gradually just growing and growing and growing, and the experience of being in these top split races really does help them grow as a team.
Yeah, I think that's one of the beautiful things that I love about sim racing, where you see these new entities come on board. I mean, like with Blue Mercure, Nova Leggio, and they're instantly picking up some really, really good, talented drivers to really start sort of spearheading their progression forward. And you know, over the evolution of race teams, there's always ups and downs, aren't there?
Yes. Yes. So some more friendly than others.
True. Very true on that one.
But I mean, I look at like Altitude 3M Esports. Okay, they're not continuing in this race, but I saw them coming through in the World GT Championship, to bring it back to WSR. They were competing in the World GT Championship with a certain James Boumé. Well, look where he is now. He's in the Falken team. Up there fighting for top 10s and well, currently 5th place is James right now in this race. So you'll get talent come through in these other teams, and the bigger teams are always scanning. They're always looking for, oh, actually, do you know what? We've noticed this person's lap times and this person's consistency and this person's ability to make overtakes and things like that. And they'll look at that and they'll keep an eye on somebody and then say, hey, do you fancy racing for us? We'll throw you a few coins your way.
Yeah, they always have to dangle that carrot in front of drivers, saying, look, come on board. You know, we like your style. We think you'll make a good addition to the team. And then sometimes it always goes from strength to strength. But this battle here is continuing onwards. I mean, it's like the old 1960s all over again. Only it's at Spa-Francorchamps between Ford and Ferrari, battling for 9th place with the... I think that's the brightest livery I've ever seen on a Ferrari 296 here in the world of iRacing. But still, credit where SDR Sim Racing have put the two sister cars in more of a sort of like a bit of a Daytona blue, if you will, on their livery. But at least that one stands out. So if someone wanted to put Google Maps on iRacing at the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Falken and coming out of Double-Gorge into Le Fagne, you would definitely see a very bright pink Ferrari middle of the shot.
Pinto's got ahead of Keiter, by the way, at the head of the field, so change of lead at the front there. Whilst we keep an eye on this race for 9th place, I do want to touch on your race leaders, Diogo Pinto, right now. He's wanting to get a three-peat. He wants to get 3 in a row right here. Because, of course, last year and in 2024 under the old Redline branding that they had before they've changed over to the Verstappen Sim Racing branding now for the team, they got a 1-2 the last 2 years. They want to get another 1-2 here today, but Pinto will want to be stood on the top step of the podium along with the rest of the drivers in that outfit, because they're wanting 3 in a row, McEwen especially.
Yeah, that will be quite a notch on Diogo Pinto's tomahawk to actually have, you know, having the three-peat here in what is a very, very challenging race, as there is a backmarker Ferrari in front of the 577 SDR Sim Racing car of Roman Pascucci. Lucas Prada right on his rear diffuser going into Le Combe down the Camel. And again, we're just seeing all this bump drafting happening. And that is where we're seeing these strategies coming in, and we're seeing anywhere between a 25 to 26 lap stint. So track temperature has now hit north of 35 degrees centigrade, 36 degrees centigrade now. 21 air. Humidity has dropped to 73%. Wind is still around about 9 kilometres an hour. We're nearly at 11:30 sim time here at Spa with 5 hours and 20 minutes to go. I mean, it's still, like I said a couple of times, I think to both Craig and to David in this race, a couple of times here, Paul, that we're not going to see probably until like the last 2 hours, maybe 90 minutes, where we'll really see who are going to be the ones really competing for not only the top 5, let alone the top 3 or even the victory here for this running of the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa presented by Falken.
You know what, you're making it... we're almost going as bad as the... a few years ago with the Real World Bathurst 12 Hours presented by Liquimolly, the Liquimolly Bathurst. Every time,
I know.
I think people were sick of hearing that by the end of that particular event. But it's true. I mean, Falken, this is not the first year that they've been supporting this particular event as well. It's another year that they've supported, and to get long-term partners on board for an event like this. It takes some effort to get that buy-in from a sponsor. I mean, we're seeing it with their esports team as well. They've got, 2 entries into this top split race as well of Falken. They're sort of powered by Dua Esports, aren't they? So they've got a tremendous partnership going on with Dua, but also being involved, long-term partners with this particular event as well. It's great support from Falken, and I'm not just saying that because they're the supporters of this race, because they're not paying me anything for that.
No, I completely agree. I think it's like you say, that's one of the things now that entities like them are finding the value, the ROI, the return on investment of backing these kind of events, and that's why the iRacing special events over the last few years have really sort of brought in some big hitters, and that's the beauty of it. It just shows the credibility of sim racing, and like over the last couple of years I've had people like saying to me, oh well, it's a game. I said it's far from that, and then you have to kind of explain it to them like they're a 5-year-old, as if to explain it, just so they understand. Rather than going through technobabble and explaining what this does and that does, you just sort of throw it to them in layman's terms and go, no, there are drivers that are making professional careers through the world of sim racing, and they're not here just to make up the numbers. It's ultra competitive. And then I get the jaw drop like Jim Carrey looking at Cameron Diaz in The Mask for the very first time. When I explained
to be honest, I had that reaction when I saw Cameron Diaz in The Mask.
I think anyone that remembers that film, myself included, will definitely be of the same statement on that one, Paul. Because I think it's just that when you educate people and tell them what it means to so many people that are part of this community in general, they then get a grasp of it. And I say, look, take a look at a broadcast, or if you're on Discord and you got a sim rig, join a league, join a community, get to understand the nuances of this genre, and then they take that advice on board, have a go, and then they get hooked, and then they wonder why they end up driving on a sim until like 2 in the morning, and then the missus is like, hey, come on, time to go to bed, you've got to take the kids to school in the morning. It's one of those things. But when you get hooked by this genre, you learn. I mean, like I said, I learn something new every time I do a different broadcast, and I like that. I'd rather learn something than not learn anything at all.
I mean, I always remember what John Hindhaugh, when Radio Show Limited came in on board during COVID, when iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours was taking place. They jumped on board because, of course, obviously the real world event wasn't happening at that time. It wasn't until later in the year that they had the 24. And they jumped in on the virtual one, and John Hindhaugh said a line that has stuck with me, and it's a way that I've actually described what this is, what the world of sim racing is, to people who are people who I work with. You know, I work in an office, and people, oh, what have you been up to this weekend? Oh, I've been commentating on the Spa 24 Hours. That's what I'll be saying tomorrow. Oh, you've been out to Belgium? No, it's the virtual. And when they ask about it, I'll say, well, the cars are virtual, but the racing's real. And I think that's a brilliant one line to come out with, to encapsulate what it is. Yes, what we're looking at is a load of pixels that have been generated and presented to us, but the drivers are racing it. They are handling those cars. They are putting the effort in. If you're using high-end direct drive wheels with up to 25 newton meters of holding torque, yeah, those things are tough to handle. You've got to be fit for those types of things. If you're somebody who's got a bit of motion, or a bit of, you would say, butt kickers or something like that set up on your rig, you've got the physicality of that as well. Your body will get tired. Your mind, especially the mental fatigue that you get through a race like this, will test you. And that's why it's called an endurance race. It's there to see what your endurance is like, and if you can make it to the end. And yeah, the cars are virtual, but the racing is very real.
Yeah, that's a statement that really encompasses it. And you know, John Hindhaugh, always a great a fantastic individual, you know, and comes out with some great sayings like that one. And yeah, I think it's just when I started in understanding sim racing a little bit more. I mean, as I said to Craig last night, I'm a bit of a noob when it comes to getting behind the wheel of a sim rig, because, well, first of all, I don't have one at home, because in the office downstairs in my house here in the east of England has enough room for 2 big desks, and that pretty much takes up 3/4 of the space. So for me to try and put a sim rig in here, it's like trying to swing a black cat around a room that is ever decreasing in size over the course of an hour. So I would literally struggle. I'd have to probably build an annex and get planning permission to do that, and then I'd have to fork out of my own pocket to do so, and I don't quite have the funds to do that. But whenever I get behind the wheel of a sim, I do appreciate and understand the amount of hard work that all the teams that are competing in the relevant splits of the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa. I think, what was it? Dave was saying earlier on, there's like over 10,000 drivers, I think, that have registered for this year's event. I mean, again, just goes to show the popularity of these iRacing special events here.
Now, this isn't just because I mainly commentate on iRacing, but one thing that I like about these special events is we just have a look at the team PGZ. Oh, that's the grass there, and they're having a few technical issues, and into the barrier. Now, we did see a WSR esports car earlier in the race end up in that barrier and ended up having to retire from the race. Team PGZ car, well, we're sticking with it, so this is into the bush. No, it does carry on then. So drama then for PGZ with their 114 down in 14th there, Oskari Karkinen, having issues on that lap. But yeah, I'm not just saying this because I've done work for iRacing for over a decade now. I've been commentating on iRacing broadcasts, but I do genuinely feel this. I really do like the fact that the special events that iRacing put on are for everybody. It's not a closed shop where you have a 24-hour event and it's only for teams who have entered into the event, having paid so many thousands of euros for an entry fee, and you've got to have a professional driver, and all these different things. That's very much gatekeeping. That I don't like that. Sim racing for me is for everybody. There's enough gatekeeping goes on in motorsport just purely from a cost basis, from the expense of motorsport. Sim racing's not cheap. Let's get that out there. You can do it on a budget, but it's not as cheap as doing other esport titles of, say, like CS:GO or things like that, where your major expenses are half decent computer and a keyboard. You need the half decent computer and then wheel and pedals, so you got that extra cost there in sim racing. So there is a barrier there, but it's for everybody at these events. And you look at it, Daytona, what, we're talking about 17,000 people took part in the Daytona 24 Hours, the biggest esports sim race of the year. I like that. It's getting the whole community involved. That's what it's all about for me, is esports and sim racing in particular.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, that just goes to show how big the breadth and depth of the sheer amount of numbers that make up the sim racing community is really, really funny. I've just had a look at the chat because we've had a question, Paul. Real Steel 5899 said, I've always been curious, what do IRL and sim drivers do after a 24-hour race? Sleep, party, what? Well, that's an interesting one.
Very much dependent on where you finish, I think, as well.
I think, yeah, if it is, if you have won the race, I think in IRL you're normally in the hospitality after spraying the champagne at the top step of the podium, and then you've probably got some kind of alcoholic beverage in hand. But then I think if after that it's sort of like pack down and quickly get away from the track if you haven't been in the top three as soon as possible, from an IRL perspective. I mean, like, I see that in the world of karting, where, you know, if they know that some of their drivers aren't going to be on the podium, then the first thing that will happen is that after the finals have been completed, the awning is already halfway disassembled, ready to slam into the back of the articulated lorry that's going to travel thousands of miles back to the UK, like, say, for Dan Holland Racing, KR Sports, Strawberry Racing, who travel over to Europe with at least one or two articulated lorries with all the carts, chassis, engines, tyres, all the equipment and tools that they need. And you know, it's quite surprising that within an hour and a half of a final, I've seen like some of the top teams in European karting, particularly from the Rotax side, get an awning flat packed, clean the bottom tarpaulin that's been the ground sheet, scrubbed down, cleaned, and then using the squeegees to sweep away all the dirty water, roll it up into the back of the Arctic it goes, and it's done within 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's all about using the time wisely and getting packed up as much as possible. I mean, you see it even in top line motorsport as well, in you know, the Le Mans 24 Hours, in Spa 24. Teams, once they've done their final pit stop, they'll be right. What are the non-essentials, non-racing essentials that we can start packing up? And start getting that done, just so that we get ahead of it. I mean, I used to, this is going back about 15, 16 years now, I used to help organise and run a rally, a club rally, down at Manby Airfield in Lincolnshire. It's no longer there as a venue anymore, unfortunately. And it would literally be, once the last car had crossed the finish line, we were already in the setup van packing up things. We were just straight away on it. Right, let's get it done as quickly as possible. It'd take us 4 days to set up that event. We'd have it all packed down and away by the time the barbecue was on that evening.
Priorities definitely de rigueur at that point, really. But again, it just goes to... It does go to show how quickly people, when they put their mind to it, can get any task accomplished.
In terms of the sim side of things, I can only speak of my experience of competing in 24-hour races. The only time I've ever been in the top split of a iRacing special event was Nürburgring 24 Hours in the touring car class. And it was back when we had the Kia Optima in that class representing the touring cars. And for the last 6 hours of that race, I wasn't actually in with the team. I was on the broadcast commentating. So I was nervous because we were on for a possible podium in that race in class. And I'm trying to be sort of all impartial and doing commentary, whereas inside you they're going, come on, just make it, come on, just get it round clean, please. We could get a podium here, come on. So yeah, and after that race, that was very much finish the broadcast, jump into, as it was then, Mumble. If anybody in the YouTube chat or Twitch chat remembers Mumble. And celebrate with the team for 5-10 minutes, and then everyone was like, "Go to bed. I'm tired."
Yeah, and then at least from the sim rig, it's a short walk up the stairs, and then the minute you sort of like your face plant your head into the pillow, it's Sando, Land of Nod.
Change of position, by the way. WSR and SDR just switching positions now, so Lucas Prada moving ahead of Roman Pastucci. So that's 9th place now for WSR Esports. It'd be interesting to see if they're able to pull away now, Lucas, or if it's a case of they stick together, although that WSR car will be on pit road a lap earlier than SDR, going by my figures on the timing screen. We are coming up to another hour done in this race. It is very much breakfast with Paul Smith and Alex Goldschmidt here on the iRacing Spa 24 Hours presented by Falken. Pleasure to have you along here for this event. Just to give you an update on the weather, because we've been keeping an eye on that. Air temperature 22 degrees Celsius now for the drivers. Clear blue skies at the moment. Track temperature coming up to 38 degrees Celsius here at 11:45 AM in sim time. However, in the next half an hour or so, there is going to be a little bit of cloud cover coming over. No rain, but a little bit of cloud cover coming over in the next half an hour. So the track temperatures might start just cooling off a little bit at that point then. But yeah, that's your little bit of a weather update here on this broadcast. And to give you a little bit of an update of how things stand as well. So it's BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, first place, just a third of a second ahead of their compatriots in the Ferrari, the Verstappen Sim Racing number 4. Blummer Cure Esports are then in third place. They're about 18 seconds back from your race leader, Vasilius Belitsiotis, behind the wheel of that car. Then Grid and Go Esports, they've been having the odd lap or two in the lead of this race for Jarno Koch. Now, they are very much on a different pit cycle to everybody else, so they're only on lap 14 of their stint right now compared to 22 for the Verstappen Sim Racing cars. Falken Sim Racing team, they are in 5th. James Boumet behind the wheel of that Ferrari, currently about, what's that, a minute and a quarter back from the race leader. Blumacure then, Thibault Prevot, is in 6th, ahead of the 2 Nova Leggio racing cars of Johan Haaf and Ricardo Rico. Then it's that battle that we were watching for the last sort of 20-25 minutes of WSR Esports with Lucas Prada and SDR Sim Racing of Roman Pastucci. There have been a number of drivers retire from the race. LMR Esports, they are the most recent retirements from this race. Impulse Racing, Undercut Racing Team, Vesta, the 252 is out of the race. Autism Awareness, that team unfortunately retiring from the race. WSR Esports with their number 16 car, they went heavily into the wall at Speaker's Corner. Maniti Racing Purple, Maniti Racing Yellow, both of those out of the race, along with Altitude 3M Esports, RDV Competition Unity, Pole Promotion Esports, Team Bennick, which are always a team that are fighting up in the top 20 of these special events. They are out of the race. The 004 Grid and Go-Kart, that one's retired, along with Auto Moves Racing Team 234 and Marla Racing Team out of the race. We started with 59. We've got 44 remaining in this race here. And Alex, it's not been the highest rate of attrition so far in this race. It's been a good number of cars still out there on track.
Also, a little bit of statistic. We've only had 2 cars that have hit their 100-point instant limit, and that is the last 2 cars that are still circulating. OD Sports, Charles Leroy in the number 100 car, currently running 43rd. That was the first car to pick up a drive-through penalty. And then Leon Arndt in the RC Car Shop Esports car that is currently classified down by 280 laps. That car is currently in 53rd position. That was the second car to pick up a black flag penalty as well. So only 2 out of the 59 starters that have actually picked up, have actually hit that 100 instant point limit. I mean, also coming back to big dramas, I mean, one of the biggest ones was actually, it was kind of nearly a carbon copy, and it happened nearly 4 hours after Sebastian Job hit the barriers coming out of pit lane. It was the number 11 Altitude 3 Esports, Dan Scholing, behind the wheel, and the car just got loose all of a sudden, and then the rear wing and the back panel just decided to vacate the scene of the crime and retired the car on the spot. So, bit of a wiggle, and that is going to be one of the Blue Mercure Esports cars. That is, I think, is that?
Prevost.
That I don't think that's, yeah, Prevost, and is now battling away with. Oh, that's a bit too close for comfort, coming out on the source as we go into 5 hours to go here, Paul.
Yeah, so Johan Half has actually made it past Blue Mercure, and I'm half expecting to see the reason why. There's the move to the inside of La Source. Oh, that was... What's the famous Spanish driver? You must always leave the space. And Vesta Esport had nowhere to go in all of that. That's on the Blue Mercure car, in my opinion.
Especially when that driver is faster than you.
Mm-hmm.
You need to leave the space. Talking about said driver. But again, it's just getting to that point. And we were talking, you were saying about this earlier, that when we got asked that question in the chat about, you know, what do you do when you finish a 20 or twice around the clock a race like here at Spa? You know, we're getting to that point. We're getting to those final 5 hours, and the drivers have been mentally and physically put through the ringer. I think the team that's going to be wanting to get some sleep, I think, more out of anybody, is the team in the number 99 Nova Leggio Racing Audi. Currently running P6. That is the pairing of Johan Harth and Benedek Vida. Benedek Vida, I've known, you know, former Rotax Central European Zone champion. He also ran in lower ear single-seaters in IRL, but has also been concentrating a lot more on the sim racing. Actually, when I mentioned that I was going to be part of the commentary team for this event, he then said, "Oh, he followed me on Instagram. He saw the news, then instantly commented on it." So I was like, okay. So I might have to give him a little nudge, probably after he's had quite a few hours of shut-eye ready for Monday.
As we do keep an eye on that Nova Leggio car of Ricardo Rico. Ricardo Rico, by the way, he's somebody who has been around for quite a number of years in top-level sim racing. And he's raced in World Championship Series, raced in PESC. He knows what it takes to be involved at the top level, but he brings experience. I mean, everybody brings experience to that Nova Leggio racing team. But yeah, Ricardo is a quick driver, he's consistent, and he's got that experience behind him that really will help in events like this. He won't do anything rash will Ricciardo. He will sort of think things through and not put the car in any danger, because that's half the battle with an event like this, is not putting the car in any harm's way, which is what we saw with Prevot just on the replay a minute or two ago.
Yeah, it is going to be very interesting just how these teams really parlay into the final few hours of the race, because I mean, again, you know, we've still got the two leading cars now 18 seconds up the road, so the teamwork between car 3 and car 4, at one point they were about 11-12 seconds give or take ahead of the number 1 Blue Mercury Esports car. Now that gap over the last couple of hours has been stretched to the point where Vasilios Balatsiaitis is now 17.6 seconds behind Sam Coiter, who actually went over nearly 3.5 tenths of a second quicker than the leading BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing car with Diogo Pinto behind the wheel. James Bome now in the Falken Sim Racing Team Blue 44 Ferrari now dives into the pits for pit stop number 19 on their trip down the endurance pit lane, and we found out some interesting bits of information. Myself and David were talking since I joined at 10 to 5 this morning UK time back on the broadcast. We tried to find out which circuit has the longest pit lane in current modern day motorsport. We found out that there are actually 2 that are longer than the endurance pit lane at Spa.
So me and Craig actually asked the question in the first part of the broadcast of which is the longest. So I'm glad you two have been doing some investigative journalism and getting to the bottom of that. So do we have the answers there at all?
We do indeed. Spa is actually in the top 3, 7 metres shy of 1,000 metres. Second, Autodromo José Carlos Pache in Interlagos, 1,140 metres, and beating it by just 10, Circuit de la Sarthe at Le Mans, 1,150 metres.
You really wouldn't think that the Circuit de la Sarthe is that long, though, as a pit lane. Although, I suppose the question for me is, where do you actually measure the start and end of the pit lane from?
Yeah, that's actually quite a good point, because pit lane entry isn't always where you have to throw the anchors out of the back and engage the pit lane speed limiter. And, you know, I'm wondering whether that is from you see the pit lane entry white line to when you go out of that pit lane. That's the only thing that I can think of whether it's being measured that way.
Yeah, like for me, it would be here. It would be where you actually enter that dedicated lane and the part way through the bus stop chicane at the end of the lap, and where you rejoin the track at the exit of Raidillon. That would be how I would measure it here. Whereas in some ways you could say, well, actually, is it the physical pit lane of the pit, where the pit wall starts and where it ends? Well, here you've got the pit wall ends at the Grand Prix loop on the exit of the La Source. Then you've got a bit of a gap where somebody's just chucked a load of cones out to go, lads, just stay this side, and then it restarts again. So it's how do you measure a pit lane? There we go. You see, this is where we need a few of our sort of more learned and intelligent commentary teams. Unfortunately, none of them was available, so you got us two instead.
Yeah, I have to give a shout out to Arjuna, who's currently at Mosport in Canada, because they've got IMSA there along with the Pilot Challenge this weekend. So, yeah, I mean, that's why, you know, some of the usual names and voices that you hear, I mean, are not available. But, of course, you know, there's always that case where, you know, real life does get in the way. It's just part and parcel, but still, nevertheless, it has. I think for me, it's been a real eye opener being on this side as we now see Cheja Esports in the 26 dive into pit lane, and that releases the TC Esports with Carlos Fenalosa behind the wheel of the 24 BMW M4. David and I were having a really, really interesting chat about safety cars, Paul. We were like thinking, obviously the BMW M3 Touring, which was initially an April Fool's joke that ended up becoming the real life thing. David was suggesting maybe iRacing should get that thing laser scanned and put that on as a safety car.
No, I wouldn't want that as a safety car, not at all. I want it as an actual GT3 car that I could race at the Nürburgring 24 Hours and other GT3 events. That's what I would want.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I then went on to make the point of maybe having an open setup series where all of them are BMW M3 Tourings, which could be interesting.
So there is actually an aerodynamic challenge with having a touring compared to a more sort of traditional grand touring car and a car or a saloon sort of style shaped car. I was actually speaking to David Addison, and he was telling me that in the British Touring Car Championship, a lot of the teams have been moving back to saloon cars from hatchbacks. Because at 125 miles an hour, a hatchback car needs an additional 25 horsepower to match the speed of the saloon cars. And that's all due to the aerodynamics.
That's quite interesting when Napa Racing went from the Ford Focus hatchback to the saloon.
To the saloon, yeah, to the titanium,
I still remember when Team Dynamics, they brought the Honda Civic Tourer to the British Touring Car Championship grid, and that was I think a lot of people were quite surprised that then all of a sudden Gordon Shedd and Matt Neal actually made it into quite a competitive vehicle. But yeah, I think it kind of reminds me of back in the days. You'll probably remember this as well, Paul, when we had the likes of the Audi A4 with the likes of Frank Bieler and John Bincliffe, who was always having trouble with David Leslie in the Nissan Primeras. I still remember the time when Bincliffe came across the front of Leslie, and Leslie's straight on the radio. Yeah, it's Bincliffe, he's done it again, and the cars... fill in the blank, folks. I'm not going to say that on air because it's not broadcastable. But... you know, it kind of reminds me that we're going back to those sort of super tourer style silhouettes. And, you know, I think also with Power Max Racing, I think they went with the Audis, the RS3s, which we did see a few years ago when Trade Price Cars ran with Jake Hill and Mark Blundell. And I remember being there with the late Dan Kirby, who was very much missed. You know, and the thing is that they got a podium in their first weekend, and I was a guest of Trade Price Cars at Brands Hatch. And I think on the same weekend that Jake Hill got his first podium for the team, Mark Blundell got his first points for the team.
Now, you see, I'm old enough to have been at Alton Park in 1994 when Alfa Romeo actually withdrew their cars due to protest due to the ruling about their aerodynamic wings. In 1994, and I got to witness firsthand Jan Lammers and Rickard Rydell in the estate Volvo 850, the old Volvo 850R.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The Securicore Omega Express livery on those cars. Oh, you're talking my language, Mr. Smith. I grew up during that era as well, so. Yeah, I think there's been so much evolution over touring car racing, particularly with the BTCC, over the last few years. And yeah, I think to see changes where, like say Plato, you know, Jason Plato's team with Dan Rowbottom and Adam Morgan behind the wheel of the A-Class saloons, and then like you know, Jason deciding to now take on the onus of becoming a team owner, rather than being a man that is going to put his elbows out, going down into turn one at Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch. And it was quite interesting to see the journey of how much work that Plato Racing and RML, who have helped to build those wonderful looking A-Class saloons, onto the grid, and Jason now having, being very open about his struggles after leaving as a competitive racer, and then going into, like 3 years of where he did not even leave his house for quite a few months. Then he comes back as a team owner, and it's like Matt Neal saying, I wish him the very best of luck, and he's going to do it his way. And it's not been easy for Plato Racing, but I'm glad they're on the grid.
I saw the video that Jason Plato did with his longtime friend Johnny Smith, who he worked with on Fifth Gear here in the UK, and he was going through literally those Audis that they've got were insurance write-offs. It's not like even Mercedes have said here's a couple of cars to use. It's we'll let you use the name.
Yeah,
that's very much how it's been, and so they are very much doing it their own way. Oh, car off into the wall, exit of Speaker's Corner. Well, not quite into the wall, should I say? And that's 252. Don't say that's Vesta. It is. It's Vesta Sport. Louis Neal, who's actually got a black flag as well.
Oh. Yeah. Coming. Yeah, that's the third black flag that we've had in this race, with now 4 hours and 45 minutes to go until the checkered. That is. That car is stricken, quite literally, at the moment. So that's a bit of a drama there for the 252. I think we're going to see the replay now, though. This is coming down the hill into Speaker's Corner. Kept it out of the wall. The car starts rolling forward, hits the brakes, then reverses. So thank goodness, Louis Neal getting out of jail free with that one, because if that car had gone any further sideways at high speed, that probably would have ping-ponged off the barriers.
Don't forget as well, Vesta, both of their cars were involved in incidents on lap 2 of the race. They ended up in pit road for quite a while, getting repairs done to their cars, and that was at the very start of the race. It's the race started as it's gone on, it seems, for that team, and it's just gone from bad to worse for them. Hopefully they can make it to the end. Louis Neal is onto pit road. That's probably to serve that black flag drive-through penalty for them. But yeah, they're still classified as 45th, even though LMR Esports, who are in 44th, have been retired for a good while now. And that's because Louis Neal has got to catch up 211 laps to be able to gain that place on LMR. There's not 211 laps left in this race, is there?
No. I think you're probably talking maybe probably the best part of maybe 125, 130 laps maybe to go. And even though when you look at Leon and Gabriel Arndt in the RC Car Shop Esports number 15, that's 279 laps down. So even at a push, that car will probably be just north of 140 laps off of the leaders when they cross the stripe to take the checkered.
I mean, it does speak of the spirit of endurance, and I was speaking about this in the first 3 hours of the broadcast here. That it's all too often we see these top-level sim racing teams, they have an incident, they end up in pit road and go, we can't win it, that's it, toys out the pram, we're going home. And I hate that, because you don't learn anything that way, in my opinion. You need to try and carry... I mean, if the car is, even after you get all the required repairs done, if the car is still undrivable, yeah, I can understand retiring the car at that point. But you got to try and get the car to the end, because, as I say, it's still a learning experience. You can still take things away, even if you're not competing for a race win.
I think it always comes down to the old adage, Paul, that, you learn more by losing more than you do by winning. And that's going to be quite crucial, as Johan Hart, now back behind the wheel of the number 99 Nova Leggio Racing Audi R8, has got Josh Thompson on his back bumper, going through into Le Combe. This is the battle for P5 overall. And still we have the top 10 with the number 23, Lucas Prada for WSR Esports Red, still on the lead lap. But they are about 9 seconds, well, that car is 9 seconds ahead on track in front of Jano Koch from Grid & Go Esports, which is currently on what is going to be 500 laps, set to be completed very shortly in the next couple of minutes. But this battle here is, again, just showcasing the depth and breadth, and kudos to Johan Harth, who's probably now recorded probably the best part of just over 300 laps so far. So he's really put in the wheel time, and he's one that's been around for quite a few years now. So there's a lot of experience, and he will be very, very competent, very, very consistent on his lap times.
Well, it's like I said earlier on in the broadcast, former World Championship Grand Prix Series driver, former VRS GT World Championship Series driver, former PESC driver, former IRX champion, World Championship Series champion, as Josh Thompson makes the move then on Johan Harth. Now that's different in tyres, because Thompson is on brand new tyres, he's fresh in the car after taking over from James Boumet, whereas Johan, he didn't take tyres, he took fuel only at his pit stop. So I think we're seeing that little bit of difference in the tyre life there between those two at this point. But as you say, vastly experienced driver is Johan Harth, and he knows what it takes to pedal a car in an event like this. And do you know what? He's a feisty one as well, because he's there, right there with, got the run on Josh Thompson there, but he's sticking behind. And to be honest, I'm okay with that. If I'm that Nova Leggio team, I'm happy with Johan just sticking to the boot lid of that Ferrari in front.
Yeah, that's going to help him a little bit in terms of fuel mileage, but obviously what is that going to do with the tyres? But the track temperature has now hit 40 degrees centigrade as a car off the circuit just in front of them. That is one of the Audis that is out on track at the minute, as Josh Thompson, coming out of Speaker's Corner, finding a way to the outside as they go down the hill into Double Gauche. And again, just Johan Harth just showcasing that experience in space, just keeping on the coattails of the Falken Sim Racing Team Blue Ferrari 296, the number 44, as they continue their battle in earnest for P5. And bearing in mind, this battle is about a minute behind Vasilios Belatsiaitis, who in turn is now only on his 7th lap in this stint, having pitted 7 laps ago. The driver from Greece, also previous years, has also run under the German national flag.
By the way, it was Matt Performance, number 29, Pedro Fernandez, who was spinning down at Brussels. So that's and it's very easy there, because it's a long sweeping hairpin. There's a lot of rubber build-up on the outside of that corner, and you just get a wheel into those marbles, and suddenly you've got hardly any grip underneath you in that Audi, and that's why he would have been spinning there at Brussels. Alex, we've got a contentious thing about Spa-Francorchamps.
Okay.
And I want to get your opinion about this. Why do they keep on changing the corner names and the locations of those names? It gets a bit annoying after a while.
I know. This is something I also have a little bit of bone of contention to pick with race circuits. It's like, why not just leave it alone? I mean, like, Speaker's Corner, originally known as No Name, for the MotoGP layout, Jackie X. You know, Jackie's already got a corner named after him at Circuit Zolder,
Yep.
originally known as Circuit Telarman back in the day when it was first opened. So it's kind of, you know, like when you go to circuits like, say, Brands Hatch, where you got, you know, Hawthorns, the Minter Straight, you got Dingle Dell, Stirlings, Clearways, Clark
Keen.
Curve.
Yeah.
You know, so you've got tracks that keep those names there. Then you look at, like, say, Snetterton, Agostini, Williams, Coram, the Bomb Hole. You know, it's like, if it isn't broken, don't try and change it. Just make it easy for us commentators in the box. That's all
I've a bone to pick with Snetterton, by the way, because they did change some of the corner names of the original circuit when they made the 300. And by the way, in my opinion, they ruined that circuit when they built that 300 layout. It had a really nice flow to the circuit on the old layout, and when they introduced that 300 layout with the hairpin at Wilson, it broke the flow of the circuit for me.
Yeah, and that was also that's turn 2
Jonathan
after
Palmer's
Rich's
fault.
Well, he's the one that's brought out. If you mow my grass with your front splitter, here's an invoice. So that's another thing that people will definitely be up in arms in real life motorsport when it comes to Jonathan Palmer and MSV. But I don't want to say anything more about that, just in case they are listening.
I wonder if that's the reason why I don't get any work with them.
No, I don't think that's the. I don't think that's the case, Paul. No, I think it's just sometimes when you work in both sim racing and in IRL, there is always sometimes when you get close to that line that imaginary line, that border that you think that you might be crossing, as Gridigo Esports has just pitted on lap 502. I think it's more a case of I don't know who might be listening at the other end of this broadcast.
Well,
so,
let's move it on swiftly then to not just corner names but corner numbers. And I will say the most egregious and awful use of corner numberings is at 2 circuits, both with road at the start of their name. Road America and Road Atlanta. They are the most confusing corner numbering systems going known to mankind.
I'm going to add a third circuit in that part of the world, VIR.
But VIR does have a corner name on one particular layout that we can't say on this broadcast right now because we're not racing there, but it does have one of the best corner names in world motorsport.
It does, but yeah, I would definitely agree with you on that front. I mean, if you have to, you know, like when I do research for whether it's IRL or sim racing, I always look for, okay, how many corners, how many to the left, how many to the right, and then I look, when it's got an A and a B, I'm like, why? It's like beggars belief. Like, why? Why put an A and a B there?
Well, Road America, of course, you've got the classic thing of you've got turn 1, that's fine, that is turn 1. Then turn 2, which is the very slight movement of the straight to the right before the real turn 2, which is turn 3. Then you've got turn 4, which is halfway down the second straight at Road America, going down into the left-hander, which to everybody is turn 3. No, that's turn 5. It's just, what? No. Just no. What are you doing?
It's just like the sentence computer says no when someone decided to put that in. And I was like thinking, really? Come on, we can do better than that, can't we?
Jake Sperry, we have summoned Jake Sperry into the YouTube chat.
Oh,
the answer is Barber.
Hands down. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, speaking of circuits that have also changed corner names, Suzuka's another one, where they've renamed what I remember back in the day when Senna and Prost were battling in McLaren for the world title. It was Casio Triangle.
Yeah,
it's something else. And then I think it was like Estemo, or I know that Jake will probably be will remember this because that man is a lexicon when it comes to getting track maps.
Well, that's it. You know, it's. This is going to sound like commentators Mona's corner right now, but you know, for being able to do research on for broadcasts like this, being able to get an accurate corner names and whatnot, it's very challenging. It's very difficult for you to be able to get that, and that's why before this broadcast we put into our Discord server at RaceSpotTV a track map and went, let's use this. Let's all agree to use this so that we're all consistent.
Yes. Yeah, and that was the track map that you were the one that populated it into the Discord, and I went, okay, right, fine, I know which hymn sheet we're going to be singing from over the course of the race, which does help.
That might not be necessarily the most up-to-date track map, though, that's the thing.
True. True. But in your defence, it was like, okay, let's stick to one track map, so no one calls Bruxelles Rivage or whatever. And there's another track that I actually quite recently visited, Imola. Variante Alta is now known as Gresini.
Gresini, yeah. I got caught out by that last week on the PEST broadcast.
Thank you very much, Jake Sperry. Hitachi Estemo Chicane is what the Casio Triangle is now known as. And it's sponsored after Hitachi's car, believe it or not. Well, thank you very much, Jake. Appreciate that.
Certain people who used to watch Eurosport in the mid-90s will remember the Hitachi adverts of, wow, Hitachi. So yeah, sorry, I'm showing my age again there, aren't I? Yeah, it just, can we have like consistent? Oh, I'll give you the one then. So yeah, Gresini Chicane now at Imola. Up the road at Monza, when I had my one and only experience of commentating in Full Metal Racing at the Hankook 12 Hours of Monza, because everybody else was at Le Mans that weekend. That's the only reason I got that opportunity, trust me. And that was... What's the final corner at Monza?
I knew you were going there with that one. It's now known as Alvaretto.
No, it's back to Parabolica.
Is it?
Hey. As far as I can see, it's back to being Parabolica. It was named Curva Alboreto for a year, as far as I can see. But yeah, it was that year that they called it Curva Alboreto, and I had it in my head. Alboreto. I had to commentate the very start of the race solo because Peter was working his way from the grid. First lap and into Parabolica for the first time. Well done, Paul.
That's the thing, when it's the first lap, like, there's so, from a commentator's perspective, I mean, it doesn't matter whether I'm doing IRL or sim racing. If I'm in the booth and I'm doing a race start, I always have that kind of, you know, like the goosebumps on my forearms, the hair standing on the back of my neck. And the funny thing was, I picked up, and this is funny enough, this was at Imola for round 3 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse, because I'm heading off to the Red Bull Ring this coming Thursday for their 4th round, Spielberg, and that's another one that's had quite a you know, and Jake Sperry with his wisdom again in chat. Hockenheimring, T1 is now the Ravenol curve, and what everyone knows as Einfahrt Parabolica, now Bernie Eccleston curve.
I thought turn 1 was the Nord curve. Because it's Sud curve at the end of the lap.
Yeah, Sud curve, which is the double right going down the start-finish straight.
Yeah.
I still remember actually being at Hockenheim. I think it was when Eduardo Mataro was running a DTM. This was back in the 4-litre V8 Silhouette days, before they went to the failed second attempt at Class 1 in the mid-2000 and the late 2010s, when Mercedes pulled out after Gary Paffett won his second title. I think it was when Eduardo Mataro was in the BP Ultimate car, and then everyone goes off at turn 1 when they release the vehicles, and Eduardo Mataro managed to hit the dip that's on the outside of turn 1, and the front of his Audi RS5 DTM launched skywards. I was like thinking, hang on, Edo, this is not a drag strip, mate.
Yeah. So there we go. Oh, by the way, it's either the Parabolica apparently now. Thank you very much, Jake. You see, this is where you need the encyclopedia that is Jake Sperry around to be able to correct all of our mistakes that's going on. But yes, no, absolutely right. So there you go. So you can keep that in the bank there, Alex. Now that you can call it either at Monza.
Oh, thank God for that. Well, I don't know. I'll have to wait until next year before I take another trip over there, because I did that in I think, what was it, first weekend of May. So and it's there we go. Ravenol took sponsorship rights of T1, was the Nordkurve. So there we go. There we go for Mr. Sperry once again. And yeah, I mean, with coming back to now the race itself, Diogo Pinto slightly further ahead now in front of the number 4 Ferrari of Verstappen Sim Racing's Sam Coiter. It looks like they've got the BMW, the BMW M Team BS competition, number 89, just behind. That car is currently running 19th.
It's a Verstappen Sim Racing car in a BMW M sandwich right now. It's just that it's two different teams that are running the BMW M entries there. And in fact, look at that, the BS competition car, the BS Plus competition car, looking right at the back of the nose and going to the inside. Well, that's not in the playbook for the Verstappen Sim Racing team, is it?
No, and bearing in mind that both the leading cars are around about halfway through the second stint on these tyres, so on lap 12, and we've seen it before. I mean, track temp now 41 degrees centigrade here, Paul. The Ferrari's tyres, I think towards the second half of stint 2, before they change for a brand new set, the Ferrari seems to struggle a little bit, especially with rear end traction.
Yeah, with these hotter conditions, I mean, track temperature now, 41 degrees Celsius is the track temperature, so it is the hottest that it has been all the way along in this race. Quick weather update, by the way. We are now officially partly cloudy skies, so it has got a little bit cloud coverage in the skies. Later on, in about an hour's time, we are actually going to be mostly cloudy skies. So cloud cover is coming over. Are we going to see a little potential of a rain shower going into, say, the last 3 hours of the race? That would spice things up in this one, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it could do, and hopefully help the drivers and teams be able to take care of those tyres a little bit more, because those. I think when we were in the colder conditions, the Ferrari seems to be a little bit more stable and planted, but in the hotter conditions, the BMWs seem to be that little bit more settled. We've always known the BMW M4 GT3 Paul to be that kind of all-rounder, so to speak.
I found it a little, I mean, granted it was a couple of iRacing seasons ago, but I found it a little bit understeery for my liking. But maybe that's what you need in a 24-hour race. If you're going to have tyres be affecting you, you want some rear-end traction to be able to get you out of corners, don't you? So yeah, maybe the BMW with that inherent sort of understeeriness of it's a front-engined car. It's quite a big car as well as that BMW as well. Fortunate enough to stand next to one of those in pit road during race conditions. On by the way, a 50-degree track temperature at Monza in the pit lane. That was a brutal day. Was that one?
Yeah, I can understand. I mean, when I was at Imola for my recent overseas trip, which was 3 weeks ago, we had air temp of 43. Track temp, I think we were hitting 55. We actually also had onboards for the live broadcast, and I was getting regular updates from one of the team on the production crew, who was actually not only helping to run the project at the circuit at Imola, but was also queuing up the replays for not just the in-race replays, but also the highlights. And I got a ping from him via WhatsApp and told me car 28, internal temperature 61.5 degrees centigrade. Youch.
Yeah, that's not great. Right, what we are going to do is we are going to just give you a little bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion. So we're on board with the SDR Sim Racing number 577. Roman Pasucci is your chauffeur. We'll be right back in a few moments' time. There we go then, a little bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion for you all. I'm sure you're all sick of the sound of me and Alex, but I'm afraid you've got us for another hour and 19 minutes here in this, the 2026 iRacing Spa 24 Hours presented by Falken. It is myself, Paul Smith, Alex Goldsmith behind the microphones here for this portion of the race. We've had a change in production, by the way. Thank you very much to our producer, Ramiro Agustin Cisneros, for his efforts on the production side of things, giving us all the pictures. And we've now got Hugo Luis, former iRacing World Championship Grand Prix champion, in production right now. We really have, Alex, got a champion production team right here in RaceSpotTV, and well, it shows with the broadcasts that we get each and every time we have one of these special events.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to work alongside Hugo and Ramiro every single time. I mean, only having joined the team here at RaceSpotTV back towards the tail end of last month, and you know, it's always great. We get wonderful camera shots, great onboards, and you know, that's the thing. When I got the opportunity to, I have to give a shout out to another member of the team, Joe Peake, who said, "Yeah, you fancy an opportunity?" And I was like, "Okay." And then I ended up on the Porsche Club of America Zone Group Championship at, I think it was either Imola or Mugello. I can't remember which one. And then Hugo went, "You want to do some more work?" I was like, "Okay." And here I am, putting myself through my paces for not just the IRL stuff remotely, but also doing, you know, well, I think 9 hours of 24 hours on the bike. Here for the iRacing 24 here at Spa, so it's been really wonderful being part of this team. Really is.
Do you know what? I had a very similar. So back in 2015. So people don't know this. I'll share my sort of commentary story. I actually started commentating. I had my first ever opportunity back in 2009 at the Bradford Bulls Rugby League club. They were replaced. The guy who was doing their club DVDs of all the non-televised matches was finishing doing commentary. So they needed somebody new. So a friend of mine, it wasn't even me that went and approached them, a friend of mine was there saying that he was interested. And he said to them, "Oh, do you know who'd be really good? My friend Paul. If we get me and him together, it'll sound great on your DVD." So they said, "Okay, last home game of the season, here's a pass, the last home game of the season, and we'll give you a trial." So I did that trial. They were happy with it. So we got our... and by the way, in the world of Rugby League, at that time, getting an RFL, so the Rugby Football League blue badge, that was basically... You could go into pretty much anything with that thing. So it was very, very nice to have that pass in that. And so 2010, did the whole of the 2010 season on commentary, again, for the DVDs. But, of course, it was at a time of transition for the club and things weren't going too well in terms of the on-field performances, and people weren't buying the DVDs, and they said, look, we can't, we're not going to carry on with that into 2011. So I thought, oh, well, I've done it for a year. That's yeah, I enjoyed it. Great. Anyway, going to sim racing. I started sim racing in 2012 on iRacing. I actually started my sim racing life on Racer 7 of like proper sim racing. I mean, actual racing games, decades before that. But I was competing in the Spirit of VLN series, and there was one event where my teammate wasn't available and I couldn't get somebody to replace him. So I was just watching the broadcast, and the commentator who was doing that, Andrew Woodhouse, was working on his own. This is in February of 2015, and it was at this venue at Spa-Francorchamps. And I knew Andrew through the Brie SRTC. He used to commentate on that I used to compete in. So I messaged him and I went, look, I hear you. I see that you're on your own. This was half an hour into the race. I've done a bit of commentary in my time. Would you want a hand? And he goes, let me ask Hugo. And then about half a minute later, the message comes back, yes, here's the details. So that was my very first commentary with Racespot. And in a very similar vein, Alex, at the end of that, Hugo's like, that was very good. Do you want to do some more?
Yeah, it's kind of funny that just over a decade between those two incidents, it's you and me getting asked by Hugo, yeah, do you want to do some more work? And then, yeah, we're going to be working together again
this evening. Yes.
This evening for Channel 199 IRX season finale at Atlanta. So I think it's always being right place, right time, so to speak. But sometimes there's always one person who forever is effectively the man who you would consider as the Murray Walker of karting, Ken Walker, the voice of karting for many years. And I met Ken 2019 at Kartmasters when I was working alongside Henry Baudette. And Ken said to me, if you get an opportunity, grab it with both hands. And when Hugo said, do you want to do some more work with us? I was like, yeah, sure. So, like, here I am, you know, and within 6 weeks, I've done the iRacing Firecracker 400.
Oh, smart.
Oi.
That's Vesta. That's Vesta again. Sorry to interrupt you there, but yeah. Roberto, getting into the BS Plus competition car there as well. Vesta's had a very testing time. But anyway, back to taking opportunities with both hands.
Yeah, so that's, you know, how it's happened, and it's. I think for me, it's just, you know, just taking those chances, and you know, for a lot of people, some might say, oh yeah, well, you can't make commentary a full-time career. Well, this is come the 1st of September this year, I would have been 6 years as a freelancer. within both sim racing and within IRL. And I have never looked back. I worked in the automotive industry for 25 years with a multitude of different manufacturers, from Audi, JLR. Now this is going to be the 211 Vesta Sport car. Well, it's already started. It had a bit of a tank slapper going through Blanchimont, and then the rejoin that nearly came into the battle between Lucas Prada and Roman Pascucci, and that's the battle for P8. So the 211 Vesta Sport car with Roberto Rebecchi behind the wheel, nearly causing a big drama out of one of the fastest corner on the circuit.
So I mean, I've got a perfect example of taking opportunities and saying yes, and then sort of figuring things out afterwards. So back in this would have been 2012, I was watching the championship finale of the British Touring Car Championship on ITV4. And during one of the ad breaks, they put up an advert, and it was saying that it was basically ITV advertising, saying, we want real fans of the channel to be in our idents. Apply at this website. Well, I'm sat on my computer and I thought, what the heck, I'll fill out an application form. What's the worst that can happen? That was on the Sunday. On the Monday, I got an email through saying, hi, thanks for your application. Are you free to come for an interview in Manchester tomorrow? So this is the Tuesday. I was working on a phone call centre, customer service call centre at the time, so they were very strict about when you could finish and things like that, and there wasn't any short notice available, so it's like, I'll have to see, can it be at the end of the day? And they went, well, we can fit you in at the last interview at 5:30. I'm like, perfect, I'll be there. Finished work half an hour early, cheekily, but I didn't care. I was like, I'm having this opportunity, why not have an interview? Had the interview, wonderful. On the Thursday, got an email through saying, you're through to the next stage. Within 2 hours of that email, I got another email saying you're through to the final stage. We'll call you on Friday to let you know one way or the other. Get a phone call on the Friday, literally as I'd finished a call with a customer, so I went off onto my lunch break, because it was around lunchtime. Have a chat with them, and right, so congratulations, you've been picked for being in one of our idents. We'll need a few details from you. We'll be flying out in 2 weeks' time to Cape Town. Whoa. Yes. They said it was going to be somewhere hot. I was thinking of maybe Portugal, south of Spain, or maybe Morocco. But no, Cape Town. Okay. And then it was, I need to see if there's leave free.
Yes.